testimonials, but what they don't know is how they got from A to B,
Yeah.
and what were those steps as far as the discipleship process. So
Yeah, we need to
that's one
share those stories more,
yeah,
right?
within our own walls.
Yeah, that's one of the things we're gonna do with this podcast is start to unpack some of those stories and hear from staff that get to see that, and hear from guests, hear from alumni, hear from our volunteers that get to see different angles. So we're excited to unpack that as we move forward. All right, last question, and then we're gonna let you go. What is a verse? A verse. You've quoted a lot today, but what is a verse that gives you hope right now?
Wow. That gives me hope. I'd have to say that one of the verses that really comes to mind, it's in Romans. I think it's around the fourth chapter. So I don't know the exact verse, but um, it talks about, let us come boldly to the throne of grace that we may obtain mercy and find grace to help, in time of need. And so that's one of the ones that I just use as my foundation, that I can always come to the Lord boldly. I don't have to come timidly or anything like that,
Yeah.
but I can come boldly, and I
Yeah.
can get the help that I need, and the mercy as well, because all of us need mercy.
Absolutely. Well, that's perfect. That's a great way to end it. Terrence, you've been here 5 years. You've made great impact. I've seen your work be tremendous and show all of these values. I couldn't have asked a better person to cover some of these values with us. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All right. Cowboys, I don't know about, but
Bengals
have here.
every day, right? All right. All right. Thank you, Terrence.
All right, thank
it's
you.
Great having you.
All right. Thank you.
Perry, we're back here with Conversations on the Bench, and
Hey,
what
if
we're
this
doing
podcast
is
episode spoke
having
to you,
authentic,
we'd love for you to dig a little bit deeper.
honest and
Check out some of our
transparent
other podcast
conversations.
episodes. We're gonna tell
For
lots of
live
great
stream
stories that are gonna
24
really bless you.
hours.
You're gonna hear more about
Yesterday
experiences that people
and today.
experience
We're in the
that
home
others
stretch.
have.
If you can't tell, I'm
What
a
is
little
that
loopy
like,
here.
right?
But I got my
More
good
about
friend
what goes
here,
on inside
Senator
of
John
leadership's
Crane.
walls.
John,
Hear stories.
welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for
Yeah,
coming,
good
man.
to see you.
I appreciate
Great
it.
to be here.
Yeah.
We got a little heat going on.
I know
here.
this isn't bad. This isn't too bad.
You look really nice.
Although
and
it is a little chilly here in Indianapolis, but you got a pretty decent accommodation, especially given the fact that you are in the home stretch, which means you've been up all night. So you're looking pretty good.
I don't know. I'm hoping when the sun comes up, I'll get a second wind.
Yeah, there you
go. But John, thank you for being here, and you do so many things in the community for so long. You want to tell the folks, on Facebook Live and YouTube, kind of a little bit of background about you, and kind of your work, your foundation. You have a nonprofit as well, and so just give us a little background on that.
Absolutely. Well, it's great to be with you, and such an honor to be a part of this. I know it's a little taxing for you,
That's
but
great.
really is focusing in on such a important issue and an important population in our communities. For me, I had the privilege of serving in the Senate here in Indiana for 8 years, so 2 terms, and then I voluntarily term limited myself. I decided 8 years was plenty.
Now, when did that happen?
Yeah, so it was in November of last year.
Okay, see,
I still, they tell me I still have the senator title, but
you got it? Okay.
I don't have as many of the pressures or privileges that I used to have. So I basically made that decision for a couple of reasons, the biggest of which was continuing to wrestle with, where would God have us leverage and maximize our influence. And for me, my true heart and passion is for leadership development.
Sure.
And so I've been doing that for probably 20 to 30 years. And you mentioned briefly, we had started a nonprofit years ago called the Sagamore Leadership Initiative.
Yes.
So that's focused primarily on next generation leaders, mostly high school, some college, and a little bit of junior high. And I actually, when I was a senator, had to talk to our board about stepping back from the executive director role because I just didn't have the bandwidth. So we've got some leaders that are taking kind of the reins of that, and I help out pretty regularly. But then the biggest thing that I do now, especially after having gotten out of the Senate, is I started a business about 4 or 5 years ago called JBC Leadership Strategies.
Your initials, right?
Yes, that's right. Thank you. And basically the goal of that is to come alongside leaders that are in the professional space, whether it's in the business government space where I've spent a lot of time, or the nonprofit space, ministry space, church space. So just trying to help leaders and empower them to get better
Wow.
at being their best. So we take a values-driven legacy focus on leadership and trying to help people go, hey, what kind of impact do I want to make? How do I want to get there? How do I want to help my people get there? And so
you're
that's what I
pouring
get
into
to do.
others who pour into other people.
Well, that's the idea, right? Is that whole empowerment piece. And I love it. I love it. I mean, I tell people, because people often ask, like, so what are you doing now? Or do you miss the Senate? It's like, exactly. I miss a lot of the people in the Senate.
Sure.
I was pleasantly surprised when I came in on the front end. I came in with kind of a jaundice eye, like we have, politicians are all a bunch of bums, When I get there, boy, we're going to clean it up.
Change it,
That's right. Then you get in there and you realize, man, there are some really sharp people,
really good people,
and across the political spectrum, left, right, and their heart is in the right place. It's to say, hey, I want to try to really help and serve my community. Nobody gets up every morning as a political leader and goes, let me figure out how to make life harder for people, right? The challenge becomes, as you're trying to pursue the right thing, okay, what's the right thing? And that's where you get all the debate. So once I, had that experience, I've come to really respect political leaders. I mean, every space we've got bad apples, but a majority of the political leaders, at least in our state, are doing a great job. And so I miss the people. But I don't miss a lot of the other stuff.
The other stuff that comes along with
That's right. So I get to get up every day and come alongside leaders and really help them get after it in whatever they're trying to pursue. And I love it.
I bet it gives you a little more flexibility in your schedule. See a little bit more of your family, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what I tell people. It's like, I'm as busy as I've ever been. But I do get to control my schedule more, and my meetings are a lot more fun.
Exactly right. Well, I don't think there's anything more important than having good, effective leadership in our community.
That's right.
And in Indianapolis, we're so fortunate to really have good leaders, and for a long, long time. And so I tell people all the time, Wheeler, next Tuesday will be Wheeler's 132nd
That's amazing.
birthday.
That's amazing.
We've seen it all, right? And through it all, we've had great leadership. I took over for Rick Alvis.
Yeah,
you probably knew
he
Rick
was there for a long
number
time.
Of years, 33 years.
That's amazing.
So he was zooming in last night from Dallas.
Oh, good.
And so just because you retired doesn't mean you go away, Rick.
That's right.
And so we've had good leadership here at Wheeler Mission.
Yeah.
And so my prayer each and every day, for the last 2.5, almost 3 years I've been here in the leadership position, is that I can just do what's best and honor God each and every day.
That's right.
This is a sacred responsibility.
It absolutely is, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. It's about people. I mean, it's been interesting, especially with some of the things that have happened recently, even with the death of Charlie Kirk. It's caused people to have to really wake up, young people and people of an older generation. And I've shared with audiences about the difference between what we call important things and then ultimate things. Right?
Oh, good distinction.
And the ultimate things are the things that Wheeler has been focused on for so long. Is, as they say in business, nobody on their deathbed says, man, I really wish I'd spent more time at the office. As important as that is. Because at the end of the day, it's about people. And I would say particularly it's important, the work that you're doing at Wheeler, because this is a kind of an invisible population, right? They're all on our street corners, but we pretend like they're not. And they're real people with real backstories, real challenges that frankly are not a lot different than the challenges we face, but maybe they've started at a starting point that's farther behind our starting point. So I think it's excellent what you're doing.
I get a daily report on all the stuff that's happening in the ministry, and last night we saw a little over 700 folks, men, women, and children.
That's amazing.
Last night. And it's not even cold yet, John. And when it gets cold, it can go 800-900, sometimes up to 1,000 a night. But it is all about relationships. One of the things that the Citygate Network was trying to do with Conversations on a Bench. My son asked me, he said, Dad, why a bench? And I said, son, a bench is pretty ordinary. But it can lead to some extraordinary conversations, some extraordinary relationships. And that's really what it's all about. And besides, our mentor, the guy we model ourselves after, the guy that we follow, and we want to be a follower of him and revel in the dust that comes from him as we follow him.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. He had conversations everywhere.
Exactly.
And very ordinary places. A well.
That's right.
The road.
That's right.
A hill. Lots of hills.
Yeah.
He seemed to like hills quite a bit, right? And so why not a bench? Why
That's
not
right.
a bench? And
That's
so,
right.
I don't know if you know this, but this bench is has a little story.
Oh, wow.
As hard and uncomfortable as it is, and I love you guys, but we have a part of our ministry. A lot of people don't know that Wheeler is more than just food, clothing, and shelter.
Yeah.
That's what we're known for. It's
Yeah.
called Emergency Shelter Services. For those experiencing homelessness. But a lot, what we also do are the things, programmatic things,
Yeah.
drug and alcohol addiction recovery programs,
Yeah.
short and long term,
Yeah.
job readiness training programs, mental health counseling, and we just do a multitude of things. One of the things we do is we have social enterprises. Part of our long-term drug and alcohol addiction recovery program
Right.
for the men, and a nearly 300-acre facility that was donated to us back in the late 1950s by the Hunt family.
Mhm.
It's called Camp Hunt,
Mhm.
and that is part of our work therapy for men who are trying to get off drugs or alcohol.
Yeah.
And so we put them pretty much for an intensive 9-month program, John,
Mhm.
almost in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Morgan Monroe State Park.
Yep.
And they live and they work and they study and they get closer to Jesus Christ. Now,
Yeah.
it's not for everybody. It's
No.
pretty intensive, 9 months, and
But it separates those that are serious about
It does.
really wanting to take
it
that
does.
next step. I'm
You
sure.
have to get them out of the city.
Yeah,
You have to get them
that's
out of the environment
Yeah.
in which they, got them to the place where
Sure.
they needed the help. But the story is the bench is made by the men in the program.
Oh, that's
They Camp
fantastic.
Hunt,
Yeah.
and so
Yeah.
we make pallets down there, custom pallets for all
Uh-huh.
kinds of businesses, and that we asked them to make a bench for us, and so
Yeah.
it's kind of special.
Yeah.
Even if it's not very forgiving,
No, that's all right.
That's a piece of wood,
Yeah.
right? But I told him, I said, next year, guys, put some hydraulic springs or something
Yeah.
in here.
Little lazy boy.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's a custom bench, right?
Yeah.
You can make it the way you want to
Yeah,
make it.
that's
So,
right.
no, but that's what we want to try to do here is have authentic, transparent conversations on
Yeah.
a bench.
Yeah.
Something ordinary that leads to extraordinary.
Well, exactly. And I think that's one of the biggest things when it comes to addressing all of these issues that you're talking about, Perry, where, it's that age old thing. You can teach a man to fish. You can give a man a fish, or you
Yep.
can teach him to fish. And it's the difference between a hand out
Yeah.
and a hand up,
Yeah.
right? It's the empowerment piece of saying, hey, you have dignity and worth. Yeah, you may have had a tough road. Yeah, you may have made some bad decisions. Who hasn't,
Yeah.
right? But you're not irredeemable.
Yeah.
And we want to come alongside you and help you figure things out.
Yeah.
Get your feet back under you. Give
Yeah.
you a hand up so that you can go be everything God wants you to be.
We say all the time, where you've been does not determine where you're going to go.
That's exactly right.
Unless you wanted to.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's
So
right.
it's
It's
a
about
choice.
choices.
It's a choice. It really is a choice.
That's true.
So, John, tell me a little bit, about how you got to the point where you are, right? And so you're a man of faith, strong
Yeah.
faith. You're known for that, right? Quite frankly. And it's one of the reasons we want to talk to you is, you ask a question, what are we seeing in terms of homelessness and the growing need? It just keeps going up and up and up.
Yeah.
And we don't have infinite resources.
Yeah,
We don't
that's
receive
right.
government funding.
Yeah.
We receive, our money from individuals and churches and,
Yeah.
foundations and other partners in the community, corporations. But the needs just continue to grow
Yeah,
and grow and
That's
grow.
right.
So what do you, in all your experience in the legislature and your work with individuals and organizations out here,
Yeah.
what could we do and what should we be doing and looking at to help us with this? It is really a crisis in our nation.
Yeah, that's right. And I think you're raising a very interesting challenge that isn't new. It's one that people have been wrestling with for a long time, and it isn't geared specifically to your population. It affects a variety of things, and that is, how do we solve these pressing issues within the different opportunities that government programs might provide, but
Yeah.
then nonprofits and charitable giving and philanthropy and all those other things. One of the things that it actually shaped my decision for getting out of the Senate was this kind of mental image. There's this concept that politics is downstream from culture,
Huh.
that it actually is more of a reflection of culture, which I would tend to actually agree. As much as we talk about being political leaders, we're more like political followers.
What's happening out
That's
here?
Right. What are people saying, and then we're
Senate.
gonna react accordingly. Not that we never proactively pursue things, but it's more of a reaction posture. Well, if politics is downstream from culture, then what is upstream? And upstream is what I call the war of worldviews, like the
what view?
The war of worldviews, right?
Okay.
Like there's a philosophical idea battle going on about how we should live. And of course, from a Christian perspective, we're trying to pursue the flourishing life for people.
Sure.
The way I describe it is trying to help people find and follow the good path to the truly good life, which comes right out of Jeremiah 6:16. And so it's the same for any of us. It's the same for folks that might be living on the street. It's the same for anybody who's living in suburban areas, rural areas, anywhere, socioeconomic, any of this, strata. And yet we have challenges. So then you go, what do? Well, part of that philosophical debate is, well, some people say, well, the government needs to come in and they need to solve this. And yes, the government has a particular role,
play, right?
But for far too long, that role has encroached in a variety of areas that I personally think were not originally designed for the government. But those in the private sector, those in the philanthropic space, the church, if we're going to be honest, has allowed that to happen.
Yeah.
Right? Because the government, I'm paying my taxes and we have this need. Well, let's create a government program. Yeah. Well, as Ronald Reagan often said, government is the only eternal entity out there, right? It's like it'll never go away.
Yeah.
As opposed to an emphasis on public-private partnerships, right? Where the government can play its role. But then you have other organizations, Wheeler and other ministries or churches are saying, hey, let's figure out how to work together to try to solve this problem. Yeah. And so, yes, we need public policy and legislation to try to set the boundaries for allowing people to flourish. But most of all, it's going to be that heart of generosity that is going to say, hey, I see this need. I feel compelled to meet this need. I feel, I would say, a spiritual catalyst for meeting this need because that's what God's called us to do, right? He says in Scripture, Jesus said, you always have the poor with you.
Yes, exactly right.
Right? So it's like,
my favorite scriptures.
You need to be able to have the eyes to see, the ears to hear, and the hands to act in those situations. Yeah. And so, Scripture says God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills, which means there are unlimited resources. The challenge always is, how do we get those unlimited resources downstream to meet the needs right there on the street? And of course, that's the tension you all are in right now.
People always ask me all the time, how can we solve homelessness? And I give them a blunt answer, but it's meant to be blunt and shake them out of their normal thinking about it. And I said, it can't be solved.
Yeah.
They go, why? And I said, it's biblical. The Bible says the poor will always be among us. And so what better representation of the poor and the widows and orphans than the individuals who are experiencing homelessness, right?
Yeah.
Now, that's not to say that we can't do things and to help individuals when they're going through this experience, making sure that they have the resources that they need to get back on their feet, making sure that they do it in the right way, that it's a total life transformation. Yeah. And we believe that total life transformation is only available through Jesus Christ.
That's right.
But, they come to us because it's more transactional.
Yeah.
They need food, clothing, and shelter. And by the time, if they stay with us, 3, 4, 6, 9, 12, 24 months later, John, it's more transformational.
Yeah.
It can start as transactional.
That's right.
But it's going to, if we do our job and if you stick with us, it's going to be transformational.
We get you into the door and you stick with us, you'll see the outcome.
You'll see transformation.
And I think that's the other key thing too, Perry. It's like, it's so easy for the rest of the population to get on with our life. And I've done the same thing.
Oh, yeah,
right?
we all have.
You're walking down the street and somebody's got their sign or whatever. And it's the hard part, and this is where it becomes self-indicting, is it's also easy for me to mentally go, well, they just need to work harder, or they need to pick themselves up they need to care, they need whatever. And maybe
I kind of get upset with those misconceptions a little
right?
bit,
like maybe there's a little bit of truth to that, but at the same time, I have no idea what their life circumstances.
Nope.
And I remember early in my career in the Senate, in our Hendricks County, which is what we call one of the donut counties around Indianapolis, the sheriff's department invited me to do a ride along.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, wow. Cool.
Yeah. So I did a half a tour
Wow.
just in Hendricks County. It wasn't down here in Indianapolis, but half a tour in Hendricks County. And for 6 hours, we're doing all the
And you
different
see
stuff.
for yourself.
And you have a much greater appreciation for the day in, day out that law enforcement does all night, all day to keep us safe.
Yeah.
Up until that point, I could have all these, assumptions and sometimes misconceptions about their world, right? Well, it's the same thing in politics.
Yeah.
People have all these assumptions and misconceptions about political leaders. And then you get on the inside. I tell people, it's like when it came to politics, I used to have all the answers. And then I got elected to office.
So you got into politics.
Like, holy cow, this is a lot different.
Yeah.
I think it's the same thing when it comes to any population. Teachers, right? Oh, teachers, or pastors. Well, how hard is that? They only have to work one day a week, And then you get in there and go, holy smokes, there is a lot more here. It's the same thing with this particular population, but we will never understand that if we continue to treat them as invisible people.
We can't treat them as others.
That's right.
They are our brothers and sisters.
That's
They're
exactly
neighbors.
right.
You know as well as I do that most Americans are only 3 or 4 paychecks away.
Yeah, exactly.
From not being able to pay their
We're all
bills
teetering on the
and
brink. We
meet
just
their needs.
wear a nice outfit and let people assume that we got it all together.
I mean, there's just no silver bullet answer to homelessness, and it's just not one thing. It's a combination of things. It's usually, John, a domino effect, a cascading of things until one day it all catches up with them.
That's right.
And they find themselves knocking on doors like Wheeler, asking for help. You know, and that's why we exist. That's what we do. We're there.
Yeah.
We welcome any and every one. Now, you can't bring guns and knives and things like that through our metal detectors and things like that. But that's who we are, and that's what we do.
Well, and it raises the veteran population. My mom and dad were both Vietnam veterans. They actually met in Vietnam. And so we're from a military family and just have a deep heart for veterans. I was blessed to serve on the Veterans Committee, in the Senate. And, a significant percentage of the veteran population ends up homeless for a variety of reasons. Some might be suffering from PTSD or addiction issues.
A lot
or
of
whatever.
mental challenges.
Yeah, just having to deal with the trauma of putting themselves in harm's way so that you and I can sit on a bench, right? And so, yes, we elevate, focus and appreciation for veterans in a variety of different ways, but I think sometimes we forget that a lot of them are struggling in ways that we can't imagine. And of course, you all see that, in the work that you do.
Somebody asked me to say in one word, how do I sum it all up? And I say, I'm hopeful.
There you go.
Hopeful,
There you go.
And you know what, John, we have a great community here in Indianapolis, and we all work well together. We all, have our camps that we go into, and the same thing in the nonprofit world, right?
Sure.
I'm learning that really quickly.
Yeah.
Right. Since I'm the first non-pastor that's been CEO of Wheeler in 132-year history, it's been pretty
You're
eye-opening.
making history. That's good.
It's been eye-opening for
That's
me.
good.
But I am so proud of Indianapolis.
Me too.
But it's starting to get cold. And people are going to need shelter, safe
That's
shelter. Indianapolis has a winter, something called winter contingency, December 1 through March 31, the coldest months of the year here in Indianapolis. And we make special arrangements, and we're already a low barrier shelter, the largest in the state, but then we lowered the barriers even more because it becomes a matter of life and death.
Yeah, that's right.
At that point,
That's right.
Right. And so, and that's what we do. But the community here, and I know you saw it in your work, in government, and your work in the private sector. There's nothing we can't do if we come together. With the right heart and the right attitude, an open mind, and an open heart.
Well, and I got to be honest. I'm a lifelong Hoosier. I actually grew up just north of Camp Hunt.
Did you really?
In Martinsville.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Okay.
down there. And I love Indiana.
Yeah.
When I got done with graduate school was the time when I really had the opportunity. You just kind of could go anywhere. You're not tethered.
Yeah.
I wasn't married at the time. It's like we could go anywhere. And I was like, yeah, but I love Indiana, right?
So you stayed right here.
Yeah, because There's so many great things happening. And to your point, a lot of really good people doing great work in our city, a lot of great leaders who are thoughtfully and strategically trying to address the common problems that every city has, and doing it together and saying, hey, we're not going to depend on something else. We're just going to roll up our sleeves, come with full hearts, and say, hey, how can we serve whatever the need is? And that's the other thing. I think too many times we see needs, and even if our heart goes out to it, what can I do? I don't have a ton of resources.
It seems overwhelming. It's just so complex.
But my dad, who's since passed away, he always had this one line, many hands make light work. And it was that idea of, but everybody can do a little something. And if more and more people do a little something, then it becomes a big something. And that's where you all can be the beneficiaries. You can be on the front lines doing what you do. That's always the challenge in a nonprofit space, is you're spending so much time just trying to generate the necessary funds to do the ministry.
That's hard.
That your best energy is almost just in survival mode in that respect. Instead of going, that's taken care of. Let's get after it so that we can really help the population we're trying to serve.
You summed it up really, really well. That's fantastic. So if I will end with this and I'll let you go because it's getting ready to be light. It's light out here now.
The light has come back.
You started in the darkness,
and you made it.
And now it's light.
You made it through the night. That's good.
I did. I've only got until 3:00 this afternoon, and then I'm going to get some sleep.
There you go.
But if you can leave us and leave the folks who are watching us on Facebook Live as well as YouTube, what can they do? What's some of your suggestions that they could just? And I know what mine's in donate and volunteer. But what do you think that some things that they can do?
I think there's a number of things. Obviously, prayer is super important because we can't do anything. We can't wake up in the morning without the power of God to kind of sustain us.
Why didn't I say that?
No, that's right. But James tells us every good and perfect gift comes from above. So every gift we have, everything, our intelligence, our bodies, our minds, everything's a gift from God. So prayer is something that anybody can do. It requires nothing except a little bit of effort. Beyond that, to your point, I think that if everybody said, hey, I'm going to give up one coffee this week, and maybe this week becomes next week as well, and the next week after that, and I'm going to put that money towards Wheeler Mission, and it's $5 to $10 a week, which we spend on coffee. And that's not a necessity. That's a luxury item, right? Something that we can do to make a little bit of a sacrifice, right? So that I think would be valuable in terms of being able to donate. Time, to your point, right? Time is the one asset that I can donate, and no matter how hard I work, I cannot recover that.
That's right.
As opposed to say money, I could go out and make more money, but time, what are ways that I can serve? I know when we have worked with young people, and we've brought them down and we've served the homeless, and it's just eye-opening to them, and all of a sudden you see their young hearts begin to open up, like, wow, like I can do this. I can serve a meal, or I can help with some clothing, or whatever it is I need to do. So being able to do that. And the last thing I would say is for those that are interested in the bigger picture, public policy issues, if you have veterans in your family, then pay attention to what's happening right near here in the state capitol, because there are significant issues that affect the veteran population. There are significant issues that affect those who are struggling with addictions, with family, trying to keep the family together, with housing and all these different things. There are upstream public policy issues that have downstream impact, and they need the voice of the people to speak into that. I've often told people that those who are closest to a situation have the best sense of what's happening. So they know what the problems are, and they probably have the better solution than we did as political leaders, because we aren't in the trenches on that, right?
Well, we have to give them the space.
That's right. So the goal is to say, hey, if we can get out of the way and we can open up a good line of communication, then hopefully we can make upstream public policy decisions that have even more impact downstream. And so that's something else that people can pay attention to if they're interested in that kind of macro view.
Wow, what great advice, John. That's fantastic. Thank you for sitting here
you bet.
Having a conversation on the bench with me. I really
pleasure.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
So great, folks. That was Senator or former Senator John Crane, and now a consultant, I guess you'd call yourself an entrepreneur, small business owner. helping people in the community, pouring and investing in them, and just some great advice from someone who has a very, very broad perspective, and we really have appreciated the time that he spent with us here, Conversations on the Bench.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a break, and we're going to come right back, and I got another guest coming right up, and I think he's walking up right now. I'll talk to you later, folks. You're going to give me the thumbs up? Are we done? Well, probably not. I'm probably talking.
That's all right.
That keeps it real. Thumbs up.
That keeps it real.
Oh, this is pretty unscripted, as you can see.
That's good. Everybody wants it behind this.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored. Husband and wives are getting back together. The kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail. And they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had. And you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. Anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with themselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
Back here with Conversations on a Bench, and I'm so privileged and honored to have our next guest. You know, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sun is, you know, the sun is broken, and I've been here all night, you know. But my next guest, he's nice and fresh and looking very clean, right? You know, Andrew Merkley. He's the director, you know, of the Office of Public Health and Safety here in Indianapolis, and he's done a fantastic job. And he's been with the city a little over 6 years. And so welcome, Andrew. I really appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Perry. I appreciate the opportunity.
No, thank you for being here. So Andrew is part of the work that we do. You know, we interact a lot with Andrew, you know, on the issues that are facing individuals experiencing homelessness. And so, Andrew, your job is a pretty big, massive job. And so tell us a little bit about what you do for the city, how long you've been doing it, and, you know, just kind of what it means to you to do the work that you do each and every day.
Sure. Well, the Office of Public Health and Safety was created by the mayor in 2015 when he took office, and with the goal of reducing violent crime in the city of Indianapolis by addressing root causes of crime. And homelessness, while it is not always a direct, you know, cause of crime, it is a social determinant of health, and we want to make sure that nobody is sleeping outside. That's my goal in this role. And I came from the Senate. I worked for the Senate for 7 sessions, and I received my master's in public health, and so I was ready to move on and do some more impactful work here at the local level. So I came to the city, and I started working almost immediately with your team during the pandemic, solving for social distancing for unsheltered neighbors, and it's been a really wild ride since then.
I'm sure. And really something else, I'm sure. And you lived right through it, right? Andrew?
Yeah. So, you know, sheltering folks in hotels, and then through winters, and now I'm in this role where I oversee all 5 of our divisions.
Well, we certainly thank you for what you're doing in the coordination and the role that the city's played in the leadership role, you know, in all those different areas. And so, you know, we couldn't do what we do without the public support of organizations like OPHS and so in the mayor's office. So tell me a little bit about Andrew Merkley, you know, who you are. How do you, you know, I got a little bit of your story, you know, I got the resume. You know, the whole point with Conversations on the Bench is to be unscripted, transparent, and honest. And so tell me a little bit tell our folks how you got to where you are today. And so where'd you grow up?
Sure.
You know, your family, and, you know, just kind of, you know, we don't do what we do for money.
Yeah.
You know, there's no money in what we do, either at the city or the nonprofit level. So tell me how you got there.
Sure. I'm from Southern Indiana, Newburgh, Indiana, to be exact. Yeah.
That's
so
Kentucky.
Almost Kentucky.
Indiana.
Yeah.
I'm from Kentucky, by the way.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So come from a working class family. Most of them are public servants, teachers, and have always had a interest in giving back and you know, creating positive environments for neighbors and for my community. Went to IU out of high school.
I'm sorry.
Intended to be a dentist. So
yeah,
I actually have a degree in biology and a degree in political science.
Okay.
And ended up at both Senator Donnelly's office and then at the State House in the Senate, working for a few years, like I said earlier. Knew I wanted to do something related to healthcare, to combine my public work with that healthcare work, and ended up getting my master's in public health. And so that's then led me to this role.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're able to use a lot of the book knowledge and experience there with on the ground, you know, work that you do each and every day.
Yeah.
Newburgh. Wow.
Yeah.
Siblings and, you know, parents. And
Yeah.
still alive.
Yeah. I've my parents are still living down in Newburgh. My brother is in Chicago, and both, you know, 3 of my grandparents are still living. They were teachers, and so they're in Jasper, Indiana, which is a little bit different. You know, very German. So I try to get back as often as I can. We have family lake house. But I did have my own experience. Not necessarily, I wouldn't call it homeless necessarily, but in college when I came out of the closet, had a difficult time with my family, and ended up having to bop around from friend's house to friend's house to figure out how I was going to make. Yeah, I was couch surfing. Yeah, all of my belongings were in my car.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah. So not a great relationship currently with some of my family, but that experience has kind of helped me
totally inform what you do, right?
Exactly.
And because you're informed, you have resources and information and knowledge and experience, it helps us all, not just Wheeler, but the entire service provider network here in Indianapolis. So tell me about some of the initiatives that the city is undertaking to help us in this war. And Andrew, it is a war. The pit count, the number of individuals experiencing homelessness and unhoused is going up each and every year, right? And the demand is just growing, almost to a level that is really straining the system, right? Straining all of our resources and the system. Now, you guys have pretty unique and innovative initiative called Streets to Home. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, Streets to Home is the city and the Coalition for Homelessness Intervention and Prevention's initiative, which has been done in other cities around the country to very successfully to end chronic homelessness. And so that's our real goal, right? We don't want anyone sleeping outside. And so the first phase of this is to provide direct housing from the street. And that is something that we've never been able to do here in the city of Indianapolis.
So basically straight from the street or in encampments and things like that into an apartment or a home.
That's right. So in this first phase, we're housing folks directly from those camps or from the street to a home, and then closing those areas to any future camping. And then, of course, we need to keep those individuals home in their homes long term. We need to make sure that they're connected to the right subsidies, getting jobs, all of those things that we all take for granted, but just making sure that they have the ability to do that. As we move into phase 2 of this here in about, I'd say 6, 7, 12 months, down the road.
It's flexible,
right? We'll be focused on addressing the shelters. So we'll be working directly with you all. We want to get folks who've been stuck in the shelter for a really long time out of the shelter directly into housing. And then, of course, that as we move into that next year, phase 2, it'll be keeping the folks that we house from the street, also continuing to house people from the street, but also addressing folks.
Housing is so key, right?
Yeah.
Affordable, safe housing is so key. It's just not enough of it, right? And the more that we can provide the access and resources, we're going to be better equipped, for us providing those wraparound services coupled with the housing, it's just going to really start from our perspective, really battle that whole systemic issue and, the chronic nature of it, right? And so, there's just so much more work to be done with that.
Well, and Perry, I don't know if you knew this, but we've already closed 2 camps and 30 individuals have been permanently housed, as well as dogs. So,
dogs too.
Yeah, we've been able to house dogs.
I had a little pup here earlier tonight.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
And we're on camp 3. So in about 15 days, we should have that camp fully closed. I understand it's upwards of 20 people at that camp as well. So we're really making some headway.
Now, one of the things that we're noticing, Andrew, is a growing trend, and we recently commissioned a study, internally. When a new CEO comes in, one of the things we like to do is say, okay, I'm going to do a strategic plan, and I'm going to see what we can do. So of course I did that, right? And we just had a consultant's report come through about some of our program effectiveness, and so one of the things that they noted and the trends that they noticed, it was both qualitative and quantitative study. Is the rise in fathers with children. So I don't know if you're seeing the trend as well. And so we just, there's a need there. There's a demand there, and there's really just such a lack of few, if any, resources that cater to fathers and kids. So I don't know if you're seeing that as well.
I can't say that I've seen that particular population directly increasing. We do know that there's an increase in the number of families who are experiencing homelessness. What I think is important to your point about there not being a lot of resources for that type of family, unit is that, when now that the city is more invested in winter contingency than we have in previous years, we're able to provide that outlet for fathers. So if there's a family that's experiencing homelessness with both parents, or if it's just the dad and there's no mom, we can actually provide that space for them during the winter. And as we look to the future and really a weather contingent model, if it's really hot outside, if there's an inclement weather like a tornado or a flood that might impact our families that are unsheltered, we're hopeful that we'll be able to provide that space.
So I was just, in our downtime this morning when there was nobody walking on the streets and it was dark out here. So what we did is, we are a national network of about 70 CEOs around the country who are sitting on the bench, this day, really recognizing World Homeless Day, bringing awareness and attention to some of the barriers and challenges to individuals who are facing homelessness. And my friend Tracy Gorman down at Evansville Rescue Mission, but we were talking about a little bit about their winter contingency down there, and I didn't really realize that they're on a temperature based as well.
Okay.
And theirs is 38 degrees.
Got it.
So I said, Tracy, I didn't even realize that, and so we're doing something up here, and we're supportive of that. But I didn't know that they were, so it's not an unusual thing, right? I think this is based off the Kansas City model, right?
That's right. Yeah. So this upcoming winter, and we'll have more information to share.
Don't spill the beans. Do not spill the beans.
But for single men, it will be temperature based. And we're going to work on that new model, pilot that new model this year. But I also,
that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it is, and I think we'll be able to provide more space for single men than we have in the past. The other way that the city is going to help address single father households, or different types of family units, is with the future housing.
The housing hub, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we hope to break ground this month on the housing hub.
For real?
For real.
No. He's on camera. For real, Andrew?
For real. Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Probably had to move mountains to get to that point.
It's there have been some challenges, as with all construction that's going on. We will hopefully be making that announcement very soon. So that will provide space for that'll provide space for 20 families of 4, and obviously space for larger families as well.
Fantastic. So as you in your work with OPHS, what's the vision? Where is it going? What are some you told me about all the unique things that you're doing, but everything starts from a grand vision, and so give us a little insight into what that is for you guys, and how can organizations like Wheeler come alongside the city and help make that vision a reality? Yeah.
Well, like I said, the mayor created the agency to address those root causes of crime. We have 5 divisions: food, access, homelessness and eviction prevention, behavioral health, reentry, and then our violence reduction.
You got those things memorized, man.
And my goal, we started about 10 years ago, and we then grew rapidly during the pandemic.
Okay.
And so my goal as the director of this agency is to make us sustainable into the future, no matter what administration comes in, that this agency is impactful, that we can demonstrate effectiveness and efficacy in the programs that we're offering. We've already demonstrated a 50% decrease in violent crime in the city of Indianapolis, which is better than the national average. And we're continuing to see a lot of investment in homelessness, in behavioral health, like the Assessment and Intervention Center and our clinician-led community response teams that are out with providing that crisis response. But what we haven't been able to do as well as maybe we'd hope is to demonstrate to the public the effectiveness of all these programs. And so that's my goal. And then,
so you just think, is it a communications issue or communications awareness? And one of the things that I found here at Wheeler, we're celebrating 132 years next Tuesday. October 13th will be 132 years. And so we have high brand awareness of what Wheeler's name, but low brand knowledge of what we do. Do you think some of the same thing is happening over here, and just have to get the knowledge out?
I certainly think that all of the above is part of the challenge, right? We need to be able to demonstrate through our data and through our messaging that we're impactful. We need to do a better job at communicating out all the positive work that OPHS is doing. And we're getting a lot better at that. We have a full communications team. We're we're fully staffed almost, and I think that's all been really important to move us toward this goal and this vision.
Yeah. And before I let you go, right? You get on with your busy day. You're going to go to work this morning.
I am.
Yeah. So busy Friday, I'm sure, for you. But I've been asking everybody who's been sitting here having a conversation with me, if you were king for a day and you had a magic wand and unlimited resources, particularly as it relates to homelessness, what would you do? What are one or two things that you would do if you just had unlimited resources and had a magic wand? And I'm all ears. And so, as the CEO of the largest shelter provider in the state of Indiana, I want to listen and I want to learn and I want to be better informed so that when I talk to the folks, my other executives on the third floor at the executive team table, so that we can be better informed, so that we can bring solutions of help, hope, and healing to everybody that we serve every single night. But if you're a king for a day, magic wand, unlimited resources, what do you think you would do?
Well, I think I would house everyone directly.
Every single person.
First thing, if you are unsheltered or experiencing housing instability, we want to make sure that you have a roof over your head. That's number one. And the reason I say that is that we've demonstrated with all of our partners that if you can house someone and provide them with wraparound services that they need to be successful,
wraparound services,
they will stay, and also to have all those wraparound services, right? And so you said unlimited resources. I think that demonstrates to our federal partners and to our state partners who maybe have a different view of homelessness and how to solve for it. That when you have compassion and that when you have empathy for people who are experiencing these really difficult times, and you can provide them with a house, how much that can change someone's life and make sure that they remain housed and can get that job and can go back to school and have a family, all the things that we all take for granted.
I mean, you're preaching to the choir, brother. We think housing is extremely important, plus the wraparound services, and just walking, we call it walking beside them, walking alongside them. And we really don't know how long the period of time that is, Andrew.
Right.
Is it 3 months, 9 months, 12 months, 18 months? But there's going to have to be a period of time. It has to be customized for each individual.
That's right.
Because each individual needs a different level of wraparound services and walking alongside them. And so that's our goal. That's really what if somebody asked me what my vision is for Wheeler, over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to be doing just that, right? Walking alongside them, not only in front end of homelessness, which we have been doing a good job, but also on the back end, with the housing piece and the wraparound services piece, and just adding another element, to what everybody else is doing here in the community. And so if there's one thing I heard from my fellow CEOs from around the country, is the lack of affordable housing.
That's right.
It doesn't really matter what city you're in, Fresno, we were talking to Fresno folks, I was talking to Evansville, I was talking to Dallas this morning. Same thing, Andrew, same thing.
Yeah.
So it's not an issue unique to Indianapolis.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you so much.
Thanks, Perry.
You got a busy day, I'm sure.
Yes.
You're going to walk to work, don't you?
No, I had to drive here. I was running.
Oh, did you? Okay. Okay. I thought you rode bikes all everywhere.
Oh no. Well, if I had a bike path near my house, I would.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Well, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
I
Thank
really
you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Perry.
Thanks so much.
Yep.
So, guys, that was Andrew Merkley. He's the director of OPHS here in the city, and we're just so fortunate to have somebody of Andrew's caliber and his experience, work with us and come alongside organizations like Wheeler to really combat the chronic issues that affect homelessness. And so I just really appreciate him and all the work his agency does. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a little break, and I'm going to welcome my next guest, and we're going to be right back here with more conversations on the bench. Okay.
I just hope people, when they hear my story or other people's story, they'll realize how important Wheeler is to the community, how important the people there.
Okay.
No.
That need like more help and services and stuff like that. As soon as this gets like out there in the world and everything for everybody here, I just want them to realize not just for the men, but for also the women and the girls, you know, and everything, that they don't have to feel alone. They got the staff here. They got God that will lead them in the right direction. I've been grateful for at least a roof over my head for the past when I first got here, because I got here in March. It was pretty still cold out. Um, I was grateful that they, gave me some food and a place to sleep at least, and a shelter, like a roof over my head, uh, allowing me to get a job and everything else like that, and having money coming in. And the staff members here are like cool. They like, I'm not gonna lie, they kind of like family too as well too. So since coming to Wheeler Mission, I've been like learning more ability with God, and be able to show Him who I really am, and going to work, spreading the gospel to work along the way when I go to work and everything. Spiritually, I'm working on that for sure, big time. When I got baptized, I told myself and I told God that whatever I do with my career, it's gonna be on you. Whatever I do with my rest of my life, if it's gonna be on you. If I get married or not get married, have kids or not, whatever you want me to do, I'll do. So, and that's what it's been so far. I could just feel when I first got here, I was like scared walking in the rain and everything, and I was like literally crying to God saying, I need help, like show me what steps to do." The next day, He showed me to go on your phone, apply for jobs, and that's what I did. So Wheeler Mission definitely helped me to one, helped me the ability to like show me how to care for myself and how to be on my feet. So this place really taught me how to be on my feet, learn how to serve others, show community, do more volunteer work, get out there and spread more news about Wheeler Mission. That's which I literally got another coworker actually coming here starting next week. So
My life was very tumultuous and chaotic. I am a mother of four, so we was in transition from one state to the next. Um, a lot of uncertainty and stagnancy in my life. And so it led me here to Indianapolis, which then led me here to Wheeler Mission. So here we are. One of my biggest struggles was not having a village. I didn't have a support system. I didn't have help. I didn't have resources. So it was just me by myself trying to figure things out, which became an overload. And so, yeah, it was very chaotic to say the least. I felt like I was supposed to be doing more out of life. I'm very hard on myself. I'm my own worst critic. And so I really felt as though I need to be giving more of myself, even though I gave everything I had. Before then, it was the point of I don't know how to ask for help. I do it myself and do it on my own. And it got to the point to where my cup was completely empty and I needed help. And I had to put my pride to the side and tell myself it's okay to need help. It's okay to ask for help. God has placed people in our path to help. We are meant to use each other. It's when we misuse one another is the problem. So I put that to the side and I sought help. And out of every place that I encountered, Wheeler Mission was just one that kind of resonated. It was like soon as I walked through the doors, it was like because I had an option at another shelter and then this shelter. And so I said I was going to check out both shelters to kind of get a feel. But as soon as I came here first, the second one wasn't even an option anymore. Like I didn't even go there. It was like just the love, the energy, just the way that they just pour into you here is what my soul needed. And so I love Wheeler Mission. I love it here. I was so alone. I was so distraught and so depressed. And that first day, it was like, well, come on in and have this. Do you need that? And it was like, wow, that's all I had to do was ask for help, and I got it. That's all it took. And it was like, man, I loved it. Walking these halls and see so many people so excited to see me and for them to be open to my outlook on these people. They don't know me, but they love to hear my advice. They love to hear me speak. They love to hear me pour into them. And it's like, that lets me know how dope of a person I am. That lets me know how good of a heart I have. And even on my worst day, Wheeler Mission reminds me how remarkable of a person that I am. And so I love it. I love it. Even the staff, up to the staff, it's like everybody here they keep reminding me of what I have to offer the world. I think that's what Wheeler Mission really has done. It has really shown me, like who I truly am. Even when no one is looking, it has shown me who I am. And I couldn't be more grateful for that, literally. Before coming to Wheeler Mission, I was completely lost. I was lost. I was in so much turmoil. Since being here, I am found. I am happy. I'm proud. I am excited for what the future holds. I am thankful to Wheeler Mission for being that resource that a lot of us women need, a lot of us mothers need. I am thankful for Wheeler Mission for being that place to come and being able to exhale, where life has me holding my breath and looking for what's next. Here, I'm safe. I know when I leave here, I'm leaving into another safe place of my own. They don't leave me with uncertainty. I'm thankful for Wheeler Mission for just being, for just opening their doors and having such a positive place for us to come.
Information. A good friend of mine who was a minister to a homeless man, Jeremy was his name. He actually came into the program and started working on my yard and became one of the best employees we had. Attitude wise, full of life, and just seeing this transformation from a man who was on the streets, going through the program and getting his life back was just amazing. And then I got to start sharing my story with these men that there's hope, that you can come out of addiction. You can put a life together. And you said it like, what I tell these guys is God created me and them to have a life. There's something for you out there. And it's waiting on you if you'll just surrender your life to Him and allow Him to work in your life. My life is different, but your life could be as good or better than mine ever could be too, right? So I'm sharing this story with these men. Seeing men being transformed, it just let me lean in and really be a part of the organization. So volunteer, just share my story with them. Just love seeing the transformation.
Yeah. You've put names to some of the stories. Is there one name in particular that is a story that impacted your life?
Yeah, I will say, I mentioned Jeremy is probably the one that's current right now. There's another named Patrick that I'm so proud of right now. I got the chance to, first off, is also in the homeless world. They had their annual dinner recently, and I got to take Patrick to it. And he was sitting at that table and just awe and amazement. And I just love seeing that in him. And I let him know, Keith, I said, you belong right here. And he couldn't believe it. At one time he was, being served by them. He was sitting at a table after annual dinner being served, right? And so there's something about that moment that I just love when I be able to look at him in the eyes and say, Patrick, you belong right here at this table.
So you were affected yourself at one point, something that you hid for a while because whether it's embarrassing or, but it impacted your life in a way that might not have happened if you hadn't gone through it, right? Sometimes what I find is that people have to come to their end before they find what really God has in store. And but as you worked in the corporate world, one of the things we're trying to do is bring awareness. What do you feel the sense of people, just a regular Joe out there, feels about somebody who's homeless or somebody who's addicted? What do you think the persona is of that on the road?
Yeah, I think one, in the corporate world, You know, I even it's invisible. And I came to the dinner for you guys that we celebrated 50 years, and I heard a couple people on stage mention when they finally came out here, their eyes were open. This invisibility of what's around you, and part of it is the corporate world. I'm not making excuses, but you get up and you're driven to produce results, and so your whole world, your whole focus is producing those results, whatever those may be. And so,
bottom line, it's going to be money.
Bottom line, it's going to be money.
Yeah.
Right. And so you're threatened to perform if you don't else, and so you just get into this grind. I was telling a good friend of mine that you're just in this grind of just surviving and doing what someone's asked you to do. In that drive, I still, I mean, I'll take you. I think about this. I had a corporate car, and I'm driving all over Huntsville and seeing nobody. I mean, I see homeless, but it's just invisible. So I think, you know, the challenge behind that is it is small kids, it's the corporate world, it's driven to produce money and pursue this American dream that I find as I get older is a bit of a fallacy. It's not really a dream, it's really a slavery.
Yeah.
I don't know if I answered your question on how, when people are in the grind of surviving in the corporate world, to see what's around them. But I know it's on my heart. I can tell you that I know it's the storytelling, that we can tell our stories more. It opens up people's eyes. I'm able to talk to my kids about it now. You know, they're in their 20s, and I love it. My daughter works downtown, and she talks about a homeless man that comes in there, and I listen to what she's saying. And so there's some uncertainty about it, but she's talking about it, and she knows his name. Only when she realizes it, she'll say his name. And I thought, wow, interesting that she sees it. And she's trying to get her head around it, how to engage it, how to care about it. But she knows his name. Yeah. And I know I'm rambling a little bit about your answer to your question. I think the original question is how in the corporate world do we slow down and see what's around us and engage it? Yeah. I don't have a good answer. But I know part of it is just fear. My wife feels fear around homelessness, and part of it is just the unknown part of it. Right? It's not I've seen her once she knows somebody's name. Fear goes away, care shows up.
I've been in the homeless arena for over 30 years, and I've had many folks come to me and talk about the downtrodden and in a negative sense, like, why don't they just go out and get a job there? Why are they homeless? What do they do? What why can't they just get off the drugs? And I think what you said in the beginning has a lot to do with it. They're able to look at it as a generic person. But you stated something I think is so true. When you put a name to something, it no longer can be a generic person. It can no longer be that invisible person, because Karen or Joe or Sue or whoever that you see now is a person. And one of the things that has been really tugging on my heart about this bench event is I want folks out there to know that homeless folks are real people. They are God's created person. And we should never look down. We don't know what circumstance they went through. For the grace of God, I could be on the other side of the wall and I could be there. So my passion and part of my work, and I've been doing this a long time, is to make sure that we're making people aware that drug addict or that homeless person or that person that's been an alcoholic for a long time, they have a family, and somebody said yesterday in one of my interviews that, hey, listen, that's a potential brother or sister in Christ. And if that's the case, I may be living the rest of my eternity with that person. And if I look down on them here, how is it that I'm going to look at them when I'm there? And because God sees us all as his creations, right? And he doesn't see a homeless guy, he sees his creation. He doesn't see a rich guy, he sees his creations, right? And so it's something that's real passionate for me because, at a young age, I experienced going down and seeing somebody at a rescue mission. I was a young guy and saw a guy that was from my high school, and I was like, how did this guy end up here? I'm still in high school and he's already here. And it changed my life forever. So when you put that it's a person, and I think I love that you said put their name to it, changed the whole dynamic of how we look at them.
Yeah. I even had a guy here, look, same thing, like the difference of serving somebody food, giving somebody a meal, is wonderful. But then he said it, you're serving and know their name. It's completely different. Right? It's a simple little adjustment of being seen. And I think if you've seen it, I've seen it. There's something about when we make that connection that helps that person, at least on the journey of transformation, to come out of being seen and recognized. To me, is one of the most powerful things that can really help these people in situations. I had somebody say, "But you know this? Like, there's days where they may go. These people out here may go by and no one even say hello to you. Good morning. Like, you're just not connected and seen and heard.
It's a shame.
Yeah. Yes.
So His Way is a great program.
Yes.
We love. We have a partnership with Tom. In fact, early on, we helped them get their first thrift store kind of going, even though it's competition for us, right? Because we have thrift stores too.
Yeah.
But my thing is, we serve a guy who owns cattle on 1,000 hills. If he can supply for us, he can supply for you as well. And so there's always Tom always plays in our golf tournament, and you guys supported us at our 50th. But I think that's a big thing when we're talking about helping those who are in need, is having a network where, yes, this Downtown Rescue Mission here in Huntsville is a very large organization, but we need the other 30 to 40 organizations that we work with to be a part of it too, right? Because we are not an end all to all things that happen here. So we need all those resources that are out there. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. This whole venture into leaving the corporate world and being a nonprofit, you just said it. What I see is a lot of people working really hard in what I call silos, where they're kind of in their lane, and big hearts, big efforts, really trying to do things in the midst of this connection and support each other. And even when you say it, like, I just kind of chuckle when you say competition with thrift stores. Like, I guess it is, but I don't see it that way.
Well, when you guys have sales on the same day, we do that.
I know what you mean,
Yeah,
but you just said it. We're in this game. This what business we're into is helping humans, and so if we support each other, we connect with each other. And I know from the corporate world, I've seen the ugliness of competition and trying to remove resources from other people. See them.
All right, everybody out there, we're live, 100%. All right, national feed, right? National feed again. Matt at the Fresno Rescue Mission has challenged us to a push-up contest. I have been embarrassed on camera many, many times. So Matt, I know you think that I am going to be just wallowing in this self-pity, but it's not happening, man. I don't care if I only do 10 push-ups, okay? I'm going to do my best, and we'll start. I would love Ryan at Miracle Hill Ministries. Matt, I think you need to challenge Ryan. He's so competitive. If he loses to you, his day is just not going to be the same. I think that'd be an excellent opportunity to challenge him to a push-up challenge. So I'm going to let Luca count us down, and we'll get started. Oh, no. No up and down. I'm just going to do as many as I can. And as fast as I can. Okay.
All right. Let me know when you guys are ready. All right. I got a timer coming for you. All right. Assume the position. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh my goodness. That's it. That's it. That's all I got. Oh, I got 2 more in me, Matt. Go, John! Oh. There you go. Woo! And yes, my shoulders are pretty bad from the amount of golf I've played in my life. No excuses. It's just I can't quite go all the way down. I'm not going to blame it on weight, okay? Matt, that was fun, man. Thanks for challenging us to that. And thank you for all you've done for this event as well. Shout out to headquarters and everything that Eugene, I'm throwing it. Okay. Thank you for all you are doing there at HQ, making this event so impactful throughout the United States. And again, October 10th, today, World Homeless Awareness Day. Thank you for tuning in. And man, I'm still out of breath. I'm passing this to Eugene.
You take a graduate who's doing well, you take a not even recently completed, they're getting in the last phases.
Yeah.
And you kind of combine them to be a buddy. It's not just a buddy on site, it's
Yeah.
also a buddy outside.
So, Joel, we are having an amazing conversation. I would love to continue this. No, hang on, wait. We have a national feed coming through.
Sure.
Would you mind staying around until after the national feed? And
No,
I
that'd be
don't want to
fine.
miss your wisdom. If you
Can
don't
I
mind,
go underneath the cover?
you can sit in the warm area. If we could just pause.
No, that's fine.
And
I love it.
we're
Thank you.
going to thank you, Joel, and we will be patching into our national feed coming up. Okay. Thank you. Well, hello again. It is my pleasure to introduce someone who has poured into the mission, a board member, a volunteer. I'm thinking of how many Christmases and Thanksgivings he's been here, but we're going to have a great conversation. Please welcome to the stage, Matt Lowen. And I think you're caffeinated as well. Welcome, welcome. So if you would, introduce yourself to our fine audience.
My name is Matt Lowen. I am a board member with the Eugene Mission in my part-time world, and in my full-time world, I'm the police sergeant at the Eugene Police Department.
Yeah, and so we've had some interesting experiences in the kitchen.
Yes,
when
we
you
have.
had been in full regalia.
I have.
Yeah.
I liked to go there in uniform because I think it softened the impression that people had of the police. unfortunately, and not in every instance, but in many instances, some guests have had negative interactions with the police. And my department chief is extremely supportive of the mission and was supportive of me going down and volunteering in my police uniform. So yeah, I served quite a number of meals
Well,
in
you know
uniform.
what I so appreciated is even guests that had negative experiences, it allowed us to have a conversation because like, who's here? Who's in trouble?
Philip,
and we're like,
Thompson,
this is Matt,
Philip Thompson.
and he's volunteering. It's like, wait a second, this changes the perception.
Hi guys,
And
we're back here
I
with
think it was
Conversations
so
on the Bench.
positive for
And
helping
so
that
I've got
person work
Philip
through
Thompson,
some of the
who is in our MRC program here, in the work program here at Second Chances program, rather, at the MRC. And he just walked up. You know, that's what this is all about, having space and time for authentic, honest conversations with people like Philip, who just walk up and want to talk and really tell their story. And hopefully it can be a story of inspiration and transformation. And so welcome. Thank you. Thank you for coming here and sitting on the bench with me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. And so, and I explained to Philip what we're doing and what we're trying to do here on a national basis, but also not only from a national perspective, but also here locally, what we're doing. And we're just trying to have as many authentic relationships and authentic conversations as possible. So, Philip, tell us a little bit about how you got here and kind of where I first met you, and you know, and what I said to you.
I've been coming in and out since 1999.
To Wheeler?
Wheeler.
Uh-huh.
I've been coming in and out Wheeler since 1999. Gene Green was the director back then, and it was called LWP program, Life with a Purpose. And then I was going through a divorce at the time, and that led to my addiction or whatever. And then I just been coming in and out the doors. Like I would go to other states or whatever, but I always would seem to come back to Indianapolis some type of way. I was just graduated to Hebron program at camp down in Bloomington. And then, like I was telling Mr. Hines, Willer's changed my life. It ain't just Willer, it's Jesus Christ. You got to put him before anything. That Jesus used Willer to help change my life. Yeah. And then before that, you know, my house had burned down.
Oh, wow.
And then that, you know, escalate, you know.
Yeah. Snowball. One thing led to another.
My house burned down. My father passed. My grandmother passed. I lost a child. My daughter passed. It was like Mr. Hines just said, it was a snowball effect. And then, you know, I was just feeling lost and whatever. But I always had it in the back of my mind, Willie.
Yeah.
It helped me, you know. Before I figured y'all could help me again, I did a Hebron program, graduated that. I did LWP a long time ago. I graduated that, but you know, Willis, you know, I've been clean for 18 months.
Okay, congratulations. Yeah,
so,
you're great.
No drinking, no smoking, no nothing. Just God. You know what I'm saying? I can just say it. God and Wheeler.
Okay. So tell us a little bit. You say you're going through the Second Chances program.
Yes, sir.
So what kinds of things do you do in the Second Chance program?
So I help out at the shelter for men over there on Market Street. I do housekeeping over there.
You okay?
So that, and you know, trash, mopping the floors, GSC. I do a lot over there, trying to give back. That's all. Hopefully one day, you know, I'll be one of your employees. That's my goal.
Okay, that's great. That's great. So, what has surprised you the most about the Second Chances program? I mean, or what surprised you the most of what God has been working in and through you, you know, in this journey that you've been on with Him?
He's never left me.
Okay.
What I would think that, you know, I would think he wasn't there. He's always been there. You know what I'm saying? Today's my. I didn't tell you. Today's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday!
And
okay,
then,
it's his birthday today.
Yeah, today's my birthday, and then I was telling the lady, it took me this long, 54 years, 55 years. I'm 55 today that the light came on. But I remember what my dad said. Sometimes it, how God used Abraham, how God used Moses, and so on and so on. They was up in age, so I never gave up. That's all I can say. I never gave up.
Well, that's great. So that was a surprise to you, right?
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about how you grew up and where you grew up, and you talked about some folks passing, and are you from Indianapolis?
No.
Okay.
I'm from Greenwood, Mississippi.
Oh, Mississippi.
It's
Okay.
It's a little bitty town.
Okay.
15,000, about like 15,000 people. My parents got a divorce. We do houses. I know you know about that.
Yeah.
We do our houses at camp. One of the things of the houses was, what's your earliest remembrance you have?
Yeah.
My earliest remembrance was my mom shooting my dad.
You remember that?
I can remember that. I was 4 years old.
Oh my goodness.
And then it was us, me and my sister, she's gone now. Us taking, they would leave their drinks on the table and take shots.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that started the addiction or whatever. And then so from Mississippi to Indianapolis, I graduated George Washington High School, and then I went to the service. I was out in San Diego, so I've been here and there, but I always would come back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Indianapolis is always kind of at home.
Yeah, it's home to me. My mother's here. My grandmother just passed, but my brothers and sisters, I have children here too. So yeah, grandchildren too.
Yeah. What kind of relationship we have with the kids and grandkids?
Oh, they proud of me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Where I was telling one of the guys in the program, I was saying that I can remember when I was in my addiction, I would say, I'm gonna spend time with you. I will spend time with you. But then, I call it that gorilla. That gorilla on my back would never let me do it. You know what I'm saying? So I was making empty promises to my children. It's not like that no more. It's unconditional love, if I could say that.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, they, Dad's in the picture, Dad's back, da-da-da-da-da. That was one of the things at the graduation. You know what I'm saying? My kids weren't there, but I talked to them that day I graduated.
Yeah.
And they was saying, the light, my son said it, the light that came on, or something's changed about you. So I'm glad, I love the fact that I'm back, with my children. It's only 4 of them.
So what is the one thing you're most excited about with this change and, transformation to you? What's the one thing
y'all helping me get a
about?
second, I ain't trying to cut you off. Y'all helping me with a second chance.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I always, it's about giving back. To me, it's all about giving back. Letting people know, your part of your testimony, your story, and then hopefully, that'll affect somebody, prick somebody's heart.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I was telling the lady, I was like, I used to be in the Nation of Islam. And the thing about it was I would always downplay Jesus Christ, God being in my life, but he's always been there. He changed my heart. And the change came when I went to camp.
Yeah.
I can remember what you said to me. You said, "Are we treating you well?"
Yeah, I did.
I didn't even know you from Adam.
I did.
But and the thing about it was, I said, "You look just like my dad."
You did.
I said, "You look." You said, "Well." You was talking about your age.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, you still look like my dad.
Yeah, because of the gray hair, right?
The gray
That's
hair,
right.
yeah. And when I just seen my dad 2 days ago,
Okay.
his church, they feed the homeless and stuff downtown. Okay. And then, the thing that I never heard my father say, I love you, growing up. He never said that. But he told me the other day he loved me.
Good for you. Good for you. That probably had to be a very special moment for you.
I cried.
Oh, really?
I really did. So I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying?
No, I appreciate you.
I appreciate you and your staff for all that you do. You know what I'm saying? Y'all didn't have to take me back. You know what I'm saying? I could have been like some of the guys out here on the street. I know a lot of guys out here on the street that don't want to give it up for whatever reason, but I just decided to give it up. Give it all to him.
Well, we're real proud of you. I mean, it takes 3 times. It's your 3rd time, right?
This is my 3rd time.
This is going to be your last time?
My last time.
Okay. It's going to stick and take this time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, so what's next for you? Finishing the program and hopefully getting employed by Wheeler?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, listen, I really appreciate it. It's been a good time.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for stopping by and
Yes, sir.
having conversations on the bench with me.
Yes,
okay?
sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks a lot.
I appreciate you too.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
And that was Philip having conversations on the bench with me here on a bright, beautiful, much warmer Friday morning here in downtown in Indianapolis. It's warmed up very nicely. So we're going to take a break now, and we're going to be right back.
All right.
Welcome. My name is Bethany LaRocco. At Wheeler Mission, we believe healing goes beyond just meeting immediate needs. It's about continuing the journey of hope and purpose through comprehensive supportive care. Let's take a look at how we walk alongside those in need on their healing journey. Healing is a lifelong process, and supportive care at its core. From the moment someone enters Wheeler Mission, we focus on their physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Supportive care continues that journey. Here's how supportive care helps those we serve. Emotional support. Our team provides a safe space to process trauma, rebuild confidence, and promote empowerment. Case management. Each individual is different. We offer personalized plans that ensure guests receive the resources that they need to continue self-sufficiency. Spiritual healing. Through prayer, Bible study, spiritual guidance, and connection with the local church, we walk alongside them as they continue their spiritual journey. Community. Being part of a supportive, understanding group that fosters connection, strength, and hope for the future. Through supportive care, individuals walk out the healing process that they began in their program journey and experience sustained healing. They regain their self-worth, build resilience, and take the necessary steps towards lifelong recovery. At Wheeler Mission, healing is more than recovery. It's about ongoing transformation. Thank you for being a part of this life-changing journey. Together, we bring healing and hope to those who need it most.
Hi guys, we're back, and it's a beautiful Friday morning here in downtown Indianapolis, and I'm going on, about 15, 16 hours here, but we've only got, coming into the home stretch now.
Every woman's journey is different, but at Wheeler Mission, hope begins with a safe place to heal, grow, and dream again. Our women's residential services provide more than just shelter. They offer stability, care, and a path forward, no matter what challenges you're facing. Many women first arrive through our emergency shelter, exhausted, uncertain, and ready for a new chapter. From there, we offer a bridge to something deeper, the opportunity for lasting transformation. For women unable to pursue traditional employment due to physical or mental health challenges, Our wellness program offers a place to stabilize and rebuild. Our work readiness program empowers women seeking employment and independence. Over 6 to 9 months, women gain job readiness training, financial literacy, and career support, all in a Christ-centered, trauma-informed community. For women overcoming addiction, Higher Ground offers a long-term, faith-based residential recovery program. With a focus on spiritual growth, accountability, and transformation, guests walk in grace toward lasting freedom. At Wheeler Mission, our goal is not to just meet short-term needs, but to walk with women through life transformation. Step by step, we help them rediscover identity, build confidence, and embrace a hopeful future. Because with the right support, a woman doesn't just survive, she thrives. Wheeler Mission. Help, hope, healing.
At Wheeler Mission Center for Women and Children in Indianapolis, we provide compassionate care and essential services to women and families in need. Our comprehensive programs include safe emergency shelter, nutritious meals, and access to essential hygiene facilities. We offer personalized case management to help you navigate challenges and work towards stability. Spiritual growth is nurtured through Bible studies and chapel services, which fosters a supportive community. Your health matters to us. That's why we connect with community providers to offer medical services. For families, we offer dedicated spaces and programs tailored to children's needs, ensuring a nurturing environment for all. Additional support includes access to clothing, showers, and a variety of other essential services. Wheeler Mission Center for Women and Children, where hope and support come together. Reach out today to learn more or to offer your support.
So the Wheeler Mission program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored, husband and wives are getting back together, the kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail. And they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had. And you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. Anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with themselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
It's not what I want. Now switch to you. They're not getting this. Can they at least hear it?
I see your face.
They can hear it at least.
Yeah,
So.
that's fine.
Well, wait till we get this thing. No, it's right here. It's just not seeing this.
I hear you guys.
You're good. Is that what we want? The sound technology? Yes. Okay. So it's seeing Black Magic. So that's what we're on. Black Magic. Let's try coming back to it. Somehow it's still got you on the audio. They're called Zoom. How is that coming in here? Is that coming? Oh, that's Black Magic. Okay.
Something that's dignified.
Yeah.
When you can work, and if there's individuals that are come out of homelessness or incarceration or addiction, having a job and working is sometimes just not a given. So it's great. What an amazing ability, for them to be able to do that.
As part of the program, they would do quiet time, they do Bible study, we have case counselors assigned to them, but they also work.
Yeah.
And they live and work on site for 9 months, and so we got them secluded. It's not for everybody, it's pretty intense. We have about a 50% dropout rate, but those who do stay with us, typically come out and they're employed by Wheeler in one of our programs. And so, which they would be, have a track to be case counselors and case managers and program managers, working with some of the men who are coming straight through our program again. And so about 40% of my 200 plus employees are graduates of our programs. And so we're pretty proud of that.
Oh my gosh, it's amazing. And I'll say kudos to the thrift store. My daughter and I, we love to thrift. And so we'll hit up Goodwills and thrift stores. But Wheeler Mission, the thrift store on 96th Street, is one of our favorites.
Okay.
I mean, it's a beautiful facility.
Yeah.
And then I've known Braden Pothier.
And Lauren, his wife.
And Lauren, oh yeah, awesome couple.
We did so much work together on discipleship walk together.
Yep.
Over the years.
Oh yeah. So Braden is it's always great to run into him as well.
Yeah. So listen, what I wanted to do was also just highlight a little bit about your ministry.
Sure.
And what you do, and you can tell the folks about Northview Outreach and kind of what are you doing, and how does it come to be that Rick Lashley is working with Northview Outreach?
Oh man, good question, Perry.
Okay.
Well, I'd say Northview Church, we believed to make Jesus known, and so we do that with groups, gatherings, and generosity.
Okay.
And so outreach and missions in Northview, we've got several campuses, several locations around Indiana, and for the most part, we will look to identify school partnerships,
Sure.
nonprofit partnerships, and what can we do to come alongside them and link arms. And I think we're better together. And so we've got a campus location in Lafayette, and so we've got some great partners up there with foster care, homelessness, food insecurity. And so it's really what we're trying to do is just trying to better each one of our locations in the community that they're located in.
How long have you been doing this work, Rick?
So I've attending Northview about 19 years
19?
and on staff for 9 years.
Okay. And always in this role at Northview, or have you moved around a bit?
No, when I first came on staff, I was like an urban missions coordinator.
Okay.
So partnered with organizations like Wheeler and Brookside Church on the East Side, Circle City Relief. So we've got about 10 organizations that we link arms with here in Indianapolis. And so for the past 2.5, 3 years, I've been the director, and so oversee outreach and missions around all of our locations. And then we've got 3 additional locations in prisons. And so, what we're trying to do with that as well, what does it look like to help with the reentry process?
Yeah.
Oftentimes these men and women are being released from prison and, maybe $50, maybe enough money for a night in one hotel.
Yeah.
And so what does it look like to come alongside them with assistance in housing, jobs, and just basic necessities. Several of the, especially guys we've helped out recently, we'll ask, what do you need? And a few of them have just been like, hey, I could use some underwear and some socks.
Yeah.
And so there's some.
Always need underwear and socks.
Right. But yeah, I say came on staff. For me personally, a little bit of my testimony is, I came to Christ later in life. Mm-hmm. And so I was in my mid 30s the first time that I read through the Bible.
Oh, wow.
And so I read through the Bible and at that point I kind of called it a holy discontent. I felt like God had, something more in store for my life than doing what I was doing at the time of raising homes. And so for a year, I searched for employment with nonprofits and churches. And so, a position came on the, at Northview. And so it's been incredibly rewarding. It's actually, the way I look at it, it's almost changed the course of my entire family's direction. I mean, my wife now works for one of our nonprofit partners. My son, he's a student at IU, and he's got a part-time job at the Boys and Girls Club. So, it's been a blessing. I never would have imagined 20 years ago that I'd be working for a church.
But isn't it kind of funny how the feeling wells up inside you until it's just you have to act on it. You have no choice but to act on it. It looks like you acted on it, and you're doing really good work in the community and for Northview as a church. And so, tell me some of your struggles and tell me some of your challenges that you have in the work that you do, and how can people, who are listening to us on Facebook Live as well as YouTube, how can they help?
Oh man, well, I think there's a lot of struggles. I'd say one of the probably bigger ones is right. I'd say volunteering. There's I look at things. I've been 9 years, so there's pre-COVID and there's post-COVID.
Yep.
Pre-COVID, we would have 15 plus organizations that we're sending volunteers to, and it just seemed like it was a lot easier to get volunteers. And then when COVID hit, especially with a decent amount of our retired volunteers, overnight, our entire volunteer pool is gone. And then I'd say another kind of interesting struggle is we have, whenever there's transition, and we had a senior pastor transition, and so we've had some people leave, but we've had just as many people start attending Northview. And so oftentimes what we're doing is, we're trying to get to just know new people at our church, and in that process, we're figuring out, all right, what are their gifts and talents that God has given them, and how can we put them into a serving volunteer opportunity that's going to just be the perfect fit. I remember one time I was recruiting for volunteers at Brookside Elementary, our partner school. And I had a woman respond and goes, I hate telling you this, but I actually don't love kids. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to get you, I'm not going to ask you to go volunteer in the school then. But I was like, hey, but what else are you interested in? I mean, there's a lot of amazing organizations in Indianapolis, Indiana, and I'm sure we can find a good fit for what you're gifted in.
Boy, I bet you've seen a lot through it. You work there at the Northview Outreach, and so who are some of the major organizations you partner with in the community? And and you've mentioned Wheeler before, but who else? And how can they do more? And come alongside you more.
Yeah, no, we're so blessed to have some incredible organizations that we get to partner with. So just here locally, it's Brookside Church, about
you said that,
Circle City Relief, Ascent 121, and up in Kokomo, we've got Kokomo Rescue Mission. Valley of Grace Addiction Recovery Program, Narrow Gate Horse Ranch, up in Lafayette, it's Lafayette Urban Ministry.
You cover a good part of the state.
We do, up in Anderson, Operation Love is a wonderful organization. In Hamilton County, Hands of Hope does foster care support. Good Samaritan Network. We just saw Nancy Chance, the executive director, just recently. She's just an amazing supporter for Hamilton County.
Great resource.
Oh, incredible resource. There was just in the past year, there was a guy that kind of came across our path that was living in our bridge in Noblesville. And one of the first calls I made was to Nancy. And I just was, Nancy, do you know this guy? And he, have you been helping him? Just trying to get a little background to see what's the best way that we could potentially help support that gentleman.
Were you able to help him?
We were able to help him. Actually, it was, we worked with the trustee's office up there, which they were a wonderful resource as well. But put him up in a hotel for a couple weeks, and then we actually got him enrolled in Brookside's program. And so,
great.
Especially with colder temperatures.
They're coming.
They're coming, and man, my heart goes out to men and women that are sleeping on the streets. And so, getting them out of the cold temps, especially, is really breaks my heart. And so, obviously, part of the reason I'm sitting here too is I'm just so grateful for organizations like Wheeler that can house so many men, women, and children, and just do it with a high level of dignity. And man, I'll tell you what, even the women's shelter you guys built here, gosh, was that 5-6 years ago? I mean,
about the time.
I mean, just a beautiful facility.
It doesn't look like a shelter at all.
Right. No, it's just where it stands on I think it's New York Street. It's just
New York and Michigan. So that we're very intentional with that building. But there's intentionality in everything from, in our family units, which house 4 or 5 people in each unit. We got over 30 of them over there. To each one of those units having its own temperature control, own thermostats, instead of having a block thermostats, recognizing the dignity of people have different needs. Some people are cold, some people are hot. So does it cost more money and it's more complicated from the HVAC system? Sure it is. But there's intentionality like that went into that building. And so they had already started the campaign before I even got here. And so they were well into the building phase when I got here. So that's great, Rick. Let's talk a little bit about, I think you've given us a little bit about your background and maybe it's off camera, but for me, it's really all about context where people are coming from, how they approach their work and what they do and the decisions that they make. And we've already talked about kind of where you are in the sibling, birth order and all those kind of things. But what have been some seminal moments that have led you, maybe it's one moment, a catalyst moment, a seminal moment, or maybe it's a combination of things, Rick, that have led you to this work that you're doing so much of in the community?
Yeah, no, I think, we had mentioned earlier.
Because we don't do it for the money. Nobody does anything like this, for the glory and the fame and the money.
No, they do not. But I'd tell you what, there's blessings, incredible blessings that are, you can't put a price on. I'll say you and I have, I think our paths first crossed with Northview's Discipleship Walk.
Yeah, probably did.
And the Discipleship Walk is a weekend retreat when Northview does them twice a year, 2 for men, 2 for women, and 1 for youth.
I don't know anymore. So.
Yeah, and so I went on mine in 2013.
Okay.
And for me, it was I guess twofold. One, it was a time to unplug.
Yeah.
You leave your phone in your room and you just you fellowship with other men. And that was, for that weekend too, it was a vulnerability from other men that they shared that at that point in stage of life, I don't think I actually ever heard other men maybe share failures of business, maybe have struggles in relationships. And so for me, that was an eye opener. I would say before the Discipleship Walk, I was largely just a closed off individual. I would keep my problems to myself, and I would just try to, put my head down, work hard, and pretend like nothing was going wrong. And, especially in the past 10 years, going back to work and be on team for Discipleship Walks, it's brotherhood that you can fellowship with other men. And frankly, I think there's just there's healing that can happen when you bring light to darkness. And you also come to realize that the things that you were struggling with, you were almost thinking that was just you.
Not alone.
And so
not alone.
You feel shame, you feel embarrassment, and when you spend this time with other men, you realize you're not alone, like you said, and then frankly you can pray about it, you can work through it together. And man, things are so much easier to go through as a community than they are alone. And so
just point of clarification for me, Rick.
Yeah.
So Northview Missions, tell me how that differs from the other missions work that Northview does. Is it a separate arm altogether, or is it now morphed into this?
Oh, all together.
Okay.
So we look at outreach missions as local and global.
Yeah.
So like next year we'll send, I think it's 25 or 26 global trips.
Okay.
Partner with Filter of Hope, Bright Hope, and a few other organizations. And so we'll probably send somewhere in the vicinity of 250 people around the world.
Wow.
And then locally, like I said, we partner with about 16 organizations. We love schools, so we're always looking for school partnerships.
Yeah.
And then vulnerable youth and food insecurity.
Right?
Largely elementary schools.
Okay.
Although we do partner with Crew and Young Life, and so those organizations I think are doing some wonderful work in middle schools and high schools. And then for me personally, I love elementary schools. Really just how can we, I call it encouraging the encouragers. So how can we
encouraging the encourager?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I look at teachers. I'm blown away by the work that teachers do.
Yeah.
Every day in, day out.
Yep.
And, oftentimes getting to school, obviously when it's dark outside, and spending just hours with children, and I'm really focused on literacies as well. My heart goes out to certain schools that have low literacy rates, and so what can we do as a church to provide volunteers, provide lunches for the staff, so it can be a boost for them. And so especially we've got some school functions coming up, and so that's what really excites me. Those are my best days, I think, when I'm able to spend time at the school, or if we're putting on events for schools.
Yeah. There's certainly schools and school teachers, they're a special breed,
Oh yeah.
So from a homelessness perspective, what have been have you been curious about something, or a burning question that you've always had, or and question I get quite often, Rick, is it seems as though homelessness is getting worse. It's getting more and more prevalent, or we seem as though that it seems to be so much more of an intractable intractable problem. So
Yeah.
sorry guys, I've been up so long, I'm flubbing words, but a hard problem to solve. And so is there one or two things about homelessness and individuals experiencing homelessness that you always want to ask or know?
Oh man.
I'm not saying I got the answers either, because we're not experts in everything.
Yeah, I think especially since COVID, I think I've been on this. I've just been really inquisitive of, like, are there certain trends or are there certain life experiences when these individuals were young that if we could maybe tackle those, is there, because I would hate to think in 20 years from now that the homeless problem is that much worse. And so I almost look at it like, all right, well, what is it maybe with kids now? Is there foster care? Is there a lack of education? Is something you've noticed with these men and women that if we started caring for younger people now, that maybe 20 years from now they're not experiencing homelessness or struggles?
See, what you got to do is just start with where they are, right?
Yeah.
And 60 to 65% of the people I see, the 750 or so on average that I see every night, they have some type of addiction, drug or alcohol, and some type of mental health challenge. Those two things, almost 70%, 7 out of 10, we see are experiencing that. So if you start from that premise, then you ask the question, what caused the alcoholism or drug addiction? And then why is this person having mental health challenges? And, is it just stress, or is it chemicals, or what is it? And so you start from where they are and you kind of trace it back. You can go back as far as, I'm sure, birth, right? But that's solely, Rick, to illustrate that it's a simple question in a lot of respects, kind of what causes it or trends that we're seeing. But it's a very complex answer,
right?
Because there's no one thing that, in my opinion, that I've seen causes it. And homelessness is not who people are; it's a condition. It's not homeless people; it's individuals who are experiencing homelessness. Homelessness is an experience. It's something you're going through. People can come in and out of homelessness 3 or 4 times in their life, depending on circumstances. Most people are 3 or 4 paychecks away from not being able to pay their bills, one big medical bill away, one nasty divorce away, one dysfunctional relationship, with a loved one. All those things, losing a job, all those things add up to an individual being on the streets.
Yeah.
And then Wheeler Mission's role is to come in and provide help, hope, and healing. The help comes in the form of food, clothing, and shelter. A lot of times it's transactional, Rick. What they do is they start out transactional, needing something. But if they stay in our programs, you can stay in our, long and short-term drug, alcohol addiction counseling programs, job readiness training programs, mental health counseling, just so many programs that we have. If you can stay with us 3, 6, 9, 12, 18 months. I heard someone today say they've been with our program for over 2 years.
Wow.
Moving around to the different programs. So sometimes moving physical locations, but definitely doing more, getting step by step, going through our programs, and so that at the end of the day, that they have gone through our programs, and not only the relationship is no longer transactional, but it's transformative. And we know that for us, being a faith-based organization that we are, we know the true life transformation can only occur through the life-saving grace and mercy of Jesus Christ, right?
Right.
And so, but they come to us for other reasons,
Yeah.
And it's our sacred duty and obligation to get to the root of it. Why did you show up at my door at 20 below at 3 o'clock in the morning? There's something there. We can give you a meal and give you a bed, and that's what we do. That's what we raise money for. But let's dig, after a period of time, our case counselors, and they're excellent case counselors, they'll start digging and working with you to see what it is you need and try to develop some kind of customized plan for you, and a plan to get you, from the help stage to the hope stage to hopefully the healing stage, which is really ultimately what we want to do.
Well, I think what I love about that too is I think sometimes people want a quick fix, or they want to, see
Shortcut.
you see somebody struggling,
shortcut.
and you're like, oh, he's, some short-term things. And the reality is, these providing meals, socks, underwear, whatever, your little things to build trust with the individual, and over time, it takes, sometimes it takes a long time to build that trust. Before somebody can maybe come to that point where they can have that honest conversation of why things. So I love the fact that you guys have so many programs that offer different lengths of recovery and transformation, because it does take time. The light bulb doesn't always come on like that. It takes some time.
And some people don't come to us, homeless, right? They may have been compelled to come here because a loved one said you have an addiction. And we want you to go straight into one of their addiction recovery programs, which is not a short-term fix at all. And we know there's a lot of short-term programs out there, 3 months, 6 months, or 1 month, 3 month programs. But what we have found is it takes a while. It takes at least 9 months of intensive work and therapy, and for the men, we get them away in a 300-acre facility near Bloomington, Indiana, for the women. So we're on the corner of New York and Michigan. So that's it does take time. It takes time and effort, right? Intentionality.
I don't like the 300-acre property. How many men are you able to house or stay at that property?
Okay. We've got a space for about 75 men.
Wow.
And we've got a gym down there, a chapel, got dining facilities and dorms, right? And then we have a work therapy program, which I told you about, that built this bench. That's a pallet shop, and gives them at least some employable skills when they come out of the 9 months. And so, anyway, I'm going to let you go. I'm getting a wrap-up sign, and got a minute here. What is one thing you want to leave our audience with about Northview Outreach?
Oh man, well, about before Northview Outreach, honestly, I just want to say thank you, Perry, for everything you do. I'm so grateful that Wheeler Mission has such a solid foundation and provides hope for so many men and women and families in our community. And I think our community would look so vastly different without you guys. And so I just want to say thank you for everything you guys do.
No, thank you. And one of my executive team members says, I don't have to go to work, I get to go to work. And so I feel the same way. And, it's an honor and privilege to help the men and women we serve every single night.
Yeah.
So,
well, and as far as Northview goes, I would just say everybody can do something. I think if you look at watch the news, you're going to see there's a lot of things that our world is struggling with. But I'd say anybody can do something. You can write an encouraging note. You can go serve. You can go volunteer. I think there's nothing better for if you're going to be the hands and feet of Jesus, to go serve others.
Be hopeful.
Be helpful
is my word for the year. Okay.
Well,
Rick,
Perry,
thank you so much. Good to reconnect with you.
I know. Yeah.
Good to see you again. And good luck in everything that you're doing there at Northview.
Thank you, Perry.
Okay, thanks a lot. And so, folks, that's another authentic, unscripted, transparent, and honest conversation here on the bench. Conversations on the bench. So we're going to take a break, and we're going to come right back with the next person who's going to set where Rick is sitting right now. And so, thanks for joining us. And I'm loving the sun. It's been dark and cold, but now it's warm and sunny. Thanks a lot. I'll see you in just a few minutes.
A life before I got to Wheeler Mission Camp Hunt. Oh boy, it was a mess. That's why I'm here, right? I'm 32 years old. I own my own business. I'm married. I have a 2-year-old daughter. I thought I had it all figured out, but the one thing I was missing was the Lord. And being here, it's a very humbling experience coming from my background, and I learned for the first time what it was to be grateful for something. And because the way I grew up, I was privileged, spoiled, as most would say. Really didn't even use drugs per se until my daughter, this is horrible to even say, but after she was born, she was probably about 6 months old. And that's when I started to actually use cocaine. And because I had everything I wanted. I had employees, I had a successful business, I had a beautiful wife, I had a daughter. But I was empty, I was broken inside, and I just felt lost. So that's what I started using, because I needed something to make me feel normal, feel happy, which is horrible to say, but that is the truth. And that's really the circumstances that led me to it. Because I seen it in the movies and stuff, and I'm like, well, they were doing it. Why can't I do? I mean, that looks cool. It looks fun, right, in a movie. But then, yeah, it just leads to absolute destruction. So I've been to secular rehabs where you pay a bunch of money and you get a bunch of BS. When you come here, you get to work, you read the Bible, and it's free. So you have no excuses when you come to this place. It's free. You learn work ethic. You learn chores. You learn how to responsibility from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. And that's what this place is. I mean, this place is like, I love this place. It's awesome. I love it. Since coming to Wheeler Mission, I am learning to become a Christian, a man of the Lord, a proud husband and father. For once, I can wake up in the morning and look in the mirror, and I'm actually like, I think I know who I finally am as a person. And I'm not trying to hide behind. I'm not, there's no face mask on or anything. Like, who you see is who you get, I notice I love people more for who they are. And like the smallest things, like there's some younger brothers here. It's what they call them in the program, like newer guys coming in. And I see some of these guys and my heart just melts for them. Where before the program, I'd probably be really critical of them and look at them and be like, well, I'm better than them. But the longer I'm here, the more my heart gets soft and open to them, where I want to help everybody. I want to help them and teach them stuff and really just being humility, just being humble and not being so prideful and arrogant and self-centered. Yeah, just loving people for who they are, even though you might not like some of the things they do, but just loving them because that's, they're God's creation too.
Look great to me. I get glass bubbles.
Okay, you ready? Great. Hi guys, we're back here with another conversation on the bench. It's called Conversations on the Bench, but although I'm in a chair, but I've got my two next guests. They're going to have a really authentic, honest, and transparent conversation with me. I've got Becky Ford. Yes, Ford, like it's spelled differently, but it's pronounced Ford. And Chris Glassburn. They are with a CrossFit club called MG4 CrossFit. And so they have been a long-time volunteer and participants in that fundraising event that we have here at Wheeler called Strength in Our Streets. And so they're more than just participants. They have really been good partners here with our ministry. And so Becky and Chris, welcome.
Thank
you for being here and coming here on the bench, right?
Yeah. On this sunny day.
It's too much sun?
Oh, no, I can't complain.
I tell you, I love the sun. After last night, it got pretty chilly last night.
I know, woke up to 40 degrees.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So
fall is here.
It was like 70 and 80 all week, right? Yeah. And then the one day that Perry decides to spend 24 hours on a bench, we get frost freeze warnings last night. So
you're welcome to the fall.
Yeah. Fall in Indiana.
Would you rather have the 90 degrees in October or 40 in October?
I want 90. I don't want
40. You want 90? I want the 40.
90.
I want the 40.
Do you? You want 40?
Oh, yeah.
You must like cool weather, right?
Oh, yeah. I like sweaters. And
Yeah. Well, anyway, thank you for coming and here and talking to us. I don't know how much you know about what we're doing. We're part of a national conversation. There's more than 70 or so CEOs like me from around the country. 3 here in Indiana, one, my friend Tracy down in Evansville Rescue Mission, and then Eric up in Warsaw Rescue Mission. But then, there's more than 70 others all around the country that we're convening, live streaming for 24 hours in recognition of something called World Homeless Day. Just trying to bring awareness and attention to the barriers and challenges that our neighbors, men and women and children who face the challenges of experiencing homelessness, right? But what I love about this is this allows us to be more of a local level. That's the national part, and we're part of this national thing that's happening. But when we have local people here on our bench for 24 hours, it just brings the local flair to it. And so we can really get down to the nitty gritty and talk about things that are affecting our community, right? And so, first of all, tell me a little bit about MG4 CrossFit, right? You guys belong to that club and you participate in our Strength in Our Streets. But probably before we get started with talking about MG4 CrossFit, what we're going to do is we're going to have Brian Crispin come in. He's our Chief Marketing and Communications Officer. And Brian, for years, has done Strength in Our Streets, and he's going to present you with something pretty special here. Okay. Where are you, Brian?
I'm right here.
There you go.
All right. On behalf of Wheeler Mission, we want to acknowledge M4G CrossFit as the champion of the 2025 Strength in Our Streets. And this is our yearly trophy. It's very heavy. I'm going to sit it right here.
Yeah.
And that's yours for a year. You've had it before.
Yeah.
First time you've won it.
Time.
So congratulations, guys. We appreciate your effort. You guys have been an amazing part of the event, and you're the reason why it's so successful. So well done. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I'm going to try to lift this. Oh, it is heavy and I'm low. So, I can't do it. I can't do it. No injuries, no injuries. So, tell me a little bit about MG CrossFit, MG4 CrossFit.
Yeah. Well, Chris and myself both work out there. My husband and I opened M4G CrossFit in December of 2018.
Okay.
It stands for Made
Before the pandemic.
Right
Oh,
before
my
the
goodness.
I know.
Oh, wow.
Timing, right?
Yeah.
It stands for Made for Greatness.
Oh.
And we believe that
How
everyone
cool.
was born for greatness. And so for us in our community, it's much more than a gym and a building. It really is community and people, which I feel like resonates a lot with
Yeah, it does.
Wheeler
It
Mission
does.
as well.
It does.
We've actually had people in our community who graduated through the addiction program, who come and do CrossFit. We have people in our community who have parents who've gone through Wheeler Missions
Oh, wow.
programs.
Really?
So there's a really tight connection with that neighborhood, and just we're serving not just our community members, but our neighbors. For us, our CrossFit gym, we do a workout every single day. Every day it's different.
Every day?
Every day it's different. I mean, you don't have to go every day. Some of us like to.
Sunday is the day for us.
Okay.
Sunday's the day.
Yeah,
Yes. If
There's something
rested, so
biblical
can we.
about that, right?
Yeah, something a little biblical there. But yeah, so we're all about inclusiveness and trying to make fitness and being healthy accessible to everybody. Because we know if you feel better and you're healthier, you're just going to be a better mom, a better dad, a better co-worker, all of those things. So it really is a lot more than, it's not about what you see in the mirror. It's how you feel and the person you become.
So you must be doing something right. You survived the pandemic. That couldn't have been very easy at all for a lot of business owners here in our community.
Fun fact, during the pandemic, it was our, 1.5, 2 year mark. And I also was pregnant with our first child.
Oh my.
So let's just say there was a lot of stress on what do you do? You have to close your business. We talk about innovation and just people coming together. We did Tuesday night coffee chats on Zoom to stay connected with people.
Oh, yeah.
We did a workout every day through an app and created YouTube video tutorials for people. So I can't say it enough. So much gratitude for those individuals.
They're stuck with you.
They stuck with us, and it's hard to work out in your garage, in your backyard. And so we're just so grateful because of that community and support.
Yeah.
We were able to survive
and
thrive.
I look at you now,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now-
2025, look at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything you want to add?
I joined M4G in 2020. So actually during the pandemic, they welcomed us with open arms. My husband and I have been CrossFitters for over a decade. That's actually how we met. And so when Tristan welcomed us with open arms, it was definitely a great gym, and the community, they thrive off support such as Wheeler Mission and such, and competition. And so raising not only ourselves up, but raising other people up is really what the main goal of CrossFit is the community. And so, we do Strength in Our Streets every year, and people joke that M4G is probably going to win every year. And I think it's because we are such a tight-knit community at that gym, and we welcome anyone and everyone there.
Okay. Fantastic. We really appreciate all the work and effort that goes into it, and so it's not just a fundraiser, right? For us, it's about connecting with the community in a way that's relevant and something that allows us to take those proceeds and then plow it back into investing in men, women, and children every night. You know, I get a report, as CEO, I get a report every night on what happens in the shelters. And, you know, last night we had a little over 720 men, women, and children. Last night, one night, you know, and so it's so much good that comes from faithful folks and faithful fundraisers like you guys. And so we don't look at it as a one shot deal. We look at it as a partnership, you know, and so I'm sure you know this, but whatever we can do to help you guys with your mission, because it sounds like you're more than a business. You're not a business, right? It's in your name, you know, M4G, right? And so that's the origin of how you started this. And I'm sure that's a big reason why you're thriving, right? And so, you know, what we're trying to do is, you know, I told you about the CEOs coming together and talking, you know, on the bench one day, you know, and hopefully highlighting, you know, World Homeless Day. What are some misconceptions that you hear out there? You know, there's probably misconceptions about CrossFitters, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's misconceptions about the folks we serve every night, individuals experiencing homelessness. So what are some misconceptions about CrossFitters first that we can dispel here, you know, kind of get over that hump, you know, and let people know that it's not that bad.
It's not. I can go first if you want.
Yeah, you can do the CrossFit.
Misconceptions.
Okay, two key things that I hear a lot. One is that I'm not fit enough or healthy enough to start CrossFit. And that to me, I'm like, oh, that breaks my heart, because the whole point of CrossFit is to join to become healthy and become fit. And so that's one thing. I think because CrossFit has so many different movements, and what you see on the TV or broadcast are oftentimes elite athletes.
Are they?
People get that misconception that, oh, I have to be so fit to even start
CrossFit,
to start CrossFit, which is not the case. What we have, I always say, we've got, I taught our beginners class for some time. We've got grandmas who are 76 plus years old doing it. We've got first time 13-year-olds learning how to just do movement well. So it's for people of all ages. And the only requirement is that you're just willing to try. And there's modifications for everything. So that's one major misconception that I hear.
Okay.
I'm not fit enough.
Not fit enough.
I need to get in shape to start CrossFit.
Yeah.
I think the other one just goes back to age. I think a lot of people think you have to be young to do CrossFit. That is not the case. Like I said, we have CrossFit. There's CrossFit Kids out there where you could be 5 to 17 doing it. We have grandparents doing it. I'll never forget teaching a beginner's class with a grandma named Donna. And one of those classes, I asked everyone, why did you decide to start CrossFit? And Donna said, my grandchild weighs 30 pounds, and my goal is to be able to pick up my grandchild.
Wow.
And so it really is about just how can you live your life better, whether it's you're able to get down on the ground and play with your grandchild and get back up, you're able to do that. Or for Donna, pick up her grandkid and not be out of breath. And so it's for all ages. You don't have to be young to do CrossFit. Yes, maybe when you go to Strengthen Our Streets, maybe you see it, some young folks out there, but anyone can do it. And the point of CrossFit is not competition. The point is health and well-being, so we can be our best selves for the people who we care the most about.
So that's two big misconceptions, right?
I would say those are the first two that come to my mind. I hear quite a bit.
I think one of the other ones is, I can't lift heavy. And I think that everybody needs to recognize that there's different
Do you
levels.
think guys say that misconception with guys or just girls?
It's with all.
Really?
Yeah, girls and guys. And there's the misconception that, you know, I can't lift this, I can't do that. And everything is what we call scalable, and everything is, we will find alternatives. We actually have like 4 or 5 pregnant women that are just like 8 months pregnant, still going hard at CrossFit.
Wow.
We have found different movements for them so that they can still show up. We can still rise them to be who their best selves, but we are able to scale everything in accordance. So if you have knee surgery, you had back surgery, there's always different movements that you can do, and you don't have to lift heavy. There's different avenues. It's just finding the best thing that works for you, and nobody's ever going to pass judgment on you. Everybody's going to be like, we are so happy that you showed up, that we could care less if you just showed up and you did like half the workout because today just wasn't your day, but like you showed up, and that's the best thing that you could have done. So I think the misconception sometimes is I'm not strong enough, and it's not that in the slightest.
Yeah.
I have an ailment, and that's not it either.
Wow, those are some pretty big misconceptions right there. And so in our line of work, what we do, probably, there's a lot of misconceptions. They equate homelessness with crime. Nothing could be further from the truth, and statistics show that individuals experiencing homelessness do not commit crimes anymore than the general population, statistically speaking. There's always going to be crime, don't get me wrong. But what happens is, from that misconception, individuals experiencing homelessness are just more visible, and when crime does occur, it's taken way out of proportion. And so that's one of the biggest misconceptions. Another misconception is, well, you did it to yourself. You probably just want money for drugs and alcohol. Does some of that occur? Of course it does. But I tell people quite often is, usually when you see someone who's asking for money or panhandling, they're not homeless. They're in it for other reasons. And at one time, my predecessor, a guy named Rick Alvis, actually sent a team of our directors, our shelter directors, out on the streets of Indianapolis to kind of do a little survey of our own, to see if they recognize the people who are asking for money on the streets of Indianapolis were people in our shelters. And since we're the largest shelter in town, and indeed in the state of Indiana, if those guys on the ground didn't recognize them in our shelters, they're probably not homeless, right?
Yeah.
If you're homeless, you're going to be somewhere where you can be housed.
Yeah.
And so they recognize very few of those folks. And so
one of my really good friends, may he rest in peace, his name is Jason Banoski, and he actually went through Wheeler Missions, Hebrew, I think it was called
Hebron. Down at our camp, we've got a 300-acre camp, close to Bloomington.
Yeah. So Jason went through that, and
that's a tough program.
It was very tough.
It's not easy.
And he came out, and he was a CrossFitter. That's how actually I met him.
Oh, wow.
But and he used to say, when I just needed drugs, I'd just go panhandle.
Yeah.
He said it was easy for me to get $80,000, or not $80,000.
Whoa.
$80?
Yeah, $80 to $800
a day.
A day.
Wow.
He said he would just panhandle, and he would essentially just go and use it for drugs.
Yeah.
But then when he went through Wheeler Mission, he went through that program, he came back out, and he recognized, like, I was really just panhandling to feed my addiction.
Yeah.
And then, he went through that program. He actually did a couple Strength in the Streets. He was
Did he? Okay.
Yeah, he's since deceased, but he's a really great human, or was a great human. And but yes, he used to tell me that it was like, most of the people that you see on the streets, the ones that are panhandling, are really just to feed the addiction.
Yeah.
So that is a misconception that I've always thought of. But it's, if you are showing up, like after this, I'm going to go volunteer at Outreach Inc., which is for the children.
Yeah, I've got Andrew Neal, the CEO. He's going to be on today, and just talking about homeless youth.
Yeah. And so, I think just the community showing up and helping Wheeler Mission, helping Outreach, helping Second Helpings, all of those showing up allows for us to recognize that, there are some difficulties with individuals begging for money, but then there's also people that are truly out on the streets. I actually have a question for you, though.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's what this is called, a conversation. Yeah. This is not me talking to you. I want to do more listening than I am talking. Number one, my voice is about to go after so many hours. Yeah. But, I want to listen to your questions. And, and if I don't have the answers, I'll tell you I don't have the answers.
I love that.
Right?
Honesty is key.
So what's your question?
So downtown is my backyard. I live off the street, actually.
Yeah.
And so we face, we see a lot of homelessness.
Exactly.
And such.
You see it, it's personal for you.
Yeah, it is. But that's okay. My question is Wheeler, or do you feel like any other programs in the next year find themselves collecting money or raising money to find more opportunities for mental health for these individuals? Because yes, they could be addicted to drugs, But, you know, if you don't start with, like, again, CrossFit, if you don't start with your mental health, or you don't start with healing yourself from within, you're never really going to heal yourself outside. So I'm wondering, you know, we give a lot of individuals shelter, food, but what about organizations that can help mental health?
I'm so glad you asked that question. It's a softball question for me, right? So Wheeler Mission has high brand awareness. After 132 years in this community, we have high brand awareness, but low brand knowledge. In other words, people think they know what we do, but they really don't have the knowledge of what we do.
Yeah.
Do we provide food, clothing, and shelter? Which, you know, our one of our mottos or taglines is help, hope, healing. Food, clothing, and shelter is help, right? That's more the transactional kind of thing. That is, you know, yes, we do provide that. You know, last year we provided 411,000 meals and, you know, 295,000 safe nights of shelter, right? We do that. But what they don't know is that the help part. We help people, you know, with long-term and short-term drug and alcohol addiction counseling programs, job readiness training programs, mental health counseling. 60 to 65% of the people I see every night. So almost 7 out of 10 people I see every night. And last night we saw about 700, a little more than 700 men, women, and children. You know, and it's not even cold yet. When it gets cold, I'm going to see upwards of 800, 900, almost 1,000 a night. So for us, for 60 to 65% of those folks have an addiction of some type, coupled with, you know, mental health challenge of some type. And so we only have one certified mental health counselor, you know, on staff, but we have such great partners that we refer out and work with, you know, in the community. You know, so your question is going forward, you know, next year or two, do we see us increasing resources? We're always looking for resources, you know, to help with the 1-2 punch, you know, an addiction and a mental health crisis or an illness of some type. But it's always something that's on our minds. You know, it's hard. It's really, really hard. And those people, you know, who are certified mental health counselors are just as good as gold.
They are
right?
gold.
Yeah, they are. And so, and it's hard to source good ones, you know, that nonprofits can afford. You know, and when you're not a Wishart, not Wishart, Eskenazi or IU Health, you know, it's just really difficult. You know, I had the CEO of Adult and Child Services, you know, yesterday, and they do a lot of that. And so we work with organizations like that to really, you know, after we've worked with them in case counseling and see that they need help beyond what we can provide, we work with them, give them, you know, resources and transportation and all the tools that they need to be successful. So we recognize it's an issue, and it's just finding the resources and really the talent, you know, to really help that part of this very, very complex
talent and patience.
Yes, exactly right. Yeah, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked that question.
Do the case managers follow through on a 3, 6, 9 month basis?
Oh, absolutely.
Or
They stay with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Annual?
Yeah. So, you know, I got about 2 minutes here. They tell me it's a hard stop. If you are
I
not.
have one more other question.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay. There is a misconception that Wheeler Mission is faith-based. This is going to be a more difficult question. And it's been brought to like people's, it's again, a misconception, but who are you welcoming in your doors? Is like the LGBTQ community allowed in there? Because
we welcome everybody.
Okay.
That's a total misconception.
It is
something I fight each and every day.
Yeah.
Right. So yes, we are faith-based. And we don't hide from that fact. We believe that, you know, our business, see every man, woman, and child we see every night equipped, keyword equipped, to be productive citizens, you know, and enjoy lasting success through Jesus Christ, right? So we don't turn anybody away. Now, you can't be packing knives and guns and stuff and
dangerous is a different story.
And get through my metal detectors, right?
Right.
But because of you know, how you identify, you know, we don't, we welcome each and every person. Now, and we have services and ways to work with every individual just like that. So no, that's a total misconception. And
cancel that misconception.
I mean, it's just a misconception of the community. And, you know, we are faith-based and we don't run from it, but we welcome everybody. And
I'm a firm believer in that.
Yeah, and we're low barrier, right? And you don't have, which means you don't have to do something. Go to mass or go to chapel or profess faith in Jesus Christ, even, right?
Yeah.
To get our services, right? So we welcome each and every one. So we're wrapping it up here. Becky and Chris, thank you so much. For all you do at our Strengthen Our Streets, but more importantly, for the people of character that you and your families are. You don't know what a blessing you are to us, not only at Wheeler, but to this entire community.
Well, thank you so much.
And thank you for living and working downtown.
Oh, yeah, I love it. This is my my backyard. So
yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you,
So
Perry.
that's another conversation on a bench with Becky and Chris, who are volunteers with us, and they do so much more than just volunteer. So we'll be right back after a national feed, and they're telling me I got a hard stop.
Good.
Great.
And he would always tell me about the first black Newcastle fireman, Mr. Young. So when he said that, I'm like, oh my goodness, our families hung out together.
He's awesome. I love him.
Right. Hey, everybody, welcome. It's great to be able to continue our national live stream, and great to be as we move into hour 19. So it is the countdown. And for those of you on the East Coast, you've been up a lot longer for us than us on the West Coast, but it's a real privilege to be able to welcome our Commissioner Merle Heatwall, who is the national commander of the Salvation Army in the United States. And Merle, good to have you as a live conversation as part of our Conversations on a Bench. We've had 70 ministries that have been going for the last 19 hours, and it's been kind of great here in Mission Control as we're at the Fresno Mission in Fresno, California, to kind of do live look-ins to what these conversations have been like. And they've been everything from having conversations with folks that have been through our programs or who are on the staff of our ministries to local officials and educators and other nonprofit leaders, and really appreciate your willingness, Merle, to just be a part of this conversation, knowing the partnership in ministry that we have and how significant that is. So thanks for being with us.
Well, thank you very much, Tom. It's a privilege to be a part of this, and I salute you and your team for all that you're doing through a 24-hour event like this. Is not easy to pull off. So congratulations on what has gone very well so far, and hopefully that it'll finish just as excellent as it's been to this point.
Yeah, hope so too. Well, know that you've been in your role for about the last 6 or 7 months, and we got to meet each other just really recently after you came into that position. And it'd be great, I think, for some of our folks in Citygate Network to hear a little bit about your background and how you kind of got into your position, and maybe a little bit about what you hope in serving in that role as you stepped in for Ken Hodder now.
Sure. Well, I was more or less born into the Salvation Army. My parents were Salvation Army officers, and my wife's parents were also Salvation Army officers. So we both grew up as being a part of the Salvation Army's ministry, primarily in the Midwest. I was born in Kansas, she was born in Nebraska. That our parents were always in the Midwest region of the country, and then since we've been Salvation Army officers, that we have served primarily in the Midwest, but then have had the opportunity to expand our vision over the last few years. That we started out as when we became Salvation Army officers ourselves, which was 41 years ago now, that we had the opportunity to serve in 3 different communities, one in Minnesota, one in Illinois, and one in Kansas, as our what we would term core officers, which would be the pastor of the local congregation and overseeing the Salvation Army's ministries in that particular community. So we had that ground level opportunity to really develop in that area. And then after that have served in multiple, what we call divisional headquarters, which would usually serve 1 to 2 states regions. And then also on our territorial headquarters in the Chicago area that oversees the 11 central states. Then we had one previous opportunity to be here at our national headquarters in Alexandria, Virginia, for a relatively short time before we were then appointed to be on the staff at our international headquarters in London, England. So we spent 5 years in London, England, and during that time we had the first years were focused on overseeing the work of the Salvation Army in North and South America and in the Caribbean. And then the last 2.5 years, I served as the International Secretary for Business Administration and really had opportunity to travel all around the world to see the Salvation Army's impact in many different places. The Salvation Army is currently serving in 134 countries, and I've had the privilege to actually visit 52 of those countries. So it was quite an opportunity to see what's happening all around the world from a Salvation Army ministry standpoint. And then the last 4.5 years before coming back to the United States, my wife and I served as the territorial leaders for our Latin American North Territory, which includes 10 separate Latin American countries, including Cuba and Dominican Republic in the Caribbean, everything from Guatemala south to Panama in Central America, and then Colombia and Venezuela in South America. So that, again, was a real eye-opening opportunity, and just to see how God is moving in those various countries as well.
Yeah, that's wonderful, and to really see, I think the broad base of experience that you bring from obviously the international side of that to certainly the headquarters in Britain to throughout the U.S. And I love that Latin America piece, and maybe we'll come back and touch around that as well. One of the things, Merle, that we connect around is really your adult rehabilitation centers, and knowing that that's a place where you often provide addiction recovery programs and different kinds of things like that. What are you seeing from the Salvation Army side with regard to addiction recovery and homelessness and mental health these days?
Well, one of the things that we have always been actively involved in is being a part of the whole continuum of care process, that we have certain isolated centers that actually do addiction services, where then once somebody has been through those types of services, we then have our adult rehabilitation centers, which give people not just dealing with substance abuse disorders, but also in many other situations, the opportunity just to get back on their feet, to have the kind of support that will give them opportunities for counseling, give them opportunities for work therapy, give them opportunities to really develop life skills that they may have lost along the way, and to reunite them with families and get them able to go back into society and find good working jobs. And we've just seen some real tremendous results from that. And one of the results that is always very encouraging is when you see a life transformed
Recording stopped.
I'm not sure.
Go ahead. You're good. Keep going. Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Yep.
One of the things that has been very gratifying to see always, and it's a real blessing, is when you see a man or a woman who's come through that adult rehabilitation program have reconnected with their faith, with their Christianity, and rededicated their lives to God and to serving others.
Recording in progress.
And one of the things that I thought would be interesting for those to see today is just a prime example of that. A man who had gone through our adult rehabilitation program, got his life back together to the point that he is now serving as a Salvation Army officer in the Kansas City area. And if we can roll the video, I think that you'll be impressed by the ministry that he's doing right now.
Great. Sounds like a great story. We'll roll the video right now.
We prep all week what we're going to do, and then Sunday happens and we just let the Holy Spirit take over.
Conventional church, you have a lot of structure. Dinner church, it is structured, but we come in, we fellowship, we sing the songs. We don't care what you look like. We don't care what you smell like. If people come in here homeless with their bags, and we go pick you up. We can come pick you up. We can pick up the women from the senior living facilities. We pick up people off the street. We're not making them feel that they have to be of a certain essence to be in the room.
The variety of people that come, they come as they are. They don't need to impress, whether, their hygiene's a little off or whatever, wherever they're at, we meet them and get to serve them a hot meal, share a message, prayer request, let them get some hygiene, food pantry. So it's a great thing to be a part of. It changes my life every Sunday.
Me and my friend were walking down the street and we seen Lieutenant Donald taking all this stuff in the building. We asked him, "What is that?" And he said, "I'm trying to set up a thing called dinner church for people around the neighborhood to gather together and talk about God." So we went inside. I've been going since day one. I haven't missed a Sunday. I love it. I love the worship that he gives. I love the songs. And when I leave there, I feel great. So I keep coming back.
My name is Lieutenant Donald Cooper, and I'm currently stationed in Kansas City at the Prospect Corps. Dinner church is a fresh expression of what the Holy Spirit can do during church. Hospitality has been our biggest hook in being here. The music is on, the coffee's hot, the food is good, the space is decorated beautifully, and all that so that it can be the hook, so that they can be introduced into a relationship with Jesus Christ.
I don't think I would go to a regular church. I would love to come to a place like this where nobody's judging. It feels like family. Come as you are. When you leave here, you leave not only full and spiritual full. He's welcoming you to the pantry if you need anything. If you need a clean shirt, come on over. He's loving, and it's like this was what he was made to do.
That first night we had 20 people. We gave hygiene, we gave food, we sat around the tables. I told my story about how I was lost in the streets and how I was an addict for 10 years in and out of the prison systems, incarcerated, but look what God has done in my life. Because attendees were heavily people that were from that community of unhoused and addicts, it really hit home for them.
I didn't feel like I had a place I truly belong until I started going to dinner church, because I had a lot of things going on. And when I talk to Lieutenant, it builds my strength back up, because sometimes I question, which I shouldn't. And I don't think I will make it without being able to talk to him or our dinner church, for real, because they are my family. So it's helped me a lot.
To hear prayer requests at the end of the night, people begging, "Lord, please deliver me from my addictions." Crying out to God about getting out of relationships that are physically abusive. Crying out for cures for diseases and violence, people who have lost their sons and daughters to the gun violence in this community. To hear people who were unwelcome in Sunday morning church, who accidentally found church on a Sunday night, crying out to God again. I can't put words to it. To remember the place that God found me. And then to be a part of someone's journey where God finds them. I cry a lot. On the way to work, I cry. When I go home, I cry because I'm so thankful that one, God did not hold my past against me. But two, that He has used everything that I've ever been through to move people out of their circumstances. And sometimes I still don't believe it. It's more than I could have ever hoped, dreamed, or imagined God's plan for me. And then to be able to witness God doing the same thing over and over again, I know that I'm experiencing revival. I know that in hearts, not in a building, not in a program. We experience revival in hearts, sitting around dinner church tables.
Thanks so much for sharing that that video, Merle. That was a touching story, a great story of transformation, and an incredibly innovative ministry idea around dinner church. And just love being able to create spaces like that that are able to embrace community for people who might not otherwise get it. And I think that that's certainly part of what the Salvation Army is about, and certainly one of the things that we try to do at Citygate Network as well. And when I was talking with some of the leaders at the U.S. Interagency Center around homelessness, they talked about between the Salvation Army and Citygate Network, we really have about 70% of all of the shelter beds in the United States. And I look at our relationship and connection in that way around how we live out our faith. Also, that we both have connected roots coming out of England with the booths with the Salvation Army, and as we look at the multiple connections and how we're trying to do what we do, and now we've actually had a memorandum, an official memorandum of understanding where we're working together. What might be your hope in being able to partner into the future as we journey together, Merle?
Well, I think my hope is always that between the two organizations that we can have the kind of impact that we saw in the life of Lieutenant Donald Cooper. I mean, if you saw those before and after pictures, you know that that is not just an isolated event, but it's through our work that our volunteers, our staff people do on a daily basis that lives are being transformed. And I think anything that we can do to work together to make sure that the needs are being met in all of the communities where we serve. Obviously, that no one organization can do everything. And so it's so much better when we can collaborate and work together to accomplish what God wants to accomplish through our ministries. And if that's finding ways to collaborate on different projects that will benefit those that we serve, finding ways that we can support each other through prayer and just in sharing some of the struggles that naturally arise as a part of that. And then one of the things that I think that has been a real opportunity for both our organizations as well as the Teen Adult Challenge is the study that we're working on to try to provide some, I guess, scientific evidence of the impact that we're making on people's lives and how much more effective it is when it's based on a relationship with Jesus Christ and has that faith component to it. That I think if we can share that message with the world, that they can also help to understand how important it is to support ministries such as ours.
Absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing what some of the results bring and yield from the questions that are asked that we kind of invite people to participate in moving forward. And I do believe that we're going to find both faith-based and evidence-based data to support the process and the ways that we invite people into recovery, and through the power of the Holy Spirit being able to overcome addictions and see that happen. But want to officially welcome you into your role, Merle, and I look forward to greater and greater friendship together, both on a personal level, but certainly between the Salvation Army and City Gate Network, knowing that really how we live out our faith, how we share the love of Christ in tangible and relevant ways really is salt and light in our hurting world. And so thanks for taking the time for this conversation on this bench, and for being a partner in ministry as we live out our faith faithfully for God's glory. Blessings, Merle. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and God bless you and your ministry as well. And I look forward to us continuing to work together into the future.
All right. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm explaining what we're doing a little bit, and I'm just gonna. Hey, you've got. Okay. Has a question, right? Yeah. Hi, guys. We're back here with Conversations on a Bench, and so I've got a very, very special treat right now. This is my family. This is my oldest son, Harrison, and his wife, Michelle, and my two grandkids, baby girl, Abigail, she's 3, and Isaac, he's 6. So they're here with me having Conversations on the Bench, and I couldn't be more happy. So, as you can see, Abigail, 3, she's a pistol, right? She is absolutely a pistol, and they're on their way to the Children's Museum, but they have some questions for me. They knew Grandpa was sitting on a bench for 24 hours. And so who has some questions for Grandpa? Okay, Isaac.
Why are you sitting on the bench for so long?
Why am I sitting on the bench for so long?
Yeah.
What we're doing is we're trying to raise awareness about the challenges that individuals who are experiencing homelessness face. You know what homelessness is, right? Yes, sir. Yeah, exactly. So homelessness is when someone doesn't have a safe place to sleep for the evening because they're called unhoused or unsheltered. So that's why I'm doing it, to raise awareness. And my organization is called Wheeler Mission. Yeah, you can try this too, right? I'm not sure what they're hearing in here, but you can try it too. You have another question, Isaac? Abigail, do you have a question?
You try.
Isaac, you got a question?
Isaac.
Yeah. I tell you what, let me ask Daddy.
Why does fake Lego? Why does Duplo connect with real Lego?
Let me see. Why can't Duplo connect with real Lego?
No, Duplos can connect with real Lego, but why?
Duplos can, but why? Okay, I got it. So, Grandpa doesn't really know. I'm not real sure, but what I can do is I can Google it and find out an answer for you.
Yeah.
And it'll be a little while after we get home. I'll find out that question. Okay.
Dad, one of the things that I wanted to follow up on your last comment is Isaac's question is really a question about what is it that you're here to truly advocate for. One of the things we talk about at home is gratitude and thanking God for what we have, because lots of folks don't have exactly the same, and we should be using our resources to be able to help care for those that may not have, especially those that are unhoused. As a doctor, I see a lot of patients, and as Michelle as well, as a pediatrician, we see a lot of patients and families who don't have housing, and it impacts their ability to receive care. I take care of veterans in my practice. And veterans are particularly in need of housing in many areas of the country. And so it's always been a great encouragement to me to hear about all the work that Wheeler does, because it's directly improving the lives and health of the people that I care for.
So you can see why I love my family so much. And, they're asking all the right questions. And I'm so proud of my son and my daughter-in-law. They're really instilling those timeless values that are Christ-centered values into my grandkids, and it just makes my world a lot easier and a lot better. But yeah, Harrison, you're right. And Isaac, I thank you for that question. And I'm sorry I didn't answer it exactly right, but what I'll try to do is answer it. Your question is, why am I sitting on a bench for so long? It is about gratitude. It's about understanding individuals who don't have a place to sleep for the evening, and being grateful for all that God has provided to us, through mommy and daddy and through all your friends there. In Washington, D.C., and at Ludlow Taylor, your school, and even your neighborhood, and so we're always very grateful for those kinds of things. And so, what I'm grateful for? I'm grateful for you, and I'm grateful for Abigail, my baby girl over there. I'm grateful for all the blessings that God has given us. And so I love you so much, and I'm so happy that you came to sit with me and have a conversation on the bench. And thank you, Daddy, and Michelle.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Thank you so much. It's been fun. And when I get home, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna sleep. And so I am so tired. But it's for a good cause, and it's bringing awareness. Yeah.
Did you actually stay awake for the entire night?
I snuck in one little cat nap, 30 minutes up in my office on the third floor right up there, where that window is. I was so tired. And it was so cold outside. So, and my crew is telling me to wrap it up. I got like 2 more minutes, and then I'm going to get to my next guest. But what's next on the agenda for you guys? What are you guys going to be doing the rest of the day? Abigail, what are you going to be doing for the rest of the day? Where are you going?
Going.
Where? Children's Museum?
Children's Museum.
Okay, you're going to Children's Museum.
Thank you, Grandpa. You gave up 24 hours with your grandkids in town for this because it's really important.
It is.
And so we're grateful that you are leading by example for these kids.
I'm only doing what God has compelled me to do, and, and this is it's a blessing to get to do this. Okay. Great.
All right.
And so that's conversations
Bye, Grandpa.
on a bench with my family from Washington, D.C. And we're going to take a break, and I'm going to come back with a good friend of mine, Jenny Kane.
At Wheeler Mission, we believe that true healing takes time, support, and stability. That's why our supportive housing approach is a vital part of the recovery journey. Let's explore how this safe space helps individuals rebuild their lives. Wheeler's housing programs are more than just a place to stay, they are a place to heal. When someone chooses this option, they're offered the opportunity to pursue stability, tackle challenges, and achieve long-term goals. Here's how Wheeler Housing opens the door to healing. Structured shared living. An affordable and supportive environment where residents can focus on their sustained recovery with like-minded individuals. Personalized support. Staff create a plan with each individual to address their unique challenges and work toward their goals. Financial coaching. We offer support for ongoing financial health to help them continue to build the foundations for a sustainable financial future. Emotional and spiritual healing. Residents have access to counseling and spiritual support, allowing them to heal from past trauma and rebuild their sense of self-worth. Through supportive housing, individuals find more than just a place to live. They find hope, community, and a path forward. At Wheeler Mission, we're committed to providing a space for healing, growth, and transformation. Thank you for supporting this life-changing opportunity. Together, we're helping individuals rebuild their lives and create a brighter future.
Okay, great. So welcome back to more Conversations on a Bench. And I've got my good and dear friend, Jenny Kane here. She's agreed to spend a few moments with me on the bench here on a beautiful, sunny Friday morning in central Indiana.
Absolutely.
You can't ask for a better October day than
Happy
this.
fall.
Yeah,
That's
happy fall. And so Jenny used to be on our board of directors. She led on the board of directors here at Wheeler Mission for many years. And Jenny, I'm not even going to try to talk about all your accolades and things you've done in the community. So I'll just let you do that, and then we'll get right into some questions. And and I'm here to listen as much as I am here to talk.
This is so wonderful you're doing this, Perry. Yeah. So my background has been in government, local government, as well as federal.
Yes.
So in government, you cannot solve the problems of homelessness. What government can do is throw money at things, and it's really through Christ and the changing of hearts and transformation that we can reach people in their deepest needs. Yeah. So I love what Wheeler does, and I loved when I was asked to be on the board. When I was on city county council, and what a blessing I received all those years, really learning and seeing how an effective board works too. So,
well, just a little bit about what we're doing. So what we're doing is spending 24-hour live stream as part of the City Gate Network, a network of 320 or so rescue missions from around the country. And so about 70 CEOs, in different cities like Indianapolis are participating. What we're doing is we're recognizing World Homeless Day.
Okay.
World Homeless Day, they've been recognizing, everybody has a day now, right?
Right.
And so World Homeless Day was started about 7 or 8 years ago. And we want to bring awareness and attention to the challenges and barriers and issues facing individuals who are experiencing homelessness, right?
Yes.
But what I love about this conversation on the bench, and this bench is very special. It's got a story. Remind me to tell you this story.
Okay, yes.
In a little bit.
Okay.
But the conversations on the bench on the local level with my counterparts in Fresno and Denver and Dallas and Atlanta and Evansville. We're all sitting on a bench. We're bringing attention to the local issues.
Yes.
Here in our communities, because everybody's community is different, right?
Right.
And believe it or not, in the early morning hours, when I didn't have people like Jenny Kane, I didn't have passers-by coming up and down the street. The CEOs connected. We kept each other up. And talking about what they're seeing, with the people they're talking to.
Okay.
And is there any commonalities? And so that's what we're trying to do. And I thank you so much for participating.
Thanks
It's
for
been a
doing
blast.
this.
It's going to be a blast. But I'm sure you got some questions of me. And somebody like the issues well of homelessness, particularly since you have been on our board of directors. And so, I know you submitted a question to us, and so you don't have to stick to that question, but what can I answer for you?
Does it seem that you're seeing a rise in homelessness, or is it just we're more educated? I mean, it seems there are more people you see on the streets. Is it?
Yeah, without question.
Okay.
Homelessness is on the march. It's on the rise. Last year, they do a PIT count, point in time count,
Okay.
to the homeless census.
Okay.
This year was January 22nd. And there's one day across the nation where they go and they count, do a census of all the individuals who are in house for that particular night. In Indianapolis, is January 22nd. And this year, the PIT count was 1,815. 1,815
in Indianapolis.
In Indianapolis.
Wow.
And 1,815 brothers and sisters and children were unhoused or didn't have shelter for that particular night.
Okay.
And we know that's an undercount. It's an undercount because, Jenny, we know that if you're in a camp or in a tent under a tree somewhere in a park, and you don't want to be counted, they're not going to find you to count you, right?
Right.
So we estimate, it's an undercount by at least 10 to 15%.
In brutal winter time.
It's January 22nd.
Yes.
In Indianapolis.
Okay.
So, but that's a 7% increase from the year before.
Okay.
And the year before, the number was 1,701. And that was a 5% increase from the year before. So we've seen 5% increase last year, this year, 2 years ago, last year we saw a 7% increase. And that follows pretty much a national trend.
Okay.
So yes, it is on the march. It is increasing. It's not a figment of your imagination.
What is the process? Somebody's homeless. What can Wheeler do? What is the process? Walk us through. If they're willing, they have to be willing for it to be helped,
we can't
right?
make them, come into the shelters, right? There are various organizations that do actual street outreach.
Okay.
So Wheeler, we find that that's really not our niche.
Okay.
We run shelters for the last, next week we'll be 132 years old. 132 since 1893.
Amazing.
And so we do a good job, Jenny, with the help, hope, and healing, with the help part, the food, clothing, and shelter. So we're here, for anyone who wants to seek that help.
Okay.
And we're here for that. Last night, I get a president's report, daily report, a little over 700 men, women, and children last night.
700.
Last night and one night. Jenny, it's not even cold yet, right?
Right.
It's not even cold. When it gets cold, that number's going to climb closer to 1,000 a night.
Okay.
So, but last night was a little over 700. So the process is, there are a number of individuals unhoused. I told you the number 1,801. We saw 700 and something, just us in our facilities. And then there's going to be a certain number that no matter what you do, unfortunately, they're not going to seek help.
Okay.
That's usually, anywhere from 150 to 200 folks.
Okay.
And then you have some folks who are scattered throughout, still some individuals who, of the 1,815, they're still going to be sleeping in their cars or under tents and things like that. So the process typically is they come in for help and we work with them, give them food, clothing, and shelter. And then we hope to.
And men have their shelter, and then women have their shelter.
So
as
we do
well
single men in several shelters, individual single men shelters around town. And for women and children, we have a campus. We have it all in one location, so it makes it a little easier. It's a bigger building now with our capital campaign, which you were instrumental in helping with.
Yay.
That we added, we basically tripled our size and capacity. That was several years ago. But we have all the women and children in one campus. Single women, one part of the building, and then women and children in another part of the building.
Okay.
And so, but yeah, they're housed separately. There's that's our women and children are our definition of families.
Okay.
And there are many definitions of families, and just so happens ours is women and children. One of the things, there's so many other places for victims of domestic abuse and some things like that.
Right.
So one of the things we've learned over 132 years is, we want to be collaborative. We don't want to, duplicate services that another good organization is doing in the community. So the process is they'll come in and we'll give them the help that they need, and it'll take a while. We have great case managers and counselors and program managers who work with individuals to understand why was it that you knocked on our door at 3:00 in the morning and 10 below zero, right? What are the underlying root causes?
Yes.
So our case managers work with them, try to get to understand what that is. That could take 3, 6, 9, 12 months, Jenny. All the while they're staying at the shelter.
Yeah.
Getting the food, clothing, and shelter, but they've been in one of our programs, right?
So they have an opportunity. You can get off the street for a night, but you can also sign up. Hey, I really need help. ABC. You guys don't kick them out. Okay, it's been 6 months. You're out, right? They're working with you. We're helping you.
We would love for people, go through the whole program with us, but we have something called winter contingency.
Yes.
And that's, this year they're changing some of the parameters, but the date is December 1.
Okay.
Here in Indianapolis to March 31st, the coldest months of the year, typically here in central Indiana. And so we're a low barrier shelter, meaning you don't have to do anything or prove anything to receive our services.
Wonderful.
But during those months, we lower them even more.
Okay.
Because we understand that there are individuals who may not want to go through programs. And so, but they're welcome here. And so we'll lower the barriers during those months, and they can come in and be purely transactional.
Okay.
Get food, clothing, and shelter for those 4 or 5 months. Right.
Okay.
And they don't want to progress in programs. We understand that.
Okay.
But there's another group of people who do want to progress in programs, and we want to have the resources available to help those individuals as well. So we have people who are more transactional in nature, who need food, clothing, and shelter, because in the wintertime it can get brutal. It can be a matter of life and death, right?
Yes.
But then we have those other individuals who understand that it goes deeper than the transactional nature of it, and they enter our programs, and then that's where we start really working with them from the hope part, and that's where we start introducing Jesus Christ and the life-saving, transformative power, that only Jesus Christ can provide, and then the healing comes, and restoring broken relationships with families, working with them to get stable housing, working with them to get a job, that's the healing part. And it's a process, Jenny, as you well know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Isn't there a new initiative where you're going to help with the housing piece after? That's exciting. Tell me about that.
It's called supportive care, supportive housing. We termed it, we put a label on it, cornerstone living, right?
Awesome.
So one of the things we've seen over the years, Jenny, is, we can bring them in with the help and the hope part, stabilize them and work with them and get them back to be productive citizens of society. And then because there's such a lack of affordable housing, they have nowhere to go. Or if they are, they're on a wait list and with a lot of other individuals, and it may be months or years before they can get into safe, affordable housing.
Yeah.
So what we decided to do, we've been experimenting. We've had forms of transitional housing and some permanent supportive housing in our facilities, in our 4 walls. But what we're doing now is we're seeing a need to stop the cycle of not having affordable housing, and then 9 months later coming through my front door of homelessness again, knocking on the door and needing our help all over again. It's not doing anybody any good, and it's just churning of resources. So one of the strategic visions that me and my executive team have is we've got not only still have maintain that strong presence and help on the front end, the front door of homelessness, but also on the back door. We've got to play more of a stronger role and come alongside some other partners here in town, on the supportive housing point. What I mean by that is lots of definitions and things like that. What we're talking about is housing with a lot of wraparound services that coming alongside. We call it walking out with them, walking the faith with them, in a customized way for whatever period of time they need. Is typically 3, 6, 9, 12, 18 months. We've been doing it within our 4 walls, on a small scale, 15 women, and 10 men. But now the board has recently provided some extra funds because they realized that we want to double that, from 15 women to 30 individuals.
That's great.
20 women and 10 men. And so,
tell me about recidivism rate. Once people get help, what is that for Wheeler?
Well, it's pretty exciting, right? Once you get help and a hope and then the healing part, what we've seen in the pilots that we run over the last 2 or 3 years, we've had approximately, I'm going to get the number wrong, but it's somewhere around the mid-80s, 82, 83 over those 3 years of women and men who've gone through our programs, and we've only seen one who did not, could not become totally self-sufficient. We have a checklist, we call it self-sufficiency matrix. And only one could not go through that and didn't really become self-sufficient and then enter back into our programs to start all over again. And then unfortunately one other person passed away, from health challenges. But I think it's a pretty good rate.
That's amazing.
That statistic, those numbers really help the board to see,
Absolutely.
Hey, we've been pretty successful at this over the last 3 years. We need to get some scale.
Right.
So we asked them to help us get the funds to double in size, and they did. So now we are renting. We've rented 1 home, for women, and now we're looking for 5 women. Now we're looking for a home for 10 men. So now It's like we're going to be, the landlord. We're not going to own the home. We're renting. We're sticking a little baby toe in the water.
That's great.
Because real estate developing is a pretty expensive proposition. You don't want to enter into it lightly.
Correct.
May we end up there in the next year or 2 after we've gone through this, this increased pilot? Maybe not. Maybe we'll just work with other organizations.
You're investing in people
and provide the wraparound services.
Yes.
Right?
Because being in a home and just taking care of a home and cooking and going to work and how do I get there and helping people establish all that in a successful way.
So tell me a little bit more about Jenny Kane. Who is Jenny Kane? And you gave me the resume stuff. This is honest, authentic, transparent conversations. And so tell me about some of the things that you've seen in our community. You've been deeply involved in so many facets of our community, and so tell me some of the stuff you've seen and you've experienced.
I love Indianapolis. The Lord has just given me a heart that this is my mission field. And I got to serve on city council for 12 years, and just at the street level, I love local because that's where we live. That's where our community is. And only in Christ, from him, through him, and to him are all things. And so I very much believe government needs to be aware of that. Praying for Christian leadership, everywhere to see a
revival.
A revival.
Yeah, we need a revival in this city, all across this nation, actually.
And that is what I'm praying for. There's a really exciting thing happening in Washington this weekend, communion. They're going to have it all along the mall.
Are they really?
Several believers coming
Why didn't I know
communion.
that? Why didn't I know that?
Isn't that cool? So exciting things are happening. And what you're doing is like the boots on the ground, one person at a time. Ministry can do that. And we're not just numbers. One size does not fit all. A huge thing I saw when I was serving, and now that I have a heart for, is mental illness. There's really, we need to really be looking at that. We took away Central State, but there's no real residential. A lot of those answers were taken away, even though I know there were problems, so I would love a Christian mental illness.
So, Jenny, we 60 to 65% of the people, almost 7 out of 10 people we see every night, struggle with some type of mental health challenge and some type of addiction, drug or alcohol. So it's that 1-2 punch that's often, precursor to individual finding themselves experiencing homelessness.
And church needs to really
step up.
When I was growing up, everybody looks good, everything's good. But no, we really need to address these challenges in a truthful way and help people celebrate recovery, which is a great program, but and you're doing that too. Like, this is where you're at. Let's talk it out. Let's be truthful. Let's get through it in Jesus. So, and other things need to, therapy, medicine, it all goes together for me.
People ask me quite often is, what's the silver bullet? What's the magic formula? And I say, unfortunately, that's a simple question.
Yeah.
But it's a complex answer.
Absolutely.
It's not one thing. It's a combination of things. And I've had some former guests who are now part of 40% of my 200 plus employees have gone through our programs. 40%. And so I've had some wonderful conversations, and during this last 24 hours on the bench, and telling me of life transformation and hope and healing that they've gotten through the Wheeler programs.
Can you share one of those stories for us? I'm putting you on the spot.
Many,
because those in the board meetings, when someone would come in and tell their testimony, there you go. That's why we're here.
So actually, it's all on tape. It's I'm not going to say his name, but he 2 years ago he went through Wheeler Missions program. Come in, on drug. I think his problem was alcohol.
Okay.
And actually, he was a drug dealer.
Wow.
And so he had the whole, the whole gamut of not only drugs, but a drug dealer and using drugs, but also alcohol. He came through the programs at his lowest ebb. Went down to the camp hunt down near Bloomington. The 300-acre facility that God and the Hunt family so graciously gave to us, and donated to us back in 1958. That is where we do long-term drug and alcohol addiction counseling.
That's awesome.
And work therapy.
Get them out of the city.
Get them out of the environment and element. And basically, one of the you're going to remind me about the bench. This bench was made from the men in our pallet shop down in camp.
That's awesome.
I know you know what the pallet shop does.
That's the work part of it.
That's the work part of the 9-month pretty intensive work, Bible, self-reflection, and study and prayer program that we have in our long-term drug and alcohol addiction counseling down in Bloomington. So we asked them to make a bench for us, and so it's kind of special because the men in our program saw fit to put their own hands to working on this bench for me.
I want a bench like this. You could sell these, Perry.
It's kind of hard though, Jenny. I've been here several hours now. And you got your cushions. Yeah, I got some cushions. And I told Eli, the manager down there, director at our pallet shop, I said, next time, put some hydraulics or something, so we can have some give and take on the bench.
I can see this on my deck, though. I like it. And then I think Wheeler.
It's very nice.
Pray for Wheeler.
Yeah, but that's kind of what we do down at camp. But it's just I would love the mental health aspect.
Yeah.
But it's just so hard. First of all, just such a dearth of certified mental health counselors.
Yeah.
It's such a specialized field,
and it's a long haul.
And then oftentimes, nonprofits like me, we really can't afford it, right?
Yeah.
I think we got one certified mental health counselor. I could use 10, right? And I've only got one.
Did you hear that, everyone?
Yes. Come on, donor.
Come on.
I have one.
Come on.
I could really use 10, to help with the mental health challenges and illnesses that we see each and every night. Here at Wheeler Mission.
Is it pretty peaceful? I mean, I would think there'd be fights breaking out at night. I mean, you're putting all these people who have challenges, and I've always been amazed. It's pretty darn peaceful in all our facilities.
Yeah, it depends. It can get pretty rowdy, particularly with winter contingency, right? Because what you have is a group of folks, usually in our shelters, about 350 extra individuals who come in just for winter contingency. It's very transactional. They typically have no interest in going through programs. And we understand that.
Yes.
We don't push it.
Yes.
But then I'll have 600 or 700 people who do want to go through programs.
Yeah. So you get these.
And so the tension sometimes is there. And, even though it's only 300 to 350 or so, it takes up a lot of time and intensive effort from our staff, because individuals know that they're not going to be there after the 4 or 5 months with us. And these other folks, they're there for the long haul, typically for our program side.
Yeah.
And so sometimes there's some tensions there. Not often, but we have really good staff.
Amazing
phenomenal
staff.
de-escalation team.
How many staff members work for Wheeler to make this all happen?
Yeah, so we have anywhere from 200 to
It goes up during winter
200
contingency,
to
right?
220, 25 full-time folks who help us each and every night.
Amazing people.
You know, and we this year we're going to have a budget of just little over 20 million that we raise from individuals, mostly from individuals, churches, private and public foundations, and we have very little from the government, federal or state government, if any at all. So we might have a grant or two.
What about that $25 a month person?
Yeah.
That's your bread and butter, though, right?
Yeah, sure it is.
Okay.
So last year I had about somewhere between 37,000 individual donors, giving me almost right at 95,000 donations. So what that suggests is I have many monthly donors, right?
I love that.
I have 35,000 people
Yes.
giving me almost 95,000 donations for
I love that.
last year.
Because I always want to encourage people, $5, $10, $20, you can be part of the bigger thing, helping someone.
That's
you don't
why-
have to have a lot of money or big donations.
That's why we loved you on the board, and that's why we love you being an advocate for Wheeler Mission in the community.
Oh,
And,
thank you.
I just want to appreciate you and thank you for all
This
that
has
you
been
do.
awesome.
And,
Thank you
yeah, it's
so
been
much,
fun. I
Brent.
hope you've enjoyed this conversation
I love
on this
it.
hard bench. But
I love this bench. Great job.
Yeah, Jenny, thank you so much.
Thanks for all you
So,
do. I pray for you all, and thank you.
Thank you so much. What are you going to be doing this weekend before I'll let you go?
I'm going to go work at Tuttle Orchard.
Oh,
Yeah.
apples. Oh, my
pumpkins.
goodness. Pumpkins,
Yeah.
apples.
Cider.
Nice. I love some apple cider, right?
Come see me.
Yeah. Okay, great. Jenny, thank you.
Thank you so much,
I appreciate it.
friend.
Come on, give me a hug.
All right.
Here.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Yay.
Come back and see me anytime.
All
okay?
right.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
so much
Thank
for all you do,
Thank
brother.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
So that was it. Go ahead, walk right across. This is unscripted, I'm talking on Facebook Live and YouTube, and that was a conversation with Jenny Kane. She's a dear friend of the mission, a longtime ambassador and board member, and she's just a gem and a resource for this community. And so I really was excited when I saw her name that had registered to come in and talk to us and have a conversation on the bench. And so what we're going to do is take a little break, and then we're going to continue with some additional conversations on the bench, and I see folks are coming and, they're backing up. And so I'm going to have to go. And that's really all I have to say. Thanks a lot. And I'll see you in a little bit.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored, husband and wives are getting back together, the kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail. And they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had. And you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others, so working on positive relationships with themselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
At Wheeler Mission Center for Women and Children in Indianapolis, we provide compassionate care and essential services to women and families in need. Our comprehensive programs include safe emergency shelter, nutritious meals, and access to essential hygiene facilities. We offer personalized case management to help you navigate challenges and work towards stability. Spiritual growth is nurtured through Bible studies and chapel services, which fosters a supportive community. Your health matters to us. That's why we connect with community providers to offer medical services. For families, we offer dedicated spaces and programs tailored to children's needs, ensuring a nurturing environment for all. Additional support includes access to clothing, showers, and a variety of other essential services. Wheeler Mission Center for Women and Children, where hope and support come together. Reach out today to learn more or to offer your support.
Hi guys, welcome back to Conversations on the Bench. Hard as the bench may be, but it's Conversations on the Bench. And so we've got a really, really special guest right now. And, I'm excited to welcome the next individual who's going to have a really authentic, transparent, and frank conversation with me right here on the bench. Sarah Van Slambrook. Right, Sarah, welcome.
Yep, thank you.
We're so excited to have you. And Sarah is the Chief Impact Officer for United Way of Central Indiana. And Sarah has been doing this work in our community, not only with United Way, but various other nonprofit organizations for decades. Sarah is an expert. She's someone that we look to for guidance, so wise counsel on a myriad of issues. But Sarah, welcome. And why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and your work that you do there, United Way of Central Indiana, and also tell them about the work you do with the Blueprint Council. Okay, right?
Sure.
The new chairman, right?
Right. So Sarah Van Slambrook, I have worked at United Way for the last 9 years. Impact work is it's in the title, but it also tells you a lot and nothing kind of at the same time, right? Yeah. So to get a better sense of it, our impact work includes grants. We invest in a lot of different community organizations to help them do good work that they do. We also have research and data that we do. We have a number of different programs that we coordinate and out of our organization. We have a public policy team that does a lot of work focused on the State House to be able to bring the voice of community that gets unspoken oftentimes in those hallways. So doing a lot of that and like to do a lot of convening to bring people together and talk about hard problems in our community.
As you can see, folks, she's got a really, really big job, an important job here in our community. Now, what about the Blueprint Council? Tell me a little bit about that work and how it coordinates a lot of the services we have here in Indianapolis.
Absolutely. So the Blueprint Council is the governing council for the continuum of care here in Indianapolis, and the continuum of care, which is an entity required by HUD, but also has really turned into a great convening of like-minded partners, those who have similar missions to one another, trying to support individuals who are experiencing homelessness, experiencing hardship here in our community. So United Way has been involved in that work in different ways for a long time in investing in diversion before people experience homelessness. So rental assistance, utility assistance. We also have been a longtime partner of CHIP, the Coalition for Homeless Intervention and Prevention, which originally started as a United Way initiative and then went off on its own. So United Way has had those ties for a long time. We have, through my role, been engaged in lots of different conversations. And a few years back, the Blueprint Council was going through some self-reflection on what it wanted to look like and be moving forward. And just last year, put some new policies and procedures in place. And we're looking for some new folks to step into leadership. And so, yes, as you mentioned,
so you raised your hand. I'll do it. Put me in, coach.
Right. There was encouragement to be a part of the leadership there, and so anyway, I
Just
am
one more thing on your plate, right?
I'm lucky to be.
And it's volunteer. She doesn't get paid for it, folks, right?
I'm lucky to be in a place where I get to work with a lot of really good people in our community, and the Blueprint Council is one of those experiences. There's a lot of really committed, dedicated people who are, again, volunteering their time to be a part of leadership to really try to solve some hard issues that you see every day here at Wheeler.
Each and every day. I get a report. As a president, I get a daily report. And we saw a little over 700 men, women, and children last night, Sarah. It's not even cold yet.
That's right.
And when it gets cold, those numbers are going to increase, as you well know. With winter contingency coming up.
Mhm.
So tell me a little bit. You told me. The resume, right? Kind of all the resume stuff. And so the purpose of the conversations is authentic, transparent and honest conversations. And so, we believe in relationships. We're a big believer here at Wheeler in relationships, and we're informed by that worldview, by our faith, right? And so tell me about, Sarah and how Sarah got relationships really informs the work that we do every day, and it's extremely important because it's just it's a part of who we are. We don't separate who we are and the relationships we have with the work that we do officially and work for the community. And so walk us through a little bit of that and tell us how you got to be where you are, and what have been some of the seminal moments, if you will, if you can pick out some times in your life or your career that's really led you to be where you are. I know what happened to me. I'm the most unlikely CEO of a rescue mission in the country, but there's certain things in my life that led me and compelled me to be here. What about you?
Yeah. So when I was very little, before I went to grade school, before I started first grade, my mom, my parents were foster parents.
Oh, nice.
And we had young kids that I was the youngest, so we had young kids that were younger than me that were staying with us.
You stayed with you, right?
That's right. And that is something that has really stuck with me. Just the that we were all here for each other, and that we, that for my parents and for our family, that opening our home and being able to provide the love and care of family when someone else needed it. It was, they always moved on to be either reunited with their families or move to adoption. But in that moment, we got to be family.
Yeah, you invested in those relationships.
Yep. And so family has always been something that's really important to me. You mentioned that I have children. So
Sure.
I have 4 kids with my husband, Greg, and
4.
4. Uh-huh.
I stopped at 2.
Yeah.
2 was enough.
Yes. So yes, our oldest is a freshman in college, and then we have 3 girls, and they are my why for every day.
Okay.
But it certainly goes back to those roots of the example that my mom and my dad made for me, and it's always been something that being a part of community, opening our family, being a part of community as family has been something that's been a why for me for a long time. When I was when I was trying to figure out what I wanted to be when I grew up, I looked into and engaged in a lot of different volunteer service to think about what that might look like, and engaged in and did some work with individuals experiencing homelessness in that in that exploration. Also with Easter Seals, doing work with individuals with disabilities, and a lot of other organizations, and really was driven by the why of each of those places, in the ways that they're able to connect with real people, build relationships, as you said, and become, build a better community. For me, what I started to find as I was entering career time was that what my head was good at was the strategy, the budgets, the numbers, the more business side of the work. And I even thought about at one point, switching over and going into for-profit business. But went on a few interviews and really just could not give a good why. Why did I want to work for that company? Because that wasn't my why. And so was able to come back and really be reconnected with nonprofit work. And so that's what I've done my whole career, is work with nonprofits of different sorts, trying to build a stronger and better community. At United Way, we say that we're about helping people live the lives they're capable of living, really to be their best selves, and to remove barriers, to increase opportunities, and for me, it's about being that family in that moment where people need us. So,
We're certainly glad you found your why, right? This community's benefited from the work that you do, and your husband, is he a school teacher?
He's a high school principal. Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So he was probably a teacher before he was a principal.
Yes, and he does still teach, actually, one class. Yeah.
Does he? Yeah. And the work, your entire family is just showing that it's pouring back into the community in various ways. And so, I've got a question for you.
Sure.
So, I've been asking people a lot lately is kind of like, if you were queen for a day, if you had unlimited resources, you could wave this huge magic wand, specifically as it relates to homelessness, what are some of the things that you would tackle first or do? And I asked Andrew Merkley the same question. And he was thinking very big and bold. And I want to pose it to you, and someone who's still in the trenches in this work. You got a unique perspective. You're in the trenches, but you're also at the high level, right?
Right.
With United Way at the impact level, and so you can see both sides. And so, what is it that you would do, and how do you think Wheeler could possibly play a role, and help and make that that magic wand reality? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, it's okay. So I'd say first and foremost, if money was no object, it would be having more affordable housing that stayed affordable. Because
ding 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 ding. That's what everybody's saying, right?
Yep. And it's what, when you talk to people in our community who are struggling in some way or another to make ends meet for their families, for themselves, it's the top three. So more affordable housing, but it has to be connected to services for people who need it. And so I would also invest in more case management, more peer supports for people who, particularly those who have experienced homelessness or are in the midst of experiencing homelessness. There's a lot of trauma that goes alongside that, and so people need supports, right? We didn't get to where we are without having neighbors, friends, family to be able to connect and support us in our hardest times. And unfortunately, some of our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness might not have that friend, neighbor, family to be able to lift them up and need us to be their family in that moment. So
I mean, you're so right. It's a safe, affordable housing with services that are going to make the individual self-sustaining. Our mission is to see every man, woman, and child we serve equipped, the key word, to be productive citizens and enjoy lasting success. And we also say through Jesus Christ, right? And so, but all those words, equipped and productive and lasting success, that is all part of this whole life transformation thing. We think housing is a big part of it. And I've asked a question to several people, the magic wand question, and several people have said, mental health services, and so, I guess if somebody were to ask me that question, I would combine both safe, affordable housing with wraparound services for self-sufficiency, and I would invest really heavily, in mental health, counseling and services. There's just not enough of in our community, and it's just so few people who are certified mental health counselors, right? And when we because they go through so much, and that's what you want. You want certified mental health counselors to go through, an extensive training period and have a lot of experience, because you're dealing with something pretty important, a person's mental health.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think if it were me, I could combine, safe, affordable housing with wraparound services for self-sustainability and resources so that we can ensure that every single person who needs mental health services receives them.
Yeah. I would add to that too. I think of mental health services as part of that wraparound that individuals need, but we need to be able to, as a community, as a society, to be able to pay those individuals that are providing the mental health services, that are providing the case management, that are doing this essential work. But we need to be able to pay them so they can support their own families in the midst of this, and that's not always the case.
Yeah, I think last I heard, we have one certified mental health counselor on staff at Wheeler, and they're so rare and they're so expensive, right? Organizations like mine, very rarely can afford, but so we have great partners in this community who do a great job at that. I had Christine over there in adult and child.
Oh, good.
And the medical work that they do, and she's a psychiatrist, right? Psychiatrist. I think it's a psychiatrist, but just organizations like that, we couldn't do without in this community. So, one of the things that I've seen, I've only been doing this work with Wheeler for about going on 5 years, but at the CEOC 2.5 years, and quite frankly, it's taken me that long to get my wings and to really understand the landscape here. And I'm often asked about the long-term vision for Wheeler, and are we sustainable? I was just talking to the funder recently. We all know who the funder is, and they asked me the question about sustainability, right? Everybody needs to be sustainable, even in the midst of the sea of changing, funding, changing priorities, on the national scene, and all those shifting priorities. Do we think we have been sustainable? Can be sustainable? And I answered that question. I said the old Wheeler, yes. If we were where we were, about 5 or 10 years ago, with mainly focused on emergency shelter servicing, and not saying we're doing programmatic work, but not really having the bandwidth or the resources to do it, because so much was plowing into not only winter contingency, but also just our own ESS services, you know, on a daily basis. And I answered a question that said, yes, for the old wheeler, but for the next 5 or 10 years, we're not self-sustaining, you know, for the new wheeler. And so that's going to include things like we just talked about, the magic wand question. And so, you know, I'm looking forward, and I'm excited about the future of what we're doing here in town. Somebody asked me to give them one word.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
You know, how would I sum it up? And I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. You know, Sarah, we've got a tremendous community, and they're coming together, and they have been. But I see a greater level of collaboration, you know, than, you know, in my 4 or 5 years here at Wheeler. And I'm just so excited, hopeful about all of that. Just no telling where the possibilities are going to end. We got a lot of smart, dedicated, committed people, you know, laser focused on these issues. And so, you know, the famous phrase, Margaret Mead's quote, you know, never doubt that a small group of committed people can change the world. And in fact, it's the only thing that ever has.
That's right.
And so I think we got that small group of committed. You know, it doesn't have to be a large group, but committed. You know, I think we're all committed to solving the systemic and chronic barriers to homelessness and all those other issues that go into, you know, making an individual experience homelessness in their lifetime.
Right.
So, is there anything else any other piece of advice? You know, I'm asking sage advice from people who've been in the community and been, you know, really key players for a long time. Is there anything else that we should be doing, you know, here at Wheeler Mission? Me personally, you know, and I didn't know you really before, you know, we started working together.
Right.
You know, and I do consider you a friend now. And so anytime that you need me and you need any services or anything I can do for you in United Way, or even, you know, you work at the Blueprint Council, you know, just don't hesitate to call or email me or whatever. You got an open door for me.
Appreciate that.
What
Appreciate
else could we in Wheeler be doing?
Yeah. Well, you know, I think you touched on the connectedness, that, you know, it doesn't take much, but it does take a group of committed people. And I think, you know, the more that we can be doing in collaboration as a community, we have a lot. I mean, we're lucky that we have more than a small group. We have a lot of people who are really committed to figuring out this problem of what creates the funnel, right, of so many individuals that find themselves experiencing homelessness in our community. And so part of it is being able to help those that are experiencing it right now, but we've got to also look upstream and figure out what are the systemic factors that are making that happen to begin with.
You got to scratch below the surface.
Absolutely.
If you're going to do surface work, you're not doing anybody good. You're wasting resources and people's time. You know, but I see a willingness and a commitment to do the hard work, to dig below the surface, roll up our sleeves, if you will, metaphorically, and get the job done. You know, how long is it going to take? I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to take a while. Nothing good is ever achieved overnight, but I am convinced and hopeful that we can help, you know, figure this out, bring the resources to bear, and make a real dent in some of those things that are plaguing our community. And so, Sarah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So what's the rest of your day look like? It's a Friday. It's a beautiful day, October day in Central Indiana.
It is, yes. Well, I have a few more meetings, and then.
So you're going to work?
Well, yes, a few more meetings for work, but I am taking part of the afternoon off because my 16-year-old, as part of a birthday present, I'm taking her to a concert in Chicago. So,
oh, nice.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Wow. Oh, wow. That's going to be a great road trip.
It will, yeah.
It's going to be good weather, too. So, Sarah, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thanks for taking the time.
Absolutely.
To have honest conversations on the bench with me.
Yep.
Okay.
Enjoyed.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Hey, guys, that was Sarah Van Slambrook, you know, good friend of the ministry and an expert here in Central Indiana on not only homelessness, but all the things in her work that she gets to touch as Chief Impact Officer for the United Way of Central Indiana. So we're going to take another break, and, you know, we're going to come back with some more conversations on the bench. I think you're going to want to stick around.
Wheeler Mission Bloomington exists today because of the great need within our community. Like every other community in our nation today, we are suffering with the long-term effects of homelessness and generational poverty.
Today at Wheeler Mission Bloomington, we offer a low barrier emergency sheltering. So for those who need a place to stay overnight, whether you're suffering with addictions, whether you're suffering with aging, whether you're suffering with a developmental disability, or whatever their need is for tonight, they can find a bed and they can find hope. We offer Christ-centered programs that address the spiritual element in a person, those experiencing not only poverty, but also spiritual poverty. And so that we can introduce them to Christ, giving not only hope for today and the things needed for today, but also hope beyond this.
So we've been connected with Wheeler Mission for about 25 years as a church, and we see them as partners in this community. As a church, we want to come alongside of people in our community that are doing good things that Jesus would be doing. And I think that he would be right there serving alongside of Dana and the crew at Wheeler Mission because they're doing such a great job of making an impact with the homeless population here in Bloomington. We've been financial supporters of Wheeler. We have sent volunteers there to serve and to help. And we've actually learned a lot from them too along the way of how we can come alongside of people who are just at risk and hurting and looking for Jesus. And so the partnership, I feel like, has gone both ways. We hopefully have been able to serve them, but in a lot of ways, I think that they have also made us a better church.
You know, we all go about our days and we see people who don't have the privilege and opportunity that we have. And it should demoralize our whole community and our country that we allow this. And so we have loved Wheeler for opening their hearts, because that's the work that is done here. And to let people know that we care. There's people out here who care. And Wheeler also provides an opportunity for the community to step in and be a part of that too. So there's more understanding and just a value add across the board for the community, for people who have lost so much, and for community partners and citizens that want to contribute in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I think that one of the differences that is in Indy, when we live there, there are certainly homeless. And you go downtown Indianapolis or whatever, you see homeless. But it's much different in a community like Bloomington. Like so, we moved down here 7 years ago. And here it's because it's a smaller city, it's like, wow, this is really in your face. You just really feel like these are real people with real needs, and they're everywhere.
The effects of homelessness impacts us all. It leads to greater health risks, including disease and behavioral or mental health challenges. Housing provides a safe environment, reduces stress, and better access to health care. At IU Health, we are honored to support Wheeler Mission and other community organizations that are dedicated to helping our unhoused and vulnerable populations. Together, we can provide a healthier and more compassionate community.
I think the urgency in addressing homelessness is that it's very easy for us not to see it and not to take action. When I was growing up, one of the things that my parents used to tell us, if you do nothing, it grows, right? You don't do your yard, it grows. You don't, cultivate the weeds out of your yard, it's going to grow. And so I think when we think about homelessness, if we really want to see a decline in homelessness, we need to address homelessness where it is. It doesn't mean that we're going to have a society that's completely homeless free. I think that we set high expectations, but the reality is some people may not be ready. But for those that are, I think that it's important for us to take every step and every means possible to help them get to a place where they feel whole again, where they are stable, where they feel as though they can contribute back to society.
Through this capital campaign, we'll focus on 4 programs to better serve our guest and community. The Safety and Security Program, Meal Service Program, Community Services and Crisis Support Program, and the Restoring Lives Program to provide resources for lasting change. But the work's not done. We need your help. By providing a 3-year financial pledge, you'll not only help make this vision of a better Bloomington come to life now, but for years to come.
Hey folks, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. We have one of our guests who are staying with us at the Shelter for Men, the SFM. His name is Darius. Darius, welcome to Conversations on a Bench. All right. So tell me a little bit about yourself and how did you get over to the SFM and what led you, what circumstances you've encountered to get to the SFM?
Well, I lost my job. I lost my job. I lost my car, and I lost my place where I was living at. I went to another homeless shelter called the Good News Ministries. Yeah, they are really good. They are a really good homeless shelter. I will not take that away from them. They serve well, and the thing that I like about them is they don't treat homeless people like they're homeless.
Fantastic.
They actually treat them like they're workers. Okay. And once they work, they'll give them food and they'll feed them. And one thing about homeless people, the last thing a homeless person wants to know is that they're homeless. Right? That's the last thing.
Nobody wants to be homeless, right?
Yeah, nobody wants to be homeless, right? And there's some really good people there. And once I went to the Good News Ministry, I stayed there for a couple of days and left. And I went here at Willer's Mission.
Okay. How long have you been at the SFM? How many nights have you stayed with us so far?
Just a couple of days.
A couple of days? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not for sure, but not that long. But yeah, I was there, and they're good too. They're really good place. I think, if anything, the fact that you even have a place to stay, it's a blessing. The fact that they're willing to, give somebody like me a place to stay and teach God, and they do we do Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays we're doing a Bible study.
Bible study.
Yeah. And I'm listening. I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening. I think it's always good to listen to God's word, even if you're not a Christian. It's always good to know about God. I think everybody should know about God, whether you're Black, whether you're white, whether you have a different ethnicity, whether you're a female or transgender. It doesn't really matter. I think everybody should know about God. I was there, and I went through a lot. Personally, I'm 27 years old.
You're young, man.
Yeah.
I'm 63, so
you don't
old.
You don't look like. You look a little slightly older, but well, not slightly older, but
the gray hair, is that the giveaway, right?
Well, they say gray is wise, right?
Okay.
The gray hair is wise. Yeah. I'm 27. I've been going to this church called Hardian Street Church of Christ.
Okay.
I've been going there since I was like 12, 13 years old.
Okay.
And I remember being baptized by a good brother named Brother Mingo Morrison.
Okay.
I really have high admirations for him because the way how he lives his life, what I see, I kind of want to live my life in a certain way like that. I don't know what his personal life is, but the way how he presents himself, I always admired. He seems, what I've seen, he seems like a good, loving father and husband. And, I hope one day I can be that.
Yeah.
I hope I can be that and, strong in the faith, right?
That's great. That's great.
Yeah. And
so tonight, where are you gonna lay your head tonight? SFM or some other place?
Well, as of right now, probably there at the shelter, okay. More than likely. I don't know for sure, but more than likely the shelter.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know. I think maybe this is good for me. Recently I been having this question if I'm actually adequate in the faith, if I'm actually doing the right thing. As Christians, I think sometimes we kind of, I think for me personally, I kind of always felt like I was a hypocrite. And I always kind of felt like maybe I'm not doing what God wants me to do. I always questioned whether or not I'm doing the right thing. And I think maybe God has placed me in this circumstance, placed me in this, very trying time, right? God puts us in trials and tribulations for a reason, right? To see if we're actually adequate in the faith, if we're actually living accordingly to God.
Yeah.
And I think about the story of Job.
Yeah.
How, blessed, right? Had so many blessings.
Until he didn't.
And then Satan was like, he's only faithful to you because you giving him all this stuff. You blessing him so much. And God was like, well, you know what? I let you take all that stuff away from him.
And he did.
And he did. And Job lost his children. Even his wife was coming at him. And he had leprosy, right?
Yeah, lost his health, lost his money,
Yeah.
lost everything.
Lost everything. Almost at the brink of just pure suffering, right? And Job had to sit down. He asked God, he said, why are you doing this to me? I've remained faithful to you. And God had to sit down there and humble them. He was listing all these great feats in the book of Job, right? I don't know all of them, but the one thing that I always remembered was catching the Leviathan.
Yeah.
And that Leviathan is like a huge, fish creature.
It is. And
so I think what it did is it humbled Job. It made him realize that, I'm going through a lot, but God got way more stuff that he's doing, and what I'm dealing with right now, being homeless, not having a job, trying to find a job, trying to find, some form of income, right? I think maybe this is actually good for me because though I'm going through stuff, I had to kind of remind myself that though I'm suffering and it's unpleasant, it's a lot, especially for a guy as young as me, right? Jesus went through worse. I always think about Jesus, how he got nailed on the cross, how he got whipped, he got spitting, he was bearing the cross, right? And he didn't even do anything. He was pure, right? He was pure. Not a single blemish, right?
Yep.
And yet they were still coming after him. They were still trying to persecute him. And as Christians, as a Christian, that's part of being a Christian. We have to suffer. We have to endure persecution. Jesus said that if they persecuted him, they're going to persecute you. And that is part of being a Christian. And, with the thing about evangelism, people are not going to like us, right? People are going to probably be tired of us. People are like, oh, he talked too much. He might be crazy. They thought John the Baptist was crazy, right?
Right, that's right.
And they chopped his head off. He got decapitated. As evangelists, we really got to be like martyrs, willing to suffer, pretty much willing to die to be like, Christ, because Christ did it himself, right?
Well, Darius, it sounds like to me you've been listening to some Bible studies and Bible teaching somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you know quite the scripture.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a couple more questions because I'm curious. I'm always interested to talk to folks who are experiencing our services in our shelter.
Yeah.
If you could wave a magic wand, think about this. Wave a magic wand, have unlimited resources to combat homelessness, not just in Wheeler, but in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
What would you do?
I don't know. I can't really say, but what I will do is I think everybody that's homeless, I think everybody needs some spiritual, guidance. So I think probably maybe have some churches.
Okay.
I think with churches, with Christianity, there's certain doctrines, certain ideas.
Yeah.
However, one thing I can say is most of them all serve one purpose, and that's, serving God. And I will never come off arrogant or harsh to anybody. They say come with be gentle and be loving. I said if I had a lot of money, if I was able to have a lot of resources, I will actually give a significant amount to the homeless because I know what it's like to be homeless. When I was 5 years old, I was homeless. My mom was pregnant and I already kind of had that sense of, that responsibility to taking care of my family. And I think probably give away to the homeless. And I think maybe have some more brothers kind of help me with the task too,
Okay.
What's that, that camaraderie, that
Camaraderie?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I might have a hard time with pronunciation, yeah. But I think having some brothers there, and I think everybody as a whole, any Christians as a whole, come, we all part of the body. We're all part of the body of Christ, right? And I think that is a really thing that I think more than likely, I'm young, and I don't know a lot, it comes off like I know a
You
lot.
know a lot more than the average 27-year-old person. That's for sure.
Yeah, I give thanks to my mom for that more than anything. Yeah, because I was going to church at a very early age, and I always go to church and I always listen, and I always try to think about it, process it, and try to live it. And I more than anything, with me being a Christian, I give it more to my mom more than anything. If it weren't for my mom, I would even be a Christian today.
Wow.
And more than anything. And so I thank her dearly, more than anything.
Well, Darius, thank you for stopping by, having a conversation on the bench with me.
Yep.
Anything you want to ask me? Yeah, I mean, I've been asking you all the questions.
Oh,
Is there anything you want to ask me?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
So how long you been a Christian?
I accepted Christ when I was 14 years old.
Oh, wow.
But I didn't have a relationship till I was 32.
Mm.
It's different. Accepting Christ
Yeah.
than having a true, authentic, one-on-one personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And I didn't have that till I was 32. So I'm relatively new. I'm 63, so I'm only about 30 years have I had a real one-on-one personal relationship with Jesus Christ. But yes, I accepted him, and as my Lord and Savior when I was 14 years old. But you go through your teenage years, you go through college, you go through your early 20s, your young adulthood, and it's just I didn't have the personal relationship with him.
Yeah, as a teen, you might go through that rebellious phase. I went through that myself. I was I wouldn't say I was bad, but we all go through a lot as a teen. It's it's a growing process.
If they say train up a child, ways the Lord, that they will not depart.
They will never leave the faith.
Never leave the faith, and they will not depart. So that's I clung to that, and I came back, at 32. But by that time, Darius, I was married, for several years, and I had 2 kids at that time.
Oh wow!
And my wife and I were talking about divorce. That dropped me to my knees. And so, as of last month, we've been married 39 years.
Oh, that's a blessing.
Yeah. I'm saying way back when I was 32, that wasn't always the case. We were talking about it, and but that's when I started my personal relationship.
Yeah.
So anyway, hey, listen, man, thank you so much. Thank you for being here, talking to me, having conversations on the bench with me.
Yep.
And make sure you're safe tonight. It's gonna get a little colder tonight.
Yeah. Continue to pray for me.
I will.
We all need prayer in some form or fashion.
Okay. Thank you so much, Darius.
Yeah.
So that was Darius. He's been staying with us at the SFM for the last couple of nights, and I hope he'll stay with us again tonight. And so that's what we've had a good, authentic conversation with him. And so we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back, with my next guest and have a real, authentic conversation right here on the bench.
So really, my mom raised me. She worked 2 jobs. She was a single mother. It was just me and my sister fending for ourselves, and I chose to use drugs. Just continued down that path, and I thought that's all there was in life. I neglected the relationships around me. I didn't care about anybody but myself, and if I didn't get what I wanted, then I took it out on everybody. I was in Monroe County Jail, and I was staying with this girl, and I was talking to her on the phone while I was in jail. We all knew I had to go do time. I let my sister, who I grew up with, stay at my house while I was in jail with the girl I was with. And 2 weeks into my jail bit, I called home. I talked to my sister the night before. I called home the next day, and because the girl I was with was supposed to be there for a visit, didn't show up. And she told me that my sister was on life support and that she wasn't going to make it. When I got out of jail, I kept using drugs to cope with losing my sister. The girl I was with finally had enough, kicked me out on the street, and so I was homeless. And there was this Spanish church. I just felt God call me to that church, and I went to that church, and I've never felt anything like that before. And I just prayed, and I asked God to help me. And I had 3 warrants at the time, 3 active warrants. And I turned myself in, and a buddy told me about this place, and I asked the judge if he'd let me come here, and he let me. It was scary. I had a lot of fear, something new, but thankfully the case managers here, they were patient. They were loving. They were kind of like the father I never had, pretty much. So, I mean, more importantly, I learned about God, but it wasn't just enough to have the knowledge of him. It was to have the relationship with him, and the staff pointed me to him. I don't just think about myself anymore. I think about others. I see God show me all the relationships I neglected, how I neglected relationship with my sister, my mom, everybody. And it's too late to ask my sister for forgiveness, but since I've been here, he's reconciled a lot of relationships. Like, me and my mom, we talk now, and she's doing really good. So before I just looked at myself as just another statistic, just another guy who was going to die in prison or in jail or die out here on the streets. And now I don't believe that. They've made me see that I have something to offer others, I hope people will support the mission because it gives other people hope. There's something else in life. It gives them the foundation or the grounding to do something different, because without help, they're not going to make it out there. Everybody needs help.
A life before I got to Wheeler Mission Camp Hunt. Oh boy, it was a mess. That's why I'm here, right? I'm 32 years old. I own my own business. I'm married. I have a 2-year-old daughter. I thought I had it all figured out, but the one thing I was missing was the Lord. And being here, it's a very humbling experience coming from my background, and I learned for the first time what it was to be grateful for something. And because the way I grew up, I was privileged, spoiled, as most would say. Really didn't even use drugs per se until my daughter, this is horrible to even say, but after she was born, she was probably about 6 months old. And that's when I started to actually use cocaine, and because I had everything I wanted. I had employees, I had a successful business, I had a beautiful wife, I had a daughter, but I was empty, I was broken inside, and I just felt lost. So that's what I started using, because I needed something to make me feel normal, feel happy, which is horrible to say, but that is the truth. And that's really the circumstances that led me to it, because I seen it in movies and stuff, and I'm like, well, they were doing it, why can't I do it? I mean, that looks cool, it looks fun, right, in a movie, but then, yeah, it just leads to absolute destruction. So I've been to secular rehabs where you pay a bunch of money and you get a bunch of BS. When you come here, you get to work, you read the Bible, and it's free. So you have no excuses when you come to this place. It's free. You learn work ethic, you learn chores, you learn responsibility from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. And that's what this place is. I mean, this place is like, I love this place. It's awesome. I love it. Since coming to Wheeler Mission, I am learning to become a Christian, a man of the Lord, a proud husband and father. For once, I can wake up in the morning and look in the mirror, and I'm actually like, I think I know who I finally am as a person. And I'm not trying to hide behind, there's no face mask on or anything. Like, who you see is who you get, I notice I love people more for who they are. And like the smallest things, like there's some younger brothers here, it's what they call them in the program, like newer guys coming in. And I see some of these guys and my heart just melts for them, where before the program, I'd probably be really critical of them and look at them and be like, well, I'm better than them. But the longer I'm here, the more my heart gets soft and open to them, where I want to help everybody. I want to help them and teach them stuff, and really just being humility, just being humble and not being so prideful and arrogant and self-centered. Yeah, just loving people for who they are, even though you might not like some of the things they do, but just loving them, because that's, they're God's creation too.
The Compass Family Program at the Center for Women and Children provides residential support for women and their children experiencing homelessness. More than a place to stay, Compass is a Christ-centered, trauma-informed community where families are invited to experience healing, restoration, and the love of Jesus as they build a stronger future together. Through classes, life, parenting skills, and personalized case management, Compass helps families strengthen their foundations while discovering hope, purpose, and the truth of who they are in Christ. Children receive developmental support, and parents are equipped with practical tools to navigate challenges, rebuild family roles, and move towards lasting stability. A key focus of Compass is connection. Families are introduced to trusted community partners who walk alongside them in areas like employment, housing, recovery, and reunification. Whether through church, counseling, or collaboration with local agencies, every guest builds a network of support rooted in God's grace and provision. At Compass, we believe families flourish when they are rooted in the community, grounded in the Word, and surrounded by the love and the presence of Jesus every step of the way.
My name is Hannah, and I am the program manager of Compass Kids. Compass Kids is an early childhood center serving the 30 families that live at the Center for Women and Children. Our goal is to provide a loving and safe, Christ-centered environment for the children in our care while partnering with families we serve to help foster individual and family-related goals. We are a state licensed site with students from 6 weeks old to age 13. During the school day, we have 4 classrooms, infant to preschool, that focus on developmental milestones, Christ-centered curriculum, and sensory integration. After school, children get off the bus from local elementary schools to come to Compass Kids for REC, our after-school program for release, experience, and connection. Because some of our students have experienced significant trauma, we provide a sensory room for children to use one-on-one with our teachers to encourage the understanding of their body and how to support the sensations they're feeling. Our team of early childhood educators are trained in co-regulation, touch points, and the language of the nervous system to foster an environment of growth for our students. Ultimately, Compass Kids is intentional to offer a Christ-centered and trauma-informed environment to equip students for the next step of their little lives.
Welcome, my name's Bethany. Today we're highlighting one of the most impactful services at Wheeler Mission, our aftercare services. Let's take a look at how we continue supporting individuals after they complete our programs. Aftercare services help our former guests maintain a stable, fulfilling life. We don't just say goodbye when someone finishes a program, we offer ongoing support that's personalized for each guest. Here's how we help. Case management. With each person, we brainstorm solutions and resources for challenges that might impede their stability. Support groups. We support their connection with a community for accountability and emotional strength. Financial coaching. We assist with financial coaching to help each individual strengthen their ability to weather future financial challenges. Housing assistance. Help them maintain permanent, stable housing, either through Wheeler's housing programs or community options. With aftercare support, many guests rebuild their lives, find new hope, and thrive in their communities. Together, we're helping people build brighter futures by offering the space, security, the tools, and the support to heal. Together, we are making a difference.
At Wheeler Mission, we believe that true healing takes time, support, and stability. That's why our supportive housing approach is a vital part of the recovery journey. Let's explore how this safe space helps individuals rebuild their lives. Wheeler's housing programs are more than just a place to stay. They are a place to heal. When someone chooses this option, they're offered the opportunity to pursue stability, tackle challenges, and achieve long-term goals. Here's how Wheeler Housing opens the door to healing. Structured shared living. An affordable and supportive environment where residents can focus on their sustained recovery with like-minded individuals. Personalized support. Staff create a plan with each individual to address their unique challenges and work toward their goals. Financial coaching. We offer support for ongoing financial health to help them continue to build the foundations for a sustainable financial future. Emotional and spiritual healing. Residents have access to counseling and spiritual support, allowing them to heal from past trauma and rebuild their sense of self-worth. Through supportive housing, individuals find more than just a place to live. They find hope, community, and a path forward. At Wheeler Mission, we're committed to providing a space for healing, growth, and transformation. Thank you for supporting this life-changing opportunity. Together, we're helping individuals rebuild their lives and create a brighter future.
Welcome, my name is Bethany LaRocco. At Wheeler Mission, we believe healing goes beyond just meeting immediate needs. It's about continuing the journey of hope and purpose through comprehensive supportive care. Let's take a look at how we walk alongside those in need on their healing journey. Healing is a lifelong process and supportive care at its core. From the moment someone enters Wheeler Mission, we focus on their physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Supportive care continues that journey. Here's how supportive care helps those we serve. Emotional support. Our team provides a safe space to process trauma, rebuild confidence, and promote empowerment. Case management. Each individual is different. We offer personalized plans that ensure guests receive the resources that they need to continue self-sufficiency. Spiritual healing. Through prayer, Bible study, spiritual guidance, and connection with the local church, we walk alongside them as they continue their spiritual journey. Community. Being part of a supportive, understanding group that fosters connection, strength, and hope for the future. Through supportive care, individuals walk out the healing process that they began in their program journey and experience sustained healing. They regain their self-worth, build resilience, and take the necessary steps towards lifelong recovery. At Wheeler Mission, healing is more than recovery. It's about ongoing transformation. Thank you for being a part of this life-changing journey. Together, we bring healing and hope to those who need it most.
Yes. Yeah. Hey.
Hi, I'm Ellen. I work with volunteers here at the Donation Center, and we want to tell you a little bit about the bales that we make here. So we love all the donations we receive. We're so grateful. And what's really cool is the items that are not good enough for our guests in our shelter are still used and still have value here at Wheeler. We actually take those items, we put them in a giant baling machine that mushes them down, and then we create these giant bales. These bales have the weight written on them. They weigh usually over 1,000 pounds.
Recording in progress.
And about twice a month, we fill an entire semi with the bales, and they write us a check to Wheeler Mission. And that money comes right back into feeding and housing our guests. And the clothing is not wasted. It is then upcycled into furniture stuffing, insulation, and other similar items.
There we go. Right. Welcome, everybody, as we now hit hour 21 of Conversations on a Bench. And you all are incredible troopers, and know that the conversations are still going on, and how wonderful it is to be able to have meaningful and deep conversations around homelessness and addiction recovery and mental health challenges, to be able to share stories of effectiveness and testimony with people that have gone through your programs, and also to be able to talk about and with community leaders about the issues that you're dealing with. And it is on our national feed, very much a privilege to have Dr. Howard Koh from Harvard University with us. Many of you remember Dr. Koh from being with us at the annual conference, and how great it was, Howard, to have you there. And just want to say welcome, and thanks for taking the time for this conversation.
Thanks so much, Tom. Always great to see you, and great honor to be on this webcast. Thank you.
Great. Well, one of the things we haven't explored as much is really the initiative on health and homelessness that you lead as part of the T.H. Chan School of Public Health there at Harvard. And I want you to maybe share a little bit about how that vision and your passion for health and homelessness and the connection and integration, kind of how that was born and what it really looks like, because some of our folks will have not heard about this, and I think it would be both interesting and important for them as they look at how they connect these things as well.
Well, thank you so much, Tom. So I'm a very lucky person because I am a physician who was called into public health several decades, was the state health commissioner here in Massachusetts, and later assistant secretary for health at the federal level at the Department of Health and Human Services. So I've thought about major health challenges for the last several decades and had the privilege of addressing many of them. Challenges of health insurance coverage, infectious disease threats, tobacco control issues, issues of substance use. I heard you mentioning that, which is still a major problem in our society. But through the years, Tom, the challenge of homelessness have haunted me because it's so visible, it's so unacceptable. Right now, the numbers are rising, and you would think that with a crisis like this, that we'd have a unified national response, and we just don't. And particularly in academia, we try to rise up and address the toughest issues through research and education and convenings. But there's very little representation from academia in terms of the medical and public health schools. So now about 6 years ago, we started this initiative on health and homelessness at our school, the Harvard Chan School of Public Health, to try to bring people together, to inspire leaders to step up and try to address this field with courage and compassion, the way all of you do. And the only way to solve this crisis is to have partners like Citygate, have it be interdisciplinary, bring everybody to the table, and bring all resources to bear to ease suffering. So when I came and spoke at your wonderful national conference last May in Phoenix, I was just so impressed by the commitment and dedication of your network. And I was amazed that I hadn't heard much about your group before, and that's nobody's fault. It's just a reflection of how fragmented the response is. So we're trying to build collaborations with groups like yours, Tom, and we're off to a great start. And I think you heard from my great colleague, Dr. Kate Long, a couple hours ago, who was a wonderful colleague of ours. So Tom, being on this webcast with you is another example of how if we work together, hopefully we can build our commitment and make a difference for people in need.
Love that. And I think that's a great entree. And where then, as over these 6 years and as it's begun to be lived out, Howard, have you seen it be effective, or places where it's not quite as effective as you might have hoped?
So, before we began at our school, we had no academic attention to the topic of homelessness, no lectures, very little research. We didn't even have a course, if I can say, and that's embarrassing. 6 years later, we have an outstanding course. We have monthly seminars that reach national audiences. We have growing research endeavors, including one with you now, Tom, at Citygate, which we're very proud to start. We have national convenings on the topic that bring together colleagues in the housing world and the health world. And then through it all, Tom, I have been very touched because so much of this work is mission driven and you feel like it's a calling. And the more we say that explicitly, I think we bring in people from all faiths and all backgrounds to serve the most underserved people in our society. So all that's ongoing as we speak, and I'm very proud of that. One thing I always state too, by the way, we have increasing numbers of students coming to our school from around the country because we have this dedicated initiative on health and homelessness, and that just makes me very proud. So the more collaborations we build, the more connections, the more colleagues we meet who can inspire us and one another about working together to care for incredibly underserved people on the street, I think the better off we're going to be as a society.
Fully agree with that, and certainly agree that there is more serving we can do and more help that we can give, and more collaboration that we can have. What might be, Dr. Coe, as you look at some of the learnings that are coming out of this, some of the things that you might be able to look and say, yeah, these could inform our efforts at Citygate Network in a positive way, or influence some of our thinking or direction? What might those learnings look like?
Well, I think when you have a national crisis like this, the response has got to be nationwide, where we are learning about best practices and educating one another. So, for example, we hear about cities like Houston that's had a good track record over a number of mayors in terms of bringing people together to address the crisis. This fall, we are hosting the mayor of Denver, actually, who has taken this on, and he's one of many mayors. Actually, every mayor is addressing this and wrestling with the challenges. And then we're inspired by, for example, the track record of the VA. Many may or may not know that the VA has dropped veterans homelessness by over a half in the last decade, while for the rest of the country, it's going up, going in the wrong direction. And why did that happen? Well, we had leadership from the top, from Congress and the White House through successive administrations with resources put on the table to bring together, for example, the VA and HUD, and then working very importantly with community groups. And so it shows that this is not inevitable in terms of the suffering we're seeing on the street. If people work together, their resources and leadership at every level, we can make a difference. And I think tapping into the spiritual support themes is so critical to keep this conversation a human conversation and not one that slips into criminalization or other themes that are not recognizing the humanity of people who are on the street and needing help.
I think that's so true. And I think certainly within Citygate Network, that individual people-focused approach is really what we're committed to, and recognizing that each person has need and each person needs to be cared for and loved and supported. And the more that we can get closer in that relationship, the better we're going to be, and the more we're able to offer help as well.
You know, my mentor in college, the chaplain at Yale, Reverend William Sloane Coffin, used to say, we should care most for those society counted least and put last. And that is a haunting phrase. And I think applies very much to the conversation we're having right now, Tom.
Yes, absolutely. And certainly is rooted, I think, strongly in scripture and the words of Jesus in Matthew 25 as well. So appreciate that. And that might be maybe a little bit of a turn, because I know you do much in the area of health and wellness and spirituality. And how might some of the research of you and your colleagues kind of inform what we're doing on that substance use area or addiction recovery area, how you're finding connection and integration with that?
Thanks so much, Tom. Yeah, so this is a passion for me. And I can say, if I can say, the son of a immigrant family, when we were growing up, you know, the church literally gave us sanctuary, which I will always appreciate. I mean, it was a welcoming community. We always felt like we were surrounded by people who cared about us and we cared about them. And then I mentioned this chaplain when I went to college, who was an incredible mentor for me, and in many ways pushed me into a public health career, because he was always talking about the big picture view on health, not just individuals, but populations and countries, and in fact, all of society, if you will. So that really instilled in me a sense of mission in my work. And you know, I started my career as a clinician primarily, which is of course taking care of individuals. But I felt called to do public health now about 20 some years ago, as I've already mentioned several times. And it's been a life-changing experience, Tom. So as I teach public health to my students or interact with my colleagues, many of us feel that sense of meaning and purpose, and are driven by experiences often from childhood about how we were raised, about what gives us a sense of meaning and purpose in our lives, often in a religious setting, if I can say. But we usually don't talk about it in an academic setting, because somehow that's something you're not supposed to talk about, which I've never quite understood. I mean, this is the reason we get up in the morning and do what we do and make the life decisions that we make. And so we're trying to encourage that conversation in academic settings, respecting that people have very different views on religion. And if people don't find that of relevance to them, that's their decision, and we respect that. But for those like Citygate, where we lean into that topic and motivates and strengthens the collaborations that we're trying to build to address crises like homelessness. It's really, really important. You're getting me at a very good moment because I think I can say this. We're wrapping up a research article, which I hope is going to be published very, very soon, that shows that, and what I'm about to say is obvious to all of you, is that when you look at programs like AA or 12-step programs, those are spiritual programs. They're talking about connection to something bigger than yourself, and themes that are spiritual but not referred to as such. And so I've been struck by that in my work as a state health commissioner and as a U.S. assistant secretary, saying this is the spiritual side of health, which is just as important as the physical side of health. And why aren't we talking about that more? So that intersection, Tom, is a motivating one for me in my academic work. And I have the honor of working with some incredibly dedicated and brilliant colleagues at Harvard University on an initiative on health, spirituality, and religion. So that intersects with this work with all of you as well.
Love that, and would love to see that article or make it available to our network. That'd be great.
Okay, it's got to be accepted first, so
okay.
Pray for me.
we'll wait till it's peer reviewed and then pass it on.
Oops, I can't hear you now. Oops, I can't hear you now.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. Great. Kind of the last question, Dr. Coe, is around our partnership together as we're looking at doing some research with regard to Citygate Network and moving faith-based and connecting it in greater ways to evidence-based data as well as outcomes that we're engaged in together. And I'm excited for that and looking forward to taking those steps forward. Tell us a little bit about what that might look like from your perspective and how you're feeling about it.
Tom, we're very, very excited by this. So as I mentioned already, my wonderful colleagues, Kate Long and Akil Gupta, joined me in presenting to Citygate last May in Phoenix. And we all mentioned that we were just getting to know each other, despite the fact Citygate has had a history that goes back decades, right? And you're an astonishing national organization that's connected and trying to work together, which is never easy. And we in the public health world really had little to no interaction with your group or groups like yours until that fateful meeting. So Dr. Kate Long, who was on your webcast a couple hours ago, and we have started a pilot effort with all of you to just try to get some data together to see how many folks your network is reaching, what kind of spiritual support you're giving in your missions, as well as physical support, which is life-saving. Trying to measure impact on any of this is never easy, but we've got to start. But if we could have at least some descriptive article that is in the published literature at some point in the next year or so, that'd be a wonderful outcome to begin this collaboration together. And I think that's just the beginning. When I was especially in DC, faith-based groups would come to town, and the Department of Health and Human Services would often trot me out to talk to them. And after a while, I used to open up by saying, "You may think I'm a doctor, but I'm actually a frustrated minister," and everybody would roar, Because I just love people who are motivated by the sense of meaning and purpose and calling, like all of you. So that's why we're here. And Tom, I know that's just a first baby step, but it's long overdue, and we're looking forward to working closely with you and your colleagues, and led by Kate, who is a very wonderful and promising young investigator.
That's great. Well, we just want to say thanks so much for taking the time for this conversation on a bench, and also for having spent time with us in the past, and hopefully more in the future as we continue to move forward, knowing that I think the support that you bring and the perspective can help share the story of Citygate Network, certainly the importance of what we do, and the outcomes and how that truly does impact and save lives. So we're grateful for that.
Thank you, Tom. Great honor.
Great. Well, blessings. Thanks again. Good to be together, Dr. Coe.
All the best. Thank you so much.
Yes. Bye-bye.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored, husband and wives are getting back together, the kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail. And they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had. And you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
You know, for this year,
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
And TVs that have all the different sites that are around the nation. So we have about 70 that are going on simultaneously. This one right now is being cast everywhere.
Okay.
And so we go back and forth between having these kind of what we call like national conversations that all sites are looking at the same feed, and then they will go and each have their own feed. And so my year has actually been a little bit easier because I haven't had to talk for 20, just sitting on a bench for 24 hours. You've been helping kind of facilitate what's been happening around the country.
Nice.
And so it's been really cool though. It's been really cool though. So I obviously know who you are, but would you want to introduce yourself to the rest of our Citygate world?
Oh, sure. Are we live right now?
We are live. Yeah.
Well, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Steeb. I spent 13 years on the front lines running Northern California's largest program for homeless women and children, a program based in Sacramento, California. In 2019, my husband took a job in Texas. So we moved to Texas, and I actually wrote a book on the nation's crisis, on the learnings I had over 13 years, but also a book to inspire hope and a roadmap for how we could begin to reverse what at that time was a crisis, but it's even more so now today, 6 years later. Spend my time now consulting across the country on policy with certain communities, and recently launched a nonprofit called Free Up Foundation. So anyway, that's enough about me. I'm really looking forward to being with everyone today, and want to thank you for the work you do, the frontline work that is so critical and so needed, especially in this time where the homeless system has just become devoid of restoration and recovery focused programming. And you guys are it. You guys, you ran this industry for so long, and the federal government took it over and destroyed it. And you guys are the only remnants of hope. So I'm really glad to be with you.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe a good place for us to start off, just to go right into it, is something that you and I have both kind of been posting about over the last, the last couple of weeks. And you wrote, I did some postings and some Facebook, some videos, content on it, and you wrote a piece for Fox News about what happened here in California recently. That to me is just the epitome of, I don't know, stupidity and the problem with the system. And for those that don't know, so you're in Texas. I'm in California, but as you mentioned, you were from California and ran a nonprofit here, and are very much involved in California policy. And our governor here, the state legislature, both in the Assembly and the Senate, unanimously, I believe it was unanimously, passed AB 255, which would have not mandated, but just allowed cities to spend up to 10% of their budget on basically sober and addiction recovery services. So 10% of their homeless budget on sober living and addiction and recovery services. And even though it was, I believe, unanimous in the Assembly and in the Senate, state Senate, the governor vetoed it. And to me, I just, it's just one of those things. It's like, how could you veto something like that was not even mandated, just allowed, just provided the authority for a city to make its own choice with a very small fraction of the overall budget, right?
Yeah.
And just so frustrating.
It is incredibly frustrating, and I would take it maybe one step further and describe it as evil, because what it really does is handcuff, as you pointed out, local communities who, have been under this housing first mandate. Let me step back and say, I think everyone here knows in 2013, the federal government implemented a one-size-fits-all approach to homelessness, which was really, as it played out, housing only, right? It funneled all the money that they contribute to homelessness today, about $4 billion. And instead of funding mental health treatment and drug and alcohol treatment and employment training and housing, different forms of housing, it said, we're going to take all that money and put it into permanent housing subsidies, right? Housing vouchers, in essence. California was the only state in the nation to follow suit and embedded it into state statute. The result at the federal level is homelessness is up almost 35%, but in California, which did it in 2016, it's up 40%. And so what this mandate has done, and what his veto has done, is continue to handcuff local communities to a policy that has clearly failed, not just their communities, but more importantly, the homeless. We are at the highest point in California's history. About 80% of that population is struggling with addiction and or mental illness, many other issues as well. And it just really is such an evil veto. I can't describe it any other way.
Yeah, and I've often wondered, like, what's the story behind the story? Why did every other politician agree on something that's otherwise, has been controversial, and yet they all agreed? And then what's the story behind the story? And I think in some ways, what I think is happening is HUD is changing at the federal level, and they're going to start funding services for recovery and addiction and mental illness and wraparound services.
And transitional, right?
Right.
And yes.
Something that they haven't done in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And, I think sometimes the hardest part about getting past housing first is the single biggest barrier to accomplishing anything in our country at the political level, which is politicians admitting that they're wrong. And, admitting that we should have more of this funding go to recovery is, to me, and the story is, even though it was a small amount, they just didn't want to give an inch to say, no, we were wrong about this whole housing first thing.
Right.
Which it's also crazy to me, because when you look at some of the pockets in California that have actually trended better over the last year, like LA went down, basically even, didn't go up, at least if you believe the pit count. But the reason that these cities, I believe, actually had some level of improvement is because they're actually not just housing first anymore. LA invested a lot of money in shelter. Now they'll still say that they're housing first, but they still invested a lot of money in shelter and crisis centers and places that had some of that. And so it's funny to me that as much as they claim they're housing first, the parts that I think housing first. And so I think there's actually been some traction there. That's why I think you've seen more willingness among the different politicians to veer away from all funding being strictly housing first funding.
Yeah, and you're seeing it with in San Jose with Matt Mahan, right? Who's clearly said this has, as a one size fits all approach, it hasn't worked. We need to fund different alternatives. We need to move people out of encampments, but we need to create capacity for them, right? This Gavin, right after the Supreme Court decision, the Grants Pass decision, Gavin, all of a sudden said, "Oh my gosh, we've got to clear encampments off of state land." And what he didn't say is there's no place for people to go because they're all waiting in line for permanent housing that isn't being built in California at the rate at which it needs to be built. So it's really he's been such a failure in, starting with his time as mayor of San Francisco, and certainly the veto last week to not give people the opportunity to have a place where they can recover and heal and moving them around while they wait for permanent housing is just a travesty.
So you're in Texas now, and while Texas has some pockets that I think are doing well, San Antonio, and when you look at, say, the population side in relation to the homeless count, I would say to me is like one of the better cities. Houston was doing okay for a long time, but now is starting to see their numbers like go up. But what are the things what are differences that you see in Texas versus California?
Well, the biggest difference is our number. Statewide, we've got about 29,000. Again, if you believe the pit count, one of the major flaws, there's so many flaws with the pit count, though it is a decent benchmark over time. But one of the major flaws with it is that it excludes about 50 to 60% of homeless families.
Yep.
That's something that I talk a lot about and did while I was in California in particular, because my program was for homeless women and children, and a lot of them didn't qualify according to HUD to be homeless enough to receive services, right?
Yep.
So, number one is we have a much lower count of homelessness. We also don't have the housing first mandate that California, adopted. And yes, I would say overall we're pretty steady state. I mean, a little bit of growth, but in places and pockets like Austin, as you pointed out, now Houston, even San Antonio is seeing a decent a clip upwards. Dallas is, kind of holding its own, but it's by no means are these regions models. And in particular, Houston, which as we both know, was long held up to be this model. It's really very clear that they've got a lot of underlying issues. That housing first, they are a big.
Hey guys, welcome back to
community.
Conversations on a Bench, and we have a very special guest. Right at the 12:30 hour. His name is Andrew Neal. He's the CEO of an organization here in Indianapolis called Outreach Inc. And he's been here. Working in the community for probably 3, 4, 5 years. And so welcome, Andrew. I really appreciate you being here. And so, I'm kind of running on fumes right now.
Yeah, I see.
So if I say something loopy, just ignore me and stay calm and carry on, right?
Absolutely.
Like the British say. But no, we're really happy to talk to you, and we've had a great group of scheduled people. You know, this is wonderful having stuff like this.
Oh yeah.
This is the city. This is what we see every day,
Yep.
right? And this is what we deal with. And so, and hopefully my people will come in. We've got a police officer over here too. So, yeah. But anyway, what we're going to do today, Andrew, is, we're going to talk about conversations on events and the national event. You know all about it. And I just want you to let us know, kind of, you deal with homeless youth every day, right? And you've been dealing with homeless youth in several of your positions. So why don't you tell us a little bit about outreach, how it's addressing the youth homeless crisis. And I do look at it as a crisis in our community. And when I say crisis, I'm not saying it's unsolvable, but it is something that needs consistent, intentional, and urgent attention.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so outreach has been around in Indianapolis for going on 30 years.
Okay.
We focus on serving 14 to 24-year-olds who are experiencing homelessness, all different types of homelessness, from chronically homeless to couch surfing to staying in motels or in their vehicles. We really are all about meeting them with relationship and love. It's been really cool because outreach is a part of the same network that Wheeler is, Citygate. And so there's those shared values that exist. And we're all about in that, trying to help our youth find stability and life transformation.
Give me some stats about outreach, just for the person on Facebook Live or YouTube who don't know anything about homeless youth in the city. Give me some stats about the people outreach serves and even the people that you see every year.
Yeah, absolutely. So, one of the most alarming things for our city is that there are an estimated 8,100 14 to 24-year-olds who experience homelessness every year.
So 14, get that. 14 is high school, a high school freshman to 34.
Yep. So, I think that's a huge number. Outreach is serving close to 1,000 of those, over 1,000 of those every single year in our various program centers throughout the city. And probably the most concerning thing, Perry, is we see a lot of young parents coming into our program center every single day. A 20-year-old mom with a 3-year-old child just trying to make it.
Is addiction a large part of it? Mental health issues another part of it? What causes a youth to become homeless?
Yeah, I mean, addiction can play a role in it, especially for our young adults. That might be a little bit more of an issue. For a minor, though, I mean, we're talking about broken relationships with family or instability in the household. A lot of those are students in our high schools here that are labeled as McKinney-Vento. That's the federal protection for those students. And so really for that program, it's all about helping them reach high school graduation and then think about what comes next.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's great. So with the changing legislative and policy funding kind of issues and the landscape that we're seeing, how is that affecting outreach, if at all?
Yeah, well, I think outreach is fortunate that we have not been, fully reliant on federal funds. We've really been historically buoyed by a really strong community presence and individual donor base. There are still some uncertainties that happen on the federal level that we have to work around. But at the end of the day, we're committed to being here. We're not just committed to staying where we are. We're actually committed to continuing to grow our presence in Indianapolis and surrounding communities. And even most recently, that's meant being able to serve Hamilton County schools.
Really?
Yeah.
Hamilton? Okay.
Yeah, they're believe it or not, there are homeless youth in Hamilton
Carmel
County.
And
I know. Can you imagine?
Westfield? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
absolutely.
Yeah. So what are some of the, I'm sure you know, can you rattle off the top of your head, the systemic causes? I just rattled off a couple of them, but, and you rattled off some statistics, but what are some common misperceptions, Andrew, about homeless youth in our community?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, we've heard a lot in our community recently about encampments.
Yes, we have.
And the homeless individuals and neighbors who are downtown. But the difficult part is our youth and young adults are not oftentimes found in those encampments.
Oh, no?
No, you might see one or two. That's definitely a possibility, but youth homelessness just looks different. A lot of times for an 18-year-old, they might not feel comfortable going to an encampment or sleeping in a community like that.
Safety concerns?
Safety concerns, yes, absolutely. Because they're vulnerable in that situation. So our young adults, you may find them by themselves under an overpass or, sleeping out of a car. The other thing is they still have some of those relationships intact. And so the chronicity of their homelessness looks a little bit more sporadic. So I might be sleeping on an overpass tonight or staying on a friend's couch tomorrow or, in a car.
Good old couch surfing. Right?
Good old couch surfing. It can just look a little bit different than adult homelessness.
And I'm sure because of the age range, the school system plays an outsized part in what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with those minors, being able to get in and work with the school system, work with the staff members is incredibly important. I mean, I know you guys know this on the women and children side. You have to be able to have those relationships with the school. And we're fortunate in Indianapolis that, across a really diverse educational ecosystem, whether it's traditional or charter schools, there are passionate educators who care about our students, and we love working with them.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness, yeah.
Where would we be without passionate, committed educators?
Absolutely.
Public school educators.
Yeah, absolutely. We need them.
Yeah, great. Mm-hmm. So what are you most hopeful for, in the next 2 or 3 years? And, and I'm making an assumption you're hopeful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I am too, about our situation with homeless adults, men, women, and even children. Yeah. But I'm very hopeful. So tell me what you're hopeful about. So what are you praying for? Yeah. Because I know you're a man of prayer. What are you praying that will happen in this community? Yeah. Well,
I think I am very hopeful on the youth homelessness side because, for us, we are stepping into housing. We're taking a leap of faith. Outreach, for 30 years, has not owned its own housing. We've been a conduit to a lot of other housing programs, but kind of like I'm sure what Wheeler has seen.
I've heard the word housing or affordable housing one time, I've heard it
You've
1,000
heard it
times
so many
within
times.
the last 24 hours. Right?
Oh yeah,
not only here, but when we are on the national feed and the CEOs some of the CEOs we set up private chat rooms, right? Zoom chat rooms where we're just talking to each other. Yeah. And I've heard it, from Dallas, and I heard it from Evansville. I heard it from Fresno. Yeah. It's just a common thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and for me, I think it just speaks to the fact that there is this housing crisis, but then who is better to step into those situations than rescue missions and transformation ministries like Outreach, who walk alongside people for the long term. It's not just about just connecting someone to a place to live, but it's about building relationship with them. Because, as followers of Jesus, for me, it's always been about relationship. Yeah. Relationship equals transformation. Yeah. And that's what we're in the business of, is transformation.
That's what we're doing here. We have a really good relationship already, but I'm hoping to deepen it with just a conversation on a simple object like a bench. Yeah. Something ordinary, when people get together and talk, it can become extraordinary. Yeah. And that's through relationship.
Yeah. Well, how did this bench come to be? This is a beautiful bench.
Cool story. Very, very cool story. If I told it once, I've told it 1,000 times in the last 24 hours. But we have a long-term drug and alcohol addiction recovery program called Camp Hunt, and the Hunt family graciously donated almost 300 acres and pristine land down near Bloomington, Indiana, next to Morgan Monroe State Park, including a 30-acre lake and everything. And so we have had that property since 1958. And it is most recently, it has been the site of our long-term drug and alcohol addiction recovery program for men. And so part of that is work therapy. So the men, it's a pretty intensive program. It's 9 months. They work and eat and pray and study. And for most of them, they become closer to Christ, after they go through our Hebron program. That's what we call it, Hebron, down at Camp Hunt. And so one of our social enterprises, we have a thrift store up north. We also have a pallet shop. So thrift social enterprises are the for-profit, where we sell items through the nonprofit side to the for-profit world, right? And so one of them is our pallets, custom-made pallets. And so we asked the guys, you guys are working with wood all day long, 3, 4, 5 hours a day. Could you make a bench for us, right? And so this bench is made by graduates, men in our program currently at Camp Hunt.
Wow.
And so it's pretty special. They made it with their own hands and stained it and did all the rest of it with it. Little hard sometimes.
Yeah.
Last 24 hours.
Right.
But I know it comes from a place of love and caring about what I'm going to do and the conversations that are going to be taking place with all the people I've been talking to. Some scheduled like you, many that are unscheduled. People walking up, people who walking up and then bringing their friends to come and walk up.
Yeah.
And so it's been pretty much a growing experience and pretty interesting experience for me.
Yeah. Well, that's wonderful.
So one of the things that I often get asked is if I had a magic wand and I had unlimited resources, what would I do about homelessness in our community? What would you do under the same circumstances, Andrew, if you had a magic wand and unlimited resources and you were king for a day?
Oh man. I mean, I would, I think, again, from the youth homeless perspective, if we were able to resource, that side of things in a way that allowed for deeper relationships with caring adults, I think you would see a transformation in this city. So here's a crazy thing that we've realized over the years. Research shows us that for adults that experience chronic homelessness, 50% of them first experienced that when they were between the ages of 14 and 24.
For real.
Yeah. So in my mind, that tells me that if we're able to break that cycle early, we could.
I wouldn't see as many people.
You wouldn't see as many people
through my front door every
Right.
night. Last night, over 700 men, women, and children.
700. Yeah.
And it's not even cold yet.
No.
Wait till it starts to get cold.
No, and I mean, that's why I think like the ecosystem works well when you've got an outreach and a Wheeler partnering together, because we see the full scope of homelessness and we're able to address it. And my job, I keep saying this, my job is I want to be able to put the Wheelers of the world out of business. Will it ever happen on this side of heaven? Maybe not. Jesus said, the poor will always be with you. And so we're going to be here to meet them where they're at. But we do think that we can make a big difference on the homeless landscape in that way.
Well, great. Well, I know recently we forged a stronger partnership. The last couple winters, and this winter we're going to have the same kind of relationship as well. The city, I had Andrew Merkley here, and he was talking about the new pilot for the temperature-based system, the Kansas City model. And for Wheeler, we're going to be that safety net always. We're going to be on a night-by-night basis like always. So we'll be there and run your experiments and run your pilots. But we're always we're going to be here as that safety net to the safety net, right? Yeah. And that's what our role is going to be here during this winter contingency. And so we're very excited by the possible results of the pilot, and we're wishing for success. But we're still here, not doing a night by night and not a temperature-based approach. So, and Andrew talked about the exciting new initiative, Streets to Home, right?
Yeah.
That's on everybody's lips. And how does that affect, you said there's not many youth in the encampment. So how does that affect youth homelessness?
Yeah. I mean, we are excited for the city that there is an initiative to do that. We also recognize that that's just one aspect of serving individuals experiencing homelessness. It's going to do some, but not a ton for our youth experiencing homelessness. We are excited because we recently stepped back into street outreach. So years ago when outreach started, it started by our founder, Eric Howard, going out and serving
reaching
youth.
out.
Yeah, reaching out. We're returning to street outreach. So we are creating a youth-specific street outreach team.
Oh, really?
That will go out there to kind of the places where maybe not the encampments, but again, the places where our youth are experiencing homelessness and meeting them where they're at. So we're supportive of Streets to Home, but we also recognize that it's not the end all be all.
Yeah. Oh, and Andrew Merkley made some more news, and we got it on film. And I said, "Stop, hold it, hold it right there, stop in your tracks." He said, "Next month they're breaking ground on the housing hub."
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I said, "What?" That's
no
news,
idea,
folks.
Yeah.
So repeat it, Andrew.
Yeah.
He did. So they're breaking ground. He said a press release and all the attended media attention is going to be coming for it.
Okay. Well, that's wonderful. Our city needs those resources.
Yeah, and we welcome it. I mean, there's enough folks who are unhoused and experiencing homelessness to go around, and so we welcome that, and we can't wait to see what that's going to look like.
Yeah.
So, tell me some trends and stuff that's happening in youth homelessness. And people ask me all the time, what are the trends? And besides the numbers going up and the need becoming greater, the demand is increasing, while the supply of affordable housing is decreasing, or at least not keeping up with the pace.
Yeah.
So, what are some trends in youth homelessness that you're seeing that you can kind of impart upon us? And I'll tell you, one of the trends we're seeing in adult homelessness is men with children. And there's not a lot of resources for men with children. With our definition right now is women with children. But there are the faction of committed men to their children that they really don't have the abundance of resources that women with children have.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. On the youth side, I mean, again, young families is a real and present issue for us. Childcare. I'm sure you've seen this. Gosh,
recently happening.
It is rough.
It's been rough for a lot of people.
Yeah,
including us. I mean, so we've been estimating and looking at the situation, and we're trying to. We think we probably need to collaborate with some community partners like Shepherd and some other organizations to really try to solve this problem, because it is a key part of solving the homeless puzzle.
Absolutely. Well, and I think, the reality is our young families, the parents, they want to break cycles of generational poverty. They want to be productive, self-sufficient citizens.
Yeah,
right.
Of course they do.
But it's really difficult to go out and even get the job when you don't have childcare figured out. And so
it's almost impossible.
It is. So that's something for us to figure out as a system. And there's great partners like you mentioned, Shepherd out there, Inglewood CDCs of the world that are coming to the table, I think, and we're excited to figure that out together.
But that's a trend also.
It is
a concern with youth as well.
Yes.
You said you have a lot of young parents.
Yes, especially those littles, those newborns and 2-year-olds. We've got to be able to figure that piece out. Another concerning piece for young parents, infant mortality, right?
Wow.
If you are a young pregnant mom who's experiencing homelessness, the chances of you having a successful pregnancy are not the same compared to other counterparts who live in more stable environments. So we've got to do something to be able to address that. That's what our first step into housing is going to focus on, is some of those young pregnant moms who really want to be able to be good moms, but we've got to be able to get them through healthy pregnancies.
When all this happening again? Did you tell me this fall? Or?
Well, so we purchased a duplex,
okay.
And we're renovating it. We're working on it. We'll move our first family in by the end of this year, just in time for the holidays.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Very cool.
So
they'll spend holidays in the new duplex.
Yes. Yeah. It'll be a homecoming of sorts.
Oh wow.
It'll be really cool.
Wow. Yeah. So how do you think we can partner better with outreach? So what are some practical steps and practical things that we can do, to better support what you're doing, and you supporting what we're doing? I mean, we're already doing a lot.
Absolutely. Well, and I think to speak to that, I mean, your team is incredible in the way that you do, and the way that they communicate with my team has continued to just blossom. So I think that is a key piece, is that we continue to communicate well, problem solving those individual situations that pop up. I think having a resource like Wheeler, available to us, because we get those middle of the night situations. You get an 18-year-old who is kicked out of their parents' house, and where can they go? You have all these different situations pop up where being able to have contacts like that is incredibly important. I'm excited to see what partnership continues to look like on the housing front. There's going to be so much opportunity there. But then, a lot of people don't know this, but your staff is represented, my staff's represented at various conversations, and tables throughout the community. And so, I think collectively we have our fingers on the pulse of what is happening in our city around housing and homelessness. And that means a lot for us to be represented there.
So I've been silent and letting you do all the talking, me asking all the questions. And, you know, so do you have any questions of me or something you've always wanted to know, like you don't know already? You know the answer even before you ask it. You knew the answer to this bench. You know, before you even asked that question. So is there anything that I can answer for you?
Well, I'll tell you, this is something that people may not know. You were on the board, right, of Outreach years ago.
Almost back in the very beginning, and actually I was chair of the board for about 5 or 6 years. I was chair right before Bob Grant.
Okay.
So Bob Grant is a legend.
He is
with Outreach, and so we recruited Bob, and we had to have some balance, some political balance.
Yes.
And Bob was that political balance for us. And Bob is just his heart of he and Melody both for the Outreach ministry, and the Rolodex of that man. The stuff that he could just pull off by sending out 5 emails, right? Yes. So yes, I was involved way back in the day. I saw Eric, the founder. Yeah, I was for a number of years. I was doing BSF at Second Pres Monday nights at 7:00, and Eric was, so there's a number of leaders. I was one of probably 20 male leaders, and you have these small groups of men that you're stewarding and shepherding, and a weekly study of the Bible, right? On Monday nights. Eric was one of them. And I was intrigued by this young man. Here I was, a business guy. I'd come in back in the day. Remember those suspenders?
Absolutely,
in your pants?
Yep.
Not outside your pants, but the buttons inside your pants. So I was coming from work every Monday at 7:00 to Second Pres, and I had a group of 10 men, and Eric was one of them. Long hair, ponytail, dead of winter, shorts and sandals. And this guy just knew so much about the Bible, so much about theology, and I was just intrigued by this young man, and so I got to know him, and how he started. I'm sure you got all this written down, but started. I think it was bologna sandwiches, and socks out of the trunk of his car. That is, part of the origin of Outreach. So, and I came alongside him for several years while I was here, and then even when I moved to Fort Wayne, I was chair of the board. I was coming down and still chair of the board, even though I was long distance, and then I came back and I was still there. So I have a long history with Outreach. So, and so you can kind of say my interest in homelessness began back then, not just adult homelessness, but youth homelessness as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
so that is a fun fact.
That is a fun fact.
You knew the answer.
I did.
I told you he knew the answer before he even asked the question. So we're going to be wrapping it up, and so they're giving me the signal.
Okay.
But I just appreciated you being here. This fly.
I know.
What is wrong with this fly?
I want to give you this, Perry, too, because
what is it?
I know you're out here. Well, it's a little bit warmer now, but you're out here when it was cold last night.
Yeah.
But if you get cold again, I want you to be able to have one of these Outreach.
Oh my goodness.
Long sleeves.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so
throw it on
much.
and keep yourself warm.
Seen, known, and loved.
That's it.
That's Outreach. And so, Andrew, thank you so much. Thank you for coming. You've been spending time having a conversation on the bench with me, down in noisy downtown Indianapolis.
Love it.
So, don't you love it?
I love it.
That's our city.
That is.
You got to love our city. By the way, before we go, how's your family? You got such a young, cute family of boys, no girls.
All boys, yeah.
And I see all these things on Facebook about sports activities. You're in the thick of it.
We are. So pray for us.
We will.
Thank God I have a great wife who manages all that.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we'll be praying for you.
Awesome.
So, guys, that's it for another segment, another interview, another phenomenal conversation with a good partner and personal friend, Andrew Neal. The president and CEO of Outreaching. They do wonderful work with homeless youth here in the city, and I'm just waiting for when Andrew tells me he's going to be going to different cities. I'm kind of waiting on that. I don't think it's too far-fetched, and so I think it's coming one day. So we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back with our next guest, who's going to sit here on the bench and have a really authentic, transparent, and honest conversation with us. Conversations on the bench. We'll see you later. Hey folks, we're back with Conversations on a Bench. We're going into the 22nd hour out of 24 hours. We're way past the home stretch. And so we're so honored to have a very special guest with us who's spending time with us on the bench. And I know she's got a powerful and inspiring personal story, which has really led to what she's doing now. So Brooke Martin is an author, speaker, former news anchor here in town. And so we're just so happy to have her come and share some interesting information with us. Because of what she's gone through, it really has informed who she is. And what that does is helps our community become better and really understand the issues of loss, and grieving. With so many of our, neighbors, men, women, and children each night, deal with. It's really trauma. Trauma informed. And so if anybody knows about being trauma informed, Brooke, it's you. So welcome.
It's so nice to be with you. I should have brought a lozenge. How's your voice doing? You're holding up. I know how that is. I remember those days being in news.
But only a couple more hours.
Oh, you're good. No, it's such an honor to be here. And when I heard about this opportunity, I jumped at it because since we walked through the loss of our second child very publicly, if anyone watched Wish TV, and so it led me on a very unexpected journey of understanding the transformative nature of suffering and how we walked out, my husband and I walked out of that season totally changed, renewed, strengthened, restored, redeemed, all the things. And yet I heard from countless people who were drowning in loss and suffering and grief and couldn't seem to get out. And I remember thinking, what is the difference? Like, how are some people able to come out, find their way, and other people lose their way? Some people come out with stronger faith, others deconstruct. What is the difference here? And so
What'd you find out?
I'm curious. I wrote all about it, actually.
In your book. What's the name of the book?
I did. It's called Controlled Burn.
Controlled Burn.
Okay. I brought you a copy.
Oh my goodness.
But it's called.
Can you sign it for me?
I already did.
I
already did.
Perfect.
Because and I'm not here to really talk about that, but my heart's desire is so strong for this topic because what I found out, what God actually gave me was this vision of a burned out forest. One day I was driving down the road and I felt like he was calling me out of news. And so I said, God, if you are, because this was kind of terrifying prospect, right? Here I'm at the peak of my career and I feel like this was about 3 years ago.
3 years ago. I mean, that's recent.
Yeah, it really was. And I was at the peak of my career and I'm feeling a call out. And I thought, God, I said, if you really are, can you tell me what you're calling me into? And I'm expecting him to tell me a career path.
Yeah.
And instead,
did he?
No. He did, because he doesn't talk like we think he talks.
He does not. He doesn't move at our pace.
That's right.
He's omnipotent and he is God.
Yes, and he speaks to the way that we need to hear.
Absolutely.
And so he showed me the picture of a burned out forest, and with it came the words controlled burn. And I had no idea what it meant. And I just said, teach me. And piece by piece, he said, life's fires can take one of two paths. They can turn into wildfires that can burn out of control and destroy for generations, which you see a lot in your area, in your field, I'm sure.
Yes, we do.
Or if our fires are bordered, controlled by his promises and his provision and his power, life's fires can actually burn away what's keeping us from his presence and leave behind nutrient-rich soil that can grow things in us that could have never grown without the fire.
Woo. Did you get that, folks? That was so powerful, and it's not rehearsed. It's coming from the heart.
It is.
It's coming from the heart.
And I just said, that's me. That's us. That's it. And so I went home to my husband and I said, sit down.
I got some news to tell. We need to talk.
We have some of our own news. I literally said, I don't know even how to say this. I saw this vision and I think I'm supposed to leave my job. And without hesitation, he said, do it. Because we
what
were,
a husband.
Well, we were different though. Because on the other side of suffering, we learned that we can trust God's voice. We can go where he says to go. And so it just unleashed this new world for us and for me. And so I
pain and suffering. We see it all the time. We have a phrase around Wheeler, trauma, trauma informed and grace based. Trauma informed. Our staff needs to be trauma informed, but they also have to be grace based.
Yes.
So it's a phrase that we talk about quite often. We
Yeah.
go over at the CWC,
Yeah.
our Center for Women and Children.
Yes.
So but God tells us, and we see time and time and time again in Scripture, that the growth does not happen on the mountaintop.
That's right.
Growth happens in the valleys.
That's right.
And that's where all the nutrient-rich soil is. And that's where the trees are. That's where all the growth is. And so, but the only way to go through the valley, to get on the other side of the valley, to go through it.
Yes.
You can't go around it.
That's right.
You can't go over it.
Right.
You can't go under it. You
But
gotta
so
go
often
through
we
it.
try to escape the fire.
Yeah, shortcut.
We don't
want a shortcut.
Yes, we don't like it. It feels yucky.
No.
We try to, make our lives protected around suffering, right? But it's the one thing that does not discriminate, and we all walk through it. And so ultimately, we're offered an invitation in it. It's no pressure. It's just like, what do you want here? Because I can take you through it, and if you'll hold on to me, like it will be absolute stunning on the other side, or you can get lost and you can try and jump out of it. And a lot of people do.
That won't work.
It won't work.
It won't work.
It never does.
It never has.
Never does.
Never has.
But we're scared of suffering, and
we are.
It
scares us. I mean, and I think I'm not going to pin it just on the American society, but we're more prone to be adverse to suffering.
Yeah.
Some other cultures and societies have been around for thousands of years.
Yes.
Well, a couple hundred years old, right? We are
Yeah.
not old in that realm, and so we're basically an infant.
Yeah.
When it comes to emotional, intelligence from a country perspective.
And processing, right? Yeah. We don't know how to lament. Like, we don't know how to process. And other cultures are really good at that. They're comfortable with that.
Yes.
Here, I mean, if someone's crying in public, we're like, we back away. It's like, I don't know. And so it's all connected. It's all intertwined. I dug into every aspect of it because I was curious. I mean, you went to journalism school.
I did. You did your homework.
Western
Kentucky. And I interned at the Tennessean.
There you go.
I was a writer, and I was going to be on the editorial side. And it was
what happened? How did your journey take a turn?
I veered off to law school.
Okay.
So I went down to Bloomington.
Probably a wise move.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't finish, but I went down to Bloomington. But my wife spent 2 years down there with me. She got her MBA at the Kelly. It wasn't even the Kelly School back then. Right?
Okay.
It was just IU Business School.
Okay.
And it wasn't even Maurer School. It was IU Law School. And
okay.
So, but later I went and got my MBA, and so did my career in corporate business. And so, God, you talk about calling. You just know what God is teaching you and telling you. And I am probably the most unlikely CEO of a mission in this country.
Why do you say that?
Yeah, because number one, I'm not a pastor. I'm not an ordained minister. All the other other CEOs of Wheeler for the last 100, and at that point, 29 years, had been pastors, right? Including my predecessor, a guy named Rick Alvis, for 33 years. And so that was the first thing. Second thing, I'm African American. And there's not many of us in the system. There's more now, and for some reason, there's just not a lot of African American leaders, you know, in this movement, and thank goodness. So I've even seen great change in the last 4 years that I've been here in Wheeler, going on 5 years now. And the third thing is, I grew up, you know, in a small town in Kentucky, you know, 900 people, one stoplight, one mailbox, you know, 64 my graduating class of high school. 4 of us went to college. And as far as I know, to this day, 2 of us graduated on time in 4 years. That was back when you could graduate comfortably. And I don't know about now, but comfortably in 4 years.
That's right.
So that just tells you what a small town I come from. And I say that only emphasize the point that everybody was just like me. I didn't see homelessness when I was growing up. First time I saw a homeless individual was when I was interning. I interned in college for a U.S. Senator from Kentucky, a guy named Wendell D. Ford from Warrensboro, Kentucky, and I was a Senate intern, right? I think my sophomore year in Western Kentucky. And getting off Union Station, I was a 20-year-old, and I saw this individual who was homeless. And I'd pass by him every day. He was always there. And then all of a sudden, I said, I'm going to talk to him. I'm going to forge a relationship. I'm going to understand what his story is, because little old country boy from Kentucky, I was clustered even at Western Kentucky and Bowling Green, Kentucky. There's not homelessness there. This was back I was a sophomore, so it would have been 1983, right? So it's quite a while ago. And I just never had experienced anything like that. And I developed this relationship with that individual, and his name was Billy. I kept in touch with him all these years, and Billy's out of homelessness, and and I think in some way God was planting a seed even when I was 20 years old.
Yes.
For the work that I'm doing now, and I didn't come to Wheeler until 59.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
So that's part of my story, my testimony in terms of Wheeler. But yeah, I love the work that I do. I was called here to do it. That's why those are just some of the reasons I say I'm the most unlikely CEO of a rescue mission in this country.
What has been the most surprising thing for you in this role and in this mission?
A lot of things, you know. One of the, there's just a catalog of misconceptions about homelessness. Everything from, well, they deserve it. They did something in their life that they're homeless by choice. They did something, or they just want money for drugs. It's their fault. That's a huge area of misconception. Another area of misconception is just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? Everybody has problems in this world. Just pull yourself up by bootstraps. But what they fail to realize is homelessness. There's not one thing, in my opinion, I've hardly ever seen one thing that causes an individual to experience homelessness. It's usually a cascading, a snowball effect of things happening one after the other, from the loss of a job, from a high medical bill that causes you to go into bankruptcy, to ruptured relationships with your loved ones, going to couch surfing, going to your car and probably losing your car eventually, all those things, on top of it, Brooke, there's usually some type of mental health challenge on top of all of that, and so, you tell me that they could help that, have they made some choices? Sure they have. Have they made mistakes? Haven't we all?
Yeah.
But, I have mayors, governors, CEOs of companies saying, how do we solve homelessness? We're pouring millions and billions of dollars into homelessness. And I basically, because of my faith, I say, you're never going to solve homelessness. They say, what do you mean? They're all up in arms. I say, no, it's biblical.
Yeah.
The Bible says the poor, widows, and orphans will always be among us.
That's right.
Who better represent the poor, widows, and orphans than the individuals who don't have a safe, secure place each night to lay their head.
That's right.
And so there was a study, and I hope I get this right. It was done by University of Chicago several years ago, where they followed over 100 or so thousand people over 20 years. So they wanted to see the effect of homelessness on your morbidity, right? Insurance companies do that all the time. And so we've all seen individuals who are on the street and they look older than they are, but they wanted to get some empirical evidence of that. You know what they found?
What?
They found that an individual who has either been chronically unhoused or sporadically unhoused, and I know you know the difference between chronic and sporadic homelessness. An individual who has experienced one of those episodes and situations in life in the last 3 years has the same morbidity than a housed individual 20 years. So,
Wow. So there's
40-year-old
20-year
biological
difference.
homeless person
Wow.
who had been unhoused and chronically unhoused for 3 years or more has the same morbidity, and that goes to these insurance and actuarial tables and
Yeah.
how long you're going to live.
Yeah.
So internally, the stress, strain, that constantly not know where you're going to get your next meal, and and not being able to comfortably sleep at night. So that's why you see individuals, sleeping during the day, because they know nighttime is the most dangerous, and they're up.
Yeah.
They're up at night.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
they think it's safer to sleep, whether it's in a doorway, on a street somewhere during the daytime.
Wow.
That the biological stress on that on your body. So they quantified it. So to me, that's just a startling statistic.
That is startling. That is startling. If there was one root issue, I know I'm asking for a lot of ones, which
Okay.
is hard, but like if there was something that you're like, if this city, if this community could rally around this central issue, it could make a big difference.
Yeah.
What would that be?
I'm gonna give you two. I
Okay.
can't just do
That's
one,
okay. That's okay. I'll give you two.
Homelessness is a complex,
It is.
and it's a, you asked a simple question. What's the root cause? Or some people say, well, how do we solve homelessness? And I say that's a simple question, but it requires a complex answer.
Yeah.
And I'm only going to give you a 2-part answer here. And so, safe, affordable housing has got to be in the mix, because last night I saw over 700 men, women, and children through my shelters last night.
Wow.
And Brooke, it's not even cold here.
Wow.
It's going to skyrocket when it gets colder, right? In the colder months, December, January, February.
Yeah.
But a little over 700 last night through my doors that we cared for. And we'll see probably a similar number of times, maybe a little lower because the weather's good today.
Okay.
But I saw them come through the doors there. And for us, that is a sacred obligation, responsibility to take care of those individuals.
Yeah.
And so I forget what. Safe, affordable housing. They can come in,
Yep.
and our motto is help, hope, and healing.
Yeah.
We can provide the help. Help is providing food, clothing, and shelter.
Yeah.
That's what we do. We've been doing that for next week over almost 132 years. Over 132 years.
Wow.
And so we're good at that.
Yeah.
We've got. I'm not saying down to a science or formula, but we're pretty good at it after 132 years. Through World War I, World War II, Vietnam War, Great Depression. We kind of know a little bit about COVID.
Yeah.
Our doors were totally open every day of COVID.
Wow.
So we've seen it all. The next part is hope, and that's where you really start to work with our case counselors and case managers and program managers. You really get down to the root causes, of why someone is homeless. And so we have a multitude of programs. A lot of people don't know we have those programs.
Yeah.
We have drug and alcohol, short-term and long-term drug and alcohol addiction counseling program for men and women, single men and women. We have job readiness training program for men and women. We do mental health counseling, and to the extent that we can. We're no experts in that. I think last count we had one licensed mental health counselor on staff, but I could use 10, right? And so that leads me into my second thing, not only of safe, affordable housing, but an overabundance of resources for mental health services.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
those two things, if I could wave a magic wand and the root cause systemically, it's like after someone comes in, and go through programs and they have stabilized and they've gotten to become productive members of society. Now the next part is stable income, stable childcare, and for safe, affordable housing.
Yeah.
If you don't have that, you're gonna knock on the front door of homelessness. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
And so, safe, affordable housing, to answer your question, safe, affordable housing, as well as overabundance of mental health resources.
Which is hope. And that's
Which
what
is
we all
hope.
need.
That's right.
Right.
And then it goes to the healing part. The last
Yeah.
help, hope, healing. And the healing part
Okay.
is what we call total life transformation.
Yeah.
And because of my faith and because we're a faith-based ministry,
Yeah.
we know that total life transformation is only really available through the life-saving grace of Jesus Christ.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We don't back down from that.
Yeah, it is our only hope. He is hope. And that's what I found too through transformation of suffering. It's like we have to have hope, and hope is based on the indestructibility of truth. And so without the truth, we can't get there. And we want to get there in so many different ways. And it's like there is one way, one truth, and one life. And
I've got to have you back. I've got to have you back to speak to somebody.
I love it. I love the hope. I love it. We all need it so desperately. And I just thank you for everything that you and Wheeler are doing.
No, thank you. I've got a great team of 200 plus employees in Indianapolis, and we're the largest shelter provider in Bloomington as well.
Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Yeah.
We've been down there about 10 years now.
Unbelievable.
And from day one, when we when it came in to help a struggling ministry, and they asked us to come in and we took over instantly. It went from serving 30 a night to over 100 a night.
Wow.
And so we're the largest shelter provider down there in Bloomington as well.
Wow.
But no, thank you for what you're doing. It's just we got a lot of work, but I'm confident, I'm hopeful that this city can pull together and we can collaborate, and we can make this work really. But organizations like Wheeler and some other organizations, and the work that individuals like you are doing.
Wow.
It's just fantastic.
That's awesome. Can I pray for you before I leave?
Oh, that's wonderful. You know what? Out of all the people that I've been sitting here having conversations on the bench, you're the first one to ask to pray for me. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Father God, we thank you for Perry. We thank you for Wheeler. We thank you for the plans that you have orchestrated in advance for him and this incredible organization to do. I thank you, Jesus, for your presence here today. Holy Spirit, we ask for more. We ask for just an outpouring on these streets and in these facilities. We ask that each person who walks through the doors here would undeniably feel your presence and know that you are near. We thank you that you are close to the brokenhearted, Father. And we thank you that there is nothing, no ounce of hurt, no ounce of trauma, no ounce of pain that you cannot redeem, and that you are not keeping track of in your book. And so we just thank you again for the work that is being done here. We ask for your favor. Will you open up the floodgates of heaven to pour out resources, volunteers, staff members, positions, ingenuity, solutions to problems. God, will you fill the minds and the hearts just with the resources of heaven that you have promised to pour out. And so we just pray that you break our hearts for what break yours, and call us all into a greater love and compassion for the people who need you so dearly. And I love you, Jesus. You're beautiful and you're worthy of it all. Amen.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you for what you do. And thank you for spending time with me on this rather hard bench. I apologize.
I liked it. I'm tall, and so it actually, worked out.
Yeah,
so.
I didn't tell you the story of the bench, did I?
No, you didn't.
We have a pallet shop down in Bloomington at the Addiction Recovery Center called Camp Hunt.
Okay.
And so the men down there, it's a total immersion for 9 months, very work. And part of the work they do is they build pallets.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature, and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails, and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored, husband and wives are getting back together, the kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail, and they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had, and you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. Anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with themselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
Melinda, right?
Brenda.
Why do I keep saying?
You got the first letter.
Yeah. I can't even pronounce your last name, so
That's all right.
I'll ask you.
That's all right.
Hi guys, we're back here with another fantastic conversation on the bench, and so I've got Brenda here, with me, and Brenda just she was dropping off some materials here at Wheeler Mission, and she saw what we're doing, and she said, "Hey, can I come and have a conversation with you at the bench?" And we said, "Absolutely, you can come and have a conversation." That's what this is about, is having authentic, transparent, and honest conversations about issues in our community, particularly homelessness, right? And so, Brenda, tell me a little bit about your organization and, kind of how you come to really care about the homeless in our community.
Okay, so basically, TK from Allies for Humanity and KT started it 3 years ago. He's from Utah. He was heavily involved in No Man Alliance in Utah. And so they have a heart for our unhoused. Me and my family also serve at the Soup Kitchen or church at North United Methodist Church. So we've been heavily involved in the community too in that aspect.
So how did you come to care about this issue, and what brought you to care about this issue? What experiences have you had, that maybe softened your heart for this
KT was the one who got us interested. I mean, before that it was just through church.
Yeah, great.
And meeting the neighbors on a weekly basis.
Okay. Are you from Indy?
No, Northern Indiana.
Northern Indiana.
Mhm.
Okay, you've been in Indy very long.
1993.
Okay, well, that's a long time.
Mhm.
That's a long time.
Yes.
Long time. So I bet you've seen some things change in this community,
Absolutely.
right?
And they continue to change daily.
Yes. For good or bad. What do you think mostly? Is it changing for good or changing for bad?
I think there's both.
Yeah, of course there is. Yeah.
We hope for the good.
But your friends TK and KT,
You got it.
are
Yes.
really trying to change it for the good, right?
Right,
So
absolutely.
you're talking about an event. You're having Community Resource Day.
Yes.
Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yes.
Allies for Humanity and Ursay YMCA present Community Resource Day this Sunday, October the 12th, from 2 to 5. Tell me a little bit about this event.
So we've got different vendors that are going to be there. You've got right there showers,
Wow.
STD testing, gym membership,
Yeah.
music, 100 free shoes for the first 100 people that show up.
All in one place.
All in
That's
one
the
place.
point it's talking about.
Yes.
All in one place.
All in one place. So you don't have to go here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, so that's great. I mean, we have such intractable, we have some problems in our community, but I am confident that Indianapolis as a community, we can rise to the occasion. And I'm just hopeful. What I've been seeing from my desk as CEO of Wheeler Mission, the city or the state's largest provider of shelter services, that I see a lot of collaboration.
Yes, absolutely.
A group of committed people sitting around tables talking and trying to figure it out and use resources and use not only their own resources, but shared resources.
Absolutely.
Right?
You're speaking my language.
Yeah. So that's really what it's going to take for us to identify and confront some of the issues that we have. And so my heart is particularly for the homeless individuals, right?
Right.
Individuals who are experiencing homelessness. And, as CEO, I get a daily report. The people who come through my shelters, how many meals served, how many shelter beds we provide. And last night I saw, just a little bit over 700 men, women, and children. One night, right? Every night.
Right.
It's not even cold yet.
Right, exactly.
Brenda, it's not even cold.
I know.
But when it gets cold, it's going to be, the numbers will shoot up. And Wheeler Mission will be there.
Right.
We've been there for next week. Next Tuesday's our birthday. We will have been here for 132 years.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah. So, but it takes grassroots organizations like what you and TK and KT are doing, really, and partner with a stalwart in the community like Earthsay YMCA, and to bring all those resources to bear, and I love when a group of individual people, committed individual people, set about to change something.
Yes, absolutely.
Not waiting on somebody else to do something.
Absolutely.
Not waiting on the government for sure to do something.
Right.
Or even the big churches to do something.
Right. Exactly.
Or even big organizations like Wheeler, because we're a big organization. We can have problems too, right? Not being this nimble.
Right.
As a grassroots organization, like I see here, and I may be overstepping my bounds, but it seems like a grassroots organization.
It is. We're very small, and we definitely need volunteers.
Yeah. Volunteers are the lifeblood of any organization.
Yes.
And I'm sure you need donations too, right?
Absolutely, donations. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So, what can the community do to help you besides coming to this one event in general?
They can show up at Broadway United Methodist Church from 10 to 3, Monday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays to check out the space.
Wow.
They can call or email.
KT and TK, that's what it says on there.
Yep.
Yeah. So is there anything I can answer for you? A burning question you may have always had about homelessness in our community? I just talked to a gentleman, Andrew Neal. He is the president and CEO of Outreaching.
Okay, yes.
Outreach is youth homelessness.
I'm familiar with that. They've been in our place.
14 to 34 years old. And I said, but wait a minute, 14? That's a high school freshman.
Oh, I know, right?
So high school freshmen can be homeless? I said, yep, here. High school freshmen can be homeless.
Right, absolutely.
So is there anything, what can we do? Volunteers, what else can we do? Partner.
The homeless issue to me seems like everybody's doing their own thing and they're on each side of town. It would be to come up with a way that we could be in one place.
A coordinated way.
Coordinated way to be in one place and be able to serve them in whatever capacity they need.
Well, good. I mean, that's good information. That's good feedback. That's good advice. And so when I'm going back upstairs to the third floor at the executive team table and talking about, what more can we do? Because we talk about it all the time. What more can we be doing? What more should we be doing?
Right.
Equally as important, Brenda, what should we stop doing? Right?
Right.
Because sometimes you continue just to do something, because you've always done it.
Yeah.
Particularly in a 132-year-old organization. There are a lot of those kinds of things.
Sure.
So identifying, separating the chaff from the wheat. That's what the Bible says.
Exactly. Yes.
That's what we try to do each and every day.
Absolutely.
Hey, Brenda, thank you so much.
Thank you so
by.
much.
It's
nice meeting you.
Thank you. And you just stopped by and you're dropping stuff off and you decided to come here and have a conversation on the bench with me. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much,
Oh,
Perry.
you're welcome. You have a great weekend.
You have a great weekend
Thank
too.
you so much. Okay. And guys, that's another conversation with someone who just walked up and wanted to have a conversation on the bench with me. And we really appreciate and value those relationships and those conversations. And so we're going, for me, we're almost going into hour 23 out of 24. So we're almost there. And it's been such an experience for me, not only from the conversations I've had, but I've been totally blessed by the inspiring stories and just seeing what our community is doing, to really understand and combat the systemic issues, challenges, and barriers to homelessness in our community. So we're going to come back in just a few more minutes. Going to take a little break, and then we're going to come back with another 1 or 2 conversations on the bench, and then we'll be wrapping it up for the day. Thanks a lot. Stay tuned for the next conversation on the bench.
Welcome. My name's Bethany. Today we're highlighting one of the most impactful services at Wheeler Mission, our aftercare services. Let's take a look at how we continue supporting individuals after they complete our programs. Aftercare services help our former guests maintain a stable, fulfilling life. We don't just say goodbye when someone finishes a program. We offer ongoing support that's personalized for each guest. Here's how we help. Case management. With each person, we brainstorm solutions and resources for challenges that might impede their stability. Support groups. We support their connection with a community for accountability and emotional strength. Financial coaching. We assist with financial coaching to help each individual strengthen their ability to weather future financial challenges. Housing assistance. Help them maintain permanent, stable housing, either through Wheeler's housing programs or community options. With aftercare support, many guests rebuild their lives, find new hope, and thrive in their communities. Together, we're helping people build brighter futures by offering the space, security, the tools, and the support to heal. Together, we are making a difference.
Personal journey on how God prepared him to be here, and he's got some great stories to tell about what he's experienced just in his few short years here at Wheeler Mission. So enjoy the podcast. I think you're going to love this one. Okay, I'm glad to have Perry Hines with us today. So Perry, welcome to the podcast.
Glad to be here, Brian.
Yeah, I'm excited to unpack some of your